Kick. It's the most Rogue of Heels, the Rogue Heel. And I'm live this beautiful, almost 9 a.m. on April 17th. Beautiful, beautiful Monday morning. Well, it's about to rain, so not so beautiful, but beautiful nonetheless. Let's start the stream. Ladies and gentlemen, and that's the wrong scene. Boom, there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is the most Rogue of Heels, and I want you today to take stock of your life. I want you today to do one thing and one thing only. If you can. I think you can. You have more time than you think you can. Than you do, actually, rather. I want you to watch me. Watch people destroy themselves on the internet. Not because I enjoy watching those things. I really don't. God's honest truth. I really don't. I don't like watching stuff like that. The reason why I watch it is to teach you a valuable lesson. If you are not smart, if you're not intelligent, the internet will destroy your life. It can also make you very rich. But more often than not, you're probably not talented enough to make money off the internet, so it'll probably destroy your life. Anyway, we are going to play some Destiny. I am going to be farming some mats. And while we're doing that, I will be playing some videos here. And we're going to be watching those videos. Why? Because we can, ladies and gentlemen. Because we can. So let's boot up Destiny. I might actually play some Path of Exile too. But it's probably going to be Destiny. But let's take a pause on these cool beats. That was Big Blue from Second Wind. And apparently it's YouTube safe. In any case, Jen Psaki is interviewing Jordan Klepper. And he's going to be talking about MAGA. If you don't know who Jordan Klepper is, he is from the Daily Show original. I think he broke off. He's doing his own thing now. I think he's doing some pieces for MSNBC. But the wonderful Jen Psaki is interviewing him. We're going to do some real news and some real commentary. And then we're going to go into the trash stuff right after this, folks. I know you love that drama, that sweet internet drama. Especially if it involves Destiny. Insert the song that everyone's thinking of when they're listening to this. It's very catchy.
Someone who has spent years in the trenches with the staunchest supporters of the Second Amendment, Jordan Klepper was from the Daily Show, has made appearances at political rallies, NRA conventions, and
he was there when Donald Trump was arraigned too, and it was the greatest thing because he got to speak to like George Santos. George Santos, he was like kind of like in his face and bothering him, but it was like the funniest thing in the world.
Most recently, the rally outside the arraignment of former President Trump. Jordan Klepper joins me now. Thank you, Jordan, for taking some time this morning as you're preparing to host the Daily Show this week. So we're sitting here today. Thank you for being here. We're sitting here today following updates on yet another mass shooting in Alabama just last night at a birthday party. And these shootings are happening more frequently around the country. You've attended numerous gun shows in your time, including one of the biggest in the country recently. For the staunchest NRA supporters, guns have become a symbol of their cultural identity, it feels like. Explain to us what you think is going on here.
Well, I do think I was just recently, a couple weeks ago, at the world's largest gun show in Tulsa. And what you take in there is sort of this tactical lifestyle that is being sold to the American public. So, of course, you have your hunters and your hobbyists, but when you walk inside, you're being sold this fear, this aggression, this victimization, asking you to take an offensive stance with your weaponry. And then we look at what's happening at the NRA convention, and you see those things echoed. It's no surprise that these NRA moves are being echoed in the MAGA movement. They're speaking to the same crowds. They're filling them with fear, victimization, and this idea that liberty is being taken from you. And that's sort of a deadly cocktail, which allows all these folks to be afraid. And at the end of that,
I'm actually kind of surprised. I thought he was going to take like a humorous stint on this. He's not. He's actually like being like pretty serious. Okay, I'm on for it.
And as you just noted, I mean, you've traveled around the country asking Trump supporters and members of the GOP about their beliefs. I mean, these are amazing if people haven't seen them. What is the one thing people who despise Trump, of which there are many in the country, what should they understand about the people who still support him? Because you've talked to a lot of these people.
On a side note, I'll let Jen talk for now after this. I was going to actually work on my hunter last night. I didn't really want to be honest with you. I don't find like the hunter like that fun to be. Ooh, sorry. Ooh, center this off just a little bit. The hunter to me, I don't know. I just don't enjoy hunter as much.
At these rallies.
You know, something I think where things become.
He has to eventually meme.
Ask me, can people change? Can Trump supporters change their mind? Can you ever win an argument with a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
And I think you can convince somebody to change ideas. You can have discussions over what people want. You can't have discussions over who people are. And what Trump has done is he's made the MAGA hat a symbol of who he is and who they are. And so you put that thing on, you don't believe in those ideas.
They're oppressed. America hates them. Democrats evil. Yada yada yada.
Advocate Ryan Bussey recently, and he equated the MAGA hat with the AR-15. And so we look at this gun culture we're a part of, and you have discussions of how do we lower these casualties, and you bring up something like assault weapons, and what they've trickily done is they've made the AR-15 a new MAGA hat. So you can't debate whether or not that is something a child should
That's a good way of putting it.
Because now that's become a point of pride and a point of identity, and that to me is something that is really hard to change.
Before they do the same to you.
Let's take a look at some of your interviews from the day former President Trump was arraigned in New York City, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
I don't believe what you're seeing is justice.
You don't believe in the grand jury process?
I don't believe if this was a civilian, it would.
I mean, he is a civilian. He's a person, but New York address. So he shouldn't go through the grand jury process.
I believe it should be dismissed.
Because
I'm going by a general gut feeling.
The way I see it is, the government is stepping over their bounds and doing what they're doing indicting Donald Trump. This stuff happens all the time.
what stuff? Paid off a porn star and then finding business records?
I mean, come on, it's his own money for one thing.
And out of all the cases up against Donald Trump, this is probably the weakest one.
It's probably the weakest one.
Yeah.
So when I watch that and I hear
He got me.
jaw-dropping comments like that, which, by the way, you've done many, many videos that are similar, you seem to think very quickly on your feet. But how do you prepare to kind of dive into those Trump rallies or events where there's going to be a lot of Trump supporters?
Well, there's a zen I have to get into first and foremost. To be prepared to
Meditation
all
or
sorts
something.
of new creative ideas. Medication helps. Intoxication also doesn't hurt. We
But
often
do you
talk
anticipate
about
what you're going to ask
treating
them?
Yeah, we almost call it debate prep. I go out there with certain assumptions. I read the news sources a lot of the folks at these rallies are ingesting. I check out Newsmax, OAN, I go on the Reddit boards. You understand these arguments. We debate prep it. We talk about these arguments. We talk about follow-up questions we have. We look at for logical fallacies, and then we go into the world and engage. And more often than not, the people that you talk to go beyond that first gut reaction to
Healing
follow
riff.
up with that second question. And that's where we find the humor and or the anthropological interest.
Turns out the follow-ups may be what get people sometimes. You've also done a lot of work diving into some of the wildest MAGA conspiracy theories, of which there are many. What has been the wildest thing you've uncovered, or something that's really stuck out to you?
Well, I'm shocked at how often JFK Jr. is invoked as not only somebody who is still alive, but who is now a Republican and potentially in the Oval Office. I think a thing that really scares me, though, is how so many folks in the MAGA movement are unable to let go of the idea that Donald Trump isn't still in power. And not that he won the election. That seems to be commonplace right now. You believe that he won the election. It's more so the number of people who truly believe that he still has power. He's still making decisions. And I think that goes to how much we
I think I need my
conspiracies are true, to the point that we can't even relinquish the idea that Donald Trump doesn't pull the strings anymore. And that's just sort of that's the magic trick he's pulled. It's somebody who's so afraid of loss and admitting any kind of defeat that even the supporters can't admit he doesn't have that power.
Oh, fuck.
You're hosting the Daily Show this upcoming week. I know you've been spending some time out in the field. There's a lot.
I don't really have like a PvP build for a Warlock.
What is the topic you're most excited to delve into that we can all expect as viewers?
Well, I want to delve into what's happening right now. I was at this Tulsa gun show, and we're going to look at why America is obsessed with the AR-15. I was with AOC just the other day talking about a violence prevention program in New York City, and I spent some time with Governor Whitmer, the governor of Michigan, my home state, and we talked about the gun control legislation she passed. We talked about how abortion is an issue that she was able to run on, and sort of the future of Michigan politics and national politics. So, listening to the news of the day, we're going to find some humor in it, but I have a lot of smart, interesting people that we're going to bounce those ideas off of as well.
Look forward to it. Jordan Klepper, thank you so much for joining me
Good
this
job.
morning. Be sure to catch Jordan hosting The Daily Show starting tomorrow through Thursday. You can watch it on Comedy Central and Paramount Plus.
Oh, fuck. All right, good job. Dun 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 dun.
Just call her a cringe Democrat live or whatever and be done with it.
Anna Frills is perhaps the most important orbiter when it comes to drama. Lav, despite her detractors, is intelligent and incisive. Instead of being a star living the life, he's a cuck. Instead of being a charming rascal, he's a cuck.
Bear in mind, he probably doesn't meaningfully care about you. Care about anything except for
somebody can take him down.
Always desperate for this connection to destiny.
A strong start. Fight on.
My name is Connor, and today we're going to be breaking down why everyone backstabs Destiny. I want to talk about why popular streamer Destiny has left a whip.
By the way, I didn't realise. Look at who's that. We'll get the feelings.
Even in our negative interactions, Twitter files applied as ultimately didn't go scorched earth against them. I think my personal experience can lend insight into the pattern of orbiter, internet friend, and sworn enemy, both by using Destiny's lore and my own personal experience. I was one of the first people to tell
so they all
when
popped.
this holy war against Destiny that this is just the dynamic of the political debate space on Twitch and YouTube politics, and when you enter the arena, you risk getting your ass digitally stomped. But I think understanding that logically and experiencing it personally are two completely different things. So for context, Destiny is a large political debate streamer who is happy to speak with smaller creators in one-on-one debates or panels, and he is best known for being an absolute monster rhetorician. Even in debates where people want him to lose, he performs relatively well because he can typically ground his arguments, build a logic chain, control the flow of conversation, and return the strong points in his argument while being tenacious with the weaker points.
I thought he was still down there.
As a viewer, it's viscerally enjoyable to watch him take down people you dislike, and it's weirdly even more fun when he fights a perspective you agree with. Destiny often comes up with arguments or rhetorical strategies that disarm his opponents, which forces you either to shore up your perspective in your head logically or rhetorically. This has earned Destiny a cult following, with him playing video games without talking to anyone, to a few thousand people waiting. But when he is fighting a popular
somebody take him
opponent
down.
on a fair,
There we go.
his streams will climb to 15,000 plus live viewers, and the videos of the debates posted to YouTube will get hundreds of thousands of views. Destiny also has a humble origin story, being the smart-ass black sheep nerd of his conservative home, emotionally neglected as a teenager, a minimum wage cage slave who found his talent for gaming and shit-talking and leveraged that into a decades-long multi-million-dollar career. For people who are underemployed, underappreciated, and who view themselves as intelligent, he is the perfect cult hero for their secret desires and ambitions. Not just that, but he has a rock and roll lifestyle. As an atheist nihilist hedonist, Destiny is married to a beautiful Swedish streamer with whom he has an open marriage. While many people call him a cuck for allowing his wife to sleep with other men, he is often chastised by his wife, friends, and exes for being a sex fiend who has a black book of female friends willing to hook up with him publicly or even carry on private relationships on the hush-hush. So regardless of personal drama, aggressive debates, or personal conduct, Destiny will likely always be attracted to people who want to compete at the highest levels of internet debate.
Got him.
Will likely have a fandom as long as he has a functional brain. Which brings us to the dynamics of orbiting. Destiny has a built-in audience of tens of thousands of live viewers and a few 100,000 fans and anti-fans, which means if you start debating him regularly, you will benefit in a variety of ways. 1. Destiny is an intelligent person with a lot of clout, so if you perform well, you will automatically be taken more seriously. 2. Destiny has fans who need someone to watch when he isn't live, so if you say something interesting or cool that clicks with a fan, they might follow your digital career and watch your stream or YouTube videos. 3. Destiny has a horde of anti-fans, so if you disagree with Destiny, even if you don't acquit yourself well, some of his haters will follow and support you as a reaction against Destiny. 4. It is exciting to be taken seriously by someone who is already successful in a niche career that is difficult to do, so you'll get an ego boost. 5. It is even more exciting if you get a bump in viewership because you acquit yourself well and are viewed as an up-and-comer who one day could be the size, relevance, and strength.
I thought he was there. That's my fault. I was paying
6.
attention.
Other people have been down this path before, and as a result of their interactions with Destiny, they leverage that name recognition into more and more relationships, resulting in a career as a streamer, a highly desirable job in our digital and parasocial age. Imagine waking up when you want to, working out, eating breakfast, firing up your web camera, and hundreds or thousands of people tune in to see what you have to say. And not just that, but just by arguing your passions in life, you can become a millionaire. You don't have to work a day job anymore, all your financial anxieties disappear, and your social and sexual opportunities explode.
Muted. Okay. Sorry, I didn't realise. I had to mute because I needed to use this nasal spray.
No regrets on that one. Well fought.
They didn't sound very
This
nice.
one has Firefly on it, right? Yeah.
No.
As deep or as shallow as you choose them to be. This is a fantasy for most people, and Destiny already lives that fantasy. And you, the parasocial internet schizoid, can be in a room with him. If you hate him, you can yell at him. And if you love him, you can back him up in a debate. Or if you're ambitious, you can leverage that connection into a
Damn,
career.
37.
This is the attraction
Jesus.
for Destiny orbiters. Now, the main relationships that have blown up or imploded on stream that I'm aware of are Bad Bunny, Mike from PA, Hassan Piker, Trihex, Fosh, Booksmarts, Anna Frills, Lavloon, and Mr. Girl. I think I can summarize these relationships quickly and then show you what they share in common, as well as how I experienced my own.
Bro, Orbiters making videos about Orbiters using the Casabas. I've a surprising amount of requests to watch this video. And, you know.
It's actually good. Connor did a good job with this video, actually.
So here we are. But yeah, I don't know. This is exactly the kind of thing Counterpoints would do.
Oh, negative interaction. Bad Bunny was a reactionary streamer, most known for yelling at her chat for not giving her money and for saying that she found black bisexual men gross. Destiny and her had a sexual relationship, largely because
she was
Destiny
at least
attracted
honest
to how
about
we-
it. I'll give her that much.
Counterpoints that leaked the Lawrence Southern rumor, but that is just a rumor. 3 Pinocchios on that one.
And she
Three
was, and he tried to
Pinocchios.
push her on her reactionary, knee-jerk, anti-social
Really?
justice warrior takes.
Wait, Counterpoints was the... Well, all right, Chud said that was the, that's the rumor. I don't know, man. If it's coming from Chud's community is surprisingly kind of plugged in. Believe it or not.
Likely because of her relationship with Destiny, along with the fact
Well,
that
technically, I guess you could say I leaked the rumor and Counterpoints confirmed the leaked rumor, but I'm told that it's 3 Pinocchios anyway, so we'll move
she
on.
received for using slurs and having racist views live streamed to the world, Bad Bunny became a rabid progressive leftist, pretty much reversing every single one of her previous takes and becoming an ardent anti-moderate. This has earned her a niche in what many people would describe as woke-skulled progressive Twitch politics. Destiny and her falling out was partially because of interpersonal shit-talking, but also because Destiny was insufficiently extreme in his leftism, making him a weak, wussy, moderate liberal. They have often swiped at each other on Twitter and streams, but Bad Bunny has disengaged with Destiny because of the visceral disagreements, along with DGG, Destiny's community, being mean to her in Twitch chat, Reddit, and Twitter. Mike from PA was raised by Republican parents and ran for a local seat, claiming he worked as a lawyer as part of his qualifications despite not passing the bar. He was sanctioned for that mistake, but took his electoral experience and used his academic background as leverage to pick fights with Destiny and try to outflank him from an even more left perspective.
And Vosh too,
Despite being
apparently.
uncharitable, unlikable, and rude, the metrics were through the roof for these conversations. This was largely because neither one of them backed down. I genuinely dislike Mike from PA so much, I don't even know if he had good points, and if it was just my bias making me like Destiny more. Either way, after a certain point, Destiny openly said he would stop engaging with Mike because it was boosting Mike's profile. He was in bad faith.
One of Mike's biggest problems is just how smug he is about stuff, and it's come back to bite him a couple of times. Like, he was extremely smug about the idea that Bernie Sanders was going to win the 2020 Democratic primary, which obviously
did not happen.
Didn't, well. Oh. it's a bit of an awkward topic, isn't it? For Mike, at least. But he was like sucking him, going, "Oh yeah," and he was laughing at Destiny for saying it was going to be Biden and all this stuff. And then obviously, what came to pass, and he ended up looking kind of dumb, and he had to cope super hard about the fact that he'd been so smug about acting like Bernie was going to win.
Oh, okay. I have no clan invites. That's actually pretty
Play the
sad.
chair punch. I don't want to play the chair punch. There was a video I was going to watch a couple of weeks ago. It was like that story, but I never got around to it. But
Bader. And he was such a smarmy, unlikable douche, it wasn't worth it.
the clip in question. Okay, here we go.
Who I want or who's gonna win?
Who do you think is gonna win?
Fuck.
Whole worlds of knowledge were lost in the fires of
I think Biden.
Gun pointed to your head, you have to pick one.
Who I want or who's gonna win? Who do you think?
Mike's eating those words now.
Fuck.
Oh, it's so awkward to look back on now, isn't it?
What an idiot! What a stupid fuckhead! What a moron! What a dipshit! Good one! Hey, and you can't say he wasn't informed, because 2 months ago I told him for 3 hours why Bernie was gonna beat Biden. So, it's not like he hadn't heard the arguments, he just has bad judgment. One more time.
Bernie was always, like, you know, a longer shot than Biden at the very least. Like, why would you act so smug about this? Like, it's just so crazy. The ego is like out of control to have this level of like smug condescension about an outcome that is like less likely, you know?
The people in the back.
I think Biden.
The suit as well, the suit.
Does anyone have, can anyone have like, okay, hold on. We need some Curb Your Enthusiasm music. Hold on. We're gonna do this one more time. We're gonna make this a clip.
Something like that.
Who I want or who's gonna win?
Who do you think?
I'm gonna make this a clip.
Also, like, I forget when that actually happened too. I think the polls at that point had, I don't know. I don't think Biden was. I don't know if Biden was down, but I think he was like in it too. And after this debate, his poll numbers went up. Bernie was still up there, but the problem is Bernie's not Democrat. That's a point against him for a lot of Democrats, especially people more in the center or who are more moderate than that, but who generally agree with his policies. Another thing too is like Democratic voters like deeply care about is electability versus like a Republican too. They just did not think that Bernie could win in the general against Donald Trump or whoever the Republican is at that point. I forget if it was like if Trump was ahead at that point, but that's just a fact.
Well, that bit is true. It did become a clip. Let's put it that way.
A major blow-up in the wake of that decision was Destiny looking up Mike from PA's electoral attempt and revealing his personal information. Mike and some of his orbiters accused Destiny of doxing, despite the fact that Mike used his public knowledge accolade and linked his social media to other social media with his full name and location. Ultimately, the accusers and Mike had to tuck their tails between their legs and walk away. Destiny cut his debate chops debating right-wingers and making them look foolish, so it was only natural that he attracted a left-leaning audience. Destiny will likely always have a liberal and progressive following because of his personal politics and lifestyle, but he also attracted leftist fans. Leftists being definitionally separate from left-wingers in that the term leftist only refers to socialists and communists. Destiny played nice with this community for a while, but whenever he punched left, he would enrage a healthy chunk of his audience. There are two people who attracted and drew away the hard left members of Destiny's audience, the first one being Hasan Piker. Hasan is currently the largest political streamer in the Western world, and he started as a Destiny orbiter. Hasan already had some credentials as a Young Turks pundit, making early viral YouTube content for them. That being said, he wanted to branch out into an independent venture. Hasan and Destiny bonded at first, with Destiny propping up Hasan's channel, consulting on tech support, and hanging out in real life. They routinely referred to each other as friends, but this wasn't to last. First, Destiny and Hasan had a debate over whether or not Kamala Harris was a police officer and a moral monster. Destiny mauled Hasan, leading to bad blood. Secondly, Hasan confronted Destiny on a panel over his
Zone A lost. Enemy has advantage.
That was a debate? I don't think Kamala...
You captured Zone C. You have
It's just like a kind of Democrat politician or whatever, right? I don't think that she's like some monster. Why do you even argue?
Oh, he got me.
Just call her a cringe Democrat liberal, whatever.
Damn it,
and
fish her
run
up.
with it.
Good job, good job, good job. Oh my god, look at...
This, yeah, but this before she was VP, yeah. Yeah, she was like some sort of FBI thing or something. Yeah. I remember everyone making a big deal out of her being a terrible person.
We traded, fuck. I would've got him.
Kamala Harris.
Dude, this is good. I'm liking this gun a lot.
Well, we've got this problem in the UK where Keir Starmer used to work for the like if you've got a history in the legal situation and you become a politician, your history of legal decisions gets scrutinised often in very unfair ways to criticise you. You know, I think it's quite a common theme that you see. When the reality is, I mean, obviously you can have some people that are just shitheads and do shit things. But when you operate in the legal system, you're going to do things that are good and things that are bad, and it's a nuanced perspective on, you know, doing the best that you can with the circumstances that you're given, because sometimes it is complicated and messy. But then afterwards, everyone just looks at it and goes, "Oh, you didn't prosecute this case. You basically love rape.
Zone C lost.
You basically love rape because you didn't prosecute this one case." And it's like, yeah, but you couldn't prosecute it with X, Y, and Z reason, something like that, you know.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Private use of the N-word and added to a dogpile. This led to an interpersonal blowout and Hassan reaching out to the creator Trihex. Trihex, a black creator and podcast partner with Destiny, was confronted by Hassan and grilled for his tolerance of Destiny's alleged racism. Trihex and Destiny had an emotional stream where Trihex tried to go over the principles of the matter, but one thing about Destiny is when he believes he's correct, he doesn't back down from the fight, and emotional leverage makes him double down even harder. Since that time, Trihex and Destiny have mended their
It's so funny to see him without a beard here. I'm literally shaving my beard. Fuck that.
relationship, but they don't collaborate anymore, and the bridge is solidly burnt between Destiny and Hassan. Vosh is a talented leftist debater who came up in Destiny's community. Vosh uses consequentialist political motivations to guide his rhetoric, leading to logical issues that conflict with real-world and moral processes. This led to debate blow-ups over the Kyle Rittenhouse shooting and how leftists spend their money, in which Destiny aggressively pursued Vosh on contradictions, logical gaps, and hypocrisy, despite their friendly peer relationship. Destiny's aggression soured that relationship, and Vosh swore off engaging. Vosh's community calls Destiny an aggressive, socially retarded debate bro with a hate boner, and Destiny's community calls Vosh a consequentialist, lost in the sauce dork who can't back his arguments. They mock Vosh viciously, stating that he withdrew from the debate scene over being publicly embarrassed by Destiny repeatedly. Which brings us to Booksmarts. Towards the end of the fallout with Vosh, I heard someone whispering in Destiny's ear while he was engaging with debate opponents. This voice would either rephrase Destiny's arguments live or would do after-action reporting.
Remember when Vosh said that Rittenhouse should have shot them in the legs like a Marvel movie?
Yes, I do actually remember that. That was so bad.
Like, shooting someone is like VATS in Fallout.
And the thing is, too, I remember that stream very distinctly. I remember everyone was just looking at him. And this is a guy who knows guns, too. He's not like a gun nut, but he had to, like, know better. Nice. That was like so funny.
You go, right, shoot their gun out of their hand.
5 minutes.
The other thing as well is, even if you could shoot someone, you know, in a limb, that can still be like exceptionally dangerous. They can still die because you have a blood artery, whatever. I don't know. Just
oh shit!
Even if you do it, you know, you need to do it in a way where you guarantee to miss whatever artery.
I mean, we're ahead by a lot.
Yeah, I don't know how it works, but yeah, if you hit a certain part of the thing, yeah.
Oh fuck!
Shooting someone is always bad.
Advantage.
Yes, true. So
Reports with Destiny breaking down miscommunications, heated moments, and phrasing. This advisor's name was Booksmarts, a gentleman who advised high-level college students on how to write academic papers for a fee. Booksmarts sold himself as an excellent communicator. and started doing
advise is a very loose term.
And seemed to earnestly want to improve communication in the space. The problem, though, is that his mission is at cross paths with the Twitch and YouTube political debate space. Twitch and YouTube politics is not about talking about high-level ideas, forming understanding, building consensus, and moving productively forward. It's about ideological gladiators entering the fray and beating the shit out of their opponents rhetorically to the cheers and donations of bloodthirsty fans. This was a battleground for not just ideas, but
oh fuck.
Improving communication would disrupt the conflict, and so Booksmart's purpose in the space was ignored, and Destiny became frustrated by rhetorical advice because it changed his language while his opponents were free to be as uncharitable and hyperbolic as they pleased. Booksmarts became openly frustrated.
yeah, I never really followed the Booksmarts Destiny stuff over.
They're fine. They were literally just talking like a while ago. Good hand cannon.
But I'm pretty sure that Destiny did listen to Booksmarts for a while, didn't he? Destiny did try and take him on board what he said, but then
and this battle is yours.
Yeah, then he sort of changed his mind on it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure they're chill at the moment.
With Twitch and YouTube politics, basically deriding it all as pointless and terrible conversations he had to suffer through for donation money, and his unhappiness spread until he drunkenly criticized Destiny. Booksmart said that Destiny hadn't had good content in years.
Yeah, I mean, listen, obviously, look, to be clear, I am, like, friendly with Booksmarts. I'm not, like, against the guy or anything. But he was able to just, out of nowhere, just set himself up as, like, well, I'm the debate guy. I can tell you about the rhetoric and stuff like that. And it's like...
Which I never got. It was always entertaining to watch him, like, review this stuff. It was just, like, funny, like, where he derived his authority from.
And I say that as someone that likes Booksmarts and is looking forward to seeing them at TwitchCon this year. But yeah.
It's not really.
I'm a debate coach, and here's my advice to you. Find every opportunity you possibly can to call your opponent a pedophile. That's my debate coach advice. Any questions?
Your wall around those zones.
And his current work was unwatchable. Destiny confronted Booksmarts on stream about these statements and left no room for grace or for Booksmarts to apologize. Not only that, but he forced Booksmarts to back his argument that Destiny was rightfully banned off of Twitter and should remain so. While this didn't destroy their relationship, it was clear that Booksmarts fell out of his advisory role, and with that disenchantment, he has largely closed up shop in orbiting since. Anna Frills is perhaps the most important orbiter when it comes to drama.
Is this the dusty ass panel?
Psychologist in training, Anna would come on to debate panels and 1v1 debates, and her pet subject was a dark triad, a personality theory on psychopathy. Destiny gravitated to her quickly, and they had a brief sexual liaison before Destiny traveled to Europe with Melina. What followed next was a years-long public and private battle that has landed Destiny with harsh criticism from even his closest friends. Anna, because of her private communications with Destiny, formed a very strong attachment. Destiny had a less strong attachment. After their liaison, Anna reached out to Destiny in an aggressive way, which Destiny and some of his friends read as her trying to usurp Destiny's wife, Melina. Anna began presumptively direct messaging Destiny about his psychology, whether or not he was a sociopath, and whether or not his poor relationships with family, friends, his wife, his orbiters, and peers was related to his high scores related to the Dark Triad. Destiny pulled further and further away, becoming detached, cold, and verbally barbed, which Anna used as further evidence of his sociopathy.
How's this different from this?
Said, Destiny would cool
Same
and
thing.
thaw with their communications, leading to a hit-or-miss relationship that became the focus of days' worth of
Wait, I'm just realizing something.
It's the bright dust. Yeah, I don't...
Was there a comment about this as well? Yeah, this is it here, look. This man elucidated everything Mr. Girl danced around in less than 30 minutes and it didn't take 6 months. Yeah, this is kind of like a potted version of the Mr. Girl article, but, you know, in a video format and in very short time.
Content speculating about Anna's professional credentials, her mental health, her own perceptions of their relationship, and Destiny's promiscuous lifestyle. Orbiters and friends would critique Destiny's continued engagement with Anna, to which Destiny responded he would leave Anna alone for months at a time, but if anyone in her chat, her community, or his community brought up Destiny, she would feel the need to relitigate their relationship and her personal and professional standing.
There's Frogan. Frogan's not in the debate scene anymore.
Was recently exposed as active by an article written by Mr. Girl, a former Orbiter and very harsh critic of Destiny.
Haas is there.
This has resulted in public and private criticism.
Shit, I'm trying to remember. Anna, Frogan, I forget her name. She still streams too. I don't know who this is. Stardust, don't know who this is. This is Haas, one of Zerka's pals. I forget him. That's Zerka right there. He doesn't stream anymore. He'll come in like every once in a while too. Yeah, I was trying to do a debate panel, but he quit doing it because he realized like how fucking difficult it is. But yeah, you can see like how many people like are still doing it, like, and who still stream regularly. Very.
Everyone not involved.
It's so nuts, man.
At this point, Destiny could look back on his personal and professional life and see a decade of fractious relationships, public blowouts, and lost friendships. Destiny also publicly admitted that it was very easy for him to turn on and off his emotions when it came to his friends and Orbiters, likely resulting in his callous dismissal of these lost relationships. This is a talent and an asset in the Twitch and YouTube political scene where every relationship is cutthroat and any debate might be your...
The Contra video. What Contra video?
The last time interacting with him. But Destiny admitted to himself and publicly that maybe he was part of the problem. Enter Mr. Girl.
Stays together.
Mr. Girl is a talented hip-hop artist and provocative commentator best known for his song I Kill Pedophiles and his movie review of Cuties. Cuties was a French coming-of-age film about preteen girls struggling with operating in an adult world. Mr. Girl controversially admitted that the film...
I gotta be honest with you. I mean, I think Counterpoints is doing a good job of kind of being quite level-headed and, you know, fair to all sides. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this was incredibly level-headed, like video.
Pretty fair enough. I don't know. Classic centrist. True. Counterpoints is the fucking pinnacle of centrism. That's true. He's glazing. Yeah, some of the stuff he said about Destiny is glazing, sure. But then he's saying,
Son of a bitch! I thought I had my melee.
Film creates a cognitive dissonance in which they try to portray the young girls as attractive, and he admitted that the film accomplished that goal. This was an internet...
Are you on good terms with Max? What do you think?
At flash pan moment where he received heaps of attention for all the wrong reasons, taking the better part of a year to die down. Mr. Girl, ever the confessional provocateur, has a habit of wanting to be transparent with his thoughts and emotions, regardless of how distasteful they are.
A little bit too much.
And he seems to relish his critics and opponents screaming at him, but not fully knowing.
Mr. Girl just controlled opposition. Counterpoints to me.
Did at least like take the guy out? Yeah.
Like what is it? There was something recent Twitter file stuff. I don't know. I've seen him on Twitter criticizing him. I've seen him speak to Destiny and criticize. Mr. Girl has obviously got perspective.
I went right in there.
It's not me doing it in the way that I want, but it's not good enough.
Why they are doing that. Destiny was attracted to Mr. Girl's frankness and his willingness to be open about his darkest and most controversial thoughts. Mr. Girl's toxic reputation from the Cuties review and his provocative speech pattern and choice of subjects made him almost untouchable to anybody else. Destiny was willing and able to reach down and...
Oh, by the way, I know that tomfoolery debated Lav or something. I don't really care about the debate, but I've got a little extra slice of content off the back of it. And it's extreme dad arguing with tomfoolery about Lav. I've got to give that a go.
Fuck, I thought I had like another shot in my shotgun.
The rest of the internet was not willing to give. Destiny confided personal issues to Mr. Girl, trying to bring him in as a confidant. Destiny openly stated he was prepared for, out of an abundance of caution, for Mr. Girl to betray his trust, but also doubted it would happen because of how much of a professional risk he took in their friendship. Simultaneous to this, Lavloon, also known as Steamoid, became a frequent guest on Destiny's stream. Destiny and Lav had a brief sexual liaison and friendship, but it seemed she was also interested in becoming a streamer. Lavloon, at the time, has a similar
this guy, dude.
to engage in provocative thought experiments and ideas, but from her conversations, while intelligent, it's clear she's not used to the debate format. In Twitch and YouTube politics, there's a de facto pattern of speech. You present an argument, people attack your argument, and as a rhetorician, you present your sub-arguments that support your original.
Oh my god, who cares about this rhetorician? Who fucking cares, man? The rhetorician shit, come on. Why is someone put this in my Discord? What is this? Why is she crying in this?
If you successfully defend your thesis and sub-arguments, people will often applaud your performance
There you go.
regardless of how aggressive or ugly the conversation gets.
Yeah, this is all well and good, but you fail to take into account you can just call your opponent a child molester and be done with it. There we go, job done.
However, if you present a thesis and that thesis gets ripped to shreds, and then you move to your sub-arguments and those get ripped to shreds, you will be endlessly hounded and derided as a moron, even if you're factually correct. Because even if you are correct based on the material world or later revealed facts, you were unprepared for the conversation, you were unable to back your perspectives, and you rhetorically fell apart under pressure. While this isn't a fair system in that it doesn't always reveal truth, it is a fair system in that if you're a good performer, you will research, back your claims, argue them confidently, and often win approval from the audience. If you're a mediocre performer...
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's trying to... Counterpoint's just trying hard to do like an unbiased thing, right? So he's not going to shit on Lav super hard. So don't, you know, I'm sure, given half a chance, he'd love to just go absolutely hog wild on Lav, but he's not going to. I'm just taking it all in.
Alright, he's just some dude.
Much to say. I'm just gonna chip in every now and then and just remind everyone.
Oh, he's got golden gun. Shit, I thought he was holding Jotun.
That mainly involve completely slandering your opponent. That's what I'm going to do.
Performer, you will hit and miss, and if you're someone who doesn't understand this dynamic, you will repeatedly get...
The only issue with the video is this bit. I don't think Mr. Gunn and Lav were hated because he didn't follow the approved rhetorical flow. It's because they were obnoxious and inserted themselves to every conversation and made it center on them. I mean, yeah, sure.
Your shit kicked in. Lav, despite her detractors, is intelligent and incisive, meaning that she can consume and digest complex information and come up with interesting insights. What she is not good at doing is staking out her primary claim, identifying her sub-arguments, and then forcefully arguing them. This puts her in a very weird position where the audience will cheer for her when she is saying the correct thing and viciously shred her when she isn't. Destiny's public falling out with Mr. Girl and Lav had much to do with him bringing them into contentious debates, and from Mr. Girl and Lav's perspective, setting them up for failure. Lav pointed out the dynamic of Mr. Girl that Destiny is rhetorically gladiating, holds the fight in his favor through sheer size, platform, and rabid audience, and also holds...
Could you devil's advocate or steelman where someone thinks Lav is intelligent? I can't do it. I literally can't do it. Counterpoint is a Lav said. Is he? I didn't know, honestly. I think he's just trying to do the, everyone's got good points, guys. I don't know.
Good job. Finish him. Oh my god. You know what I didn't realize? This entire time, I'm like in almost an hour into the stream.
From which he profits. Not only
there's
that,
like no gameplay on
lines by being flirtatious with nearly every woman in orbit and exchanging sexual communications with anyone willing. This gladiatorial dynamic, despite being popular, can have devastating social effects on the participants. Some have gone into depressive episodes or about suicide because of the public humiliation and harassment that can result.
I want a pizza.
It gets even messier because Destiny spends few hours outside of his stream, leads a very public life, and has pursued friendships and sexual relationships with orbiters. A significant amount of time spent on stream is spent arguing with other parties, and Destiny does not pull punches when it comes to arguments, regardless of friendly or romantic relationships. When you see Vosh trying to slow down Destiny during the moving debate, or Trihex being obviously hurt over the N-word saga, or Anna crying because Destiny won't acknowledge their sexual relationship publicly, this does nothing to shift Destiny's positions. Now for the crowd, this is what they love about Destiny, because he's a truth teller, a sharp, objective, analytical brain that won't be swayed by emotion. But for the orbiting admirer of Destiny who's being
the Jotun
in a debate, it sours everything that made him attractive in the first place. Destiny's willingness to speak with smaller creators isn't a ladder to climb. It's a way for Destiny to attract vulnerable people and to destroy them for a crowd. Destiny being a retail or restaurant worker isn't some humble origin story, but a gutter he should crawl back into. Destiny being neglected by his conservative family isn't something to find empathy for, but something that has turned him into a loner sociopath. Destiny's multi-million-dollar career isn't a grizzled achievement, but a fluke of circumstance. Instead of being a rock star living the life, he's a cuck. Instead of being a charming rascal, he's a sexual predator. His audience isn't a well-built community of intelligent debate bros, but a mob of jeering odds.
PowerPoints is fucking popping off on Destiny. What's going on? Jesus.
Hell-bent on watching
These motherfuckers in Jotun, man. God damn, I'm sick and tired of it.
He can take away. The fantasy of being a well-known and loved streamer evaporates in front of you, and you're left with the humiliation of rhetorical defeat, a dozen of direct messages calling you stupid, and the knowledge in the back of your mind that thousands of people are reveling in your loss in comment sections and Reddit posts.
So this is like a dire fucking...
Now this might seem dramatic, but the truth is, we've seen people take these hits and never recover. Bad Bunny, Mike from PA, Hassan Piker, Vosh, Booksmarts, Anna Frills, Lavloon, and Mr. Girl all have sworn off speaking with Destiny or don't participate a tenth as much in his community as they used to. There are likely dozens or hundreds of other small and medium-sized debaters whose drama wasn't big enough to note, but the pattern is obvious.
There you go.
People are attracted to Destiny on a personal or professional level because of what he can offer them on both levels. They strike up a rapport which the other person values on a personal level. Destiny has a debate or personal disagreement with that person. Destiny does not hold back his aggressive rhetoric or feelings on the issue of their professional or personal relationship. This is positively cheered on by the fans who want their pound of flesh. The Orbiter is stung personally and professionally, and they either lash...
Yeah, because I remember with his Twitter Files debate, it did seem like Counterpoints had his nose like somewhat put out of joint by all of that. Because I remember before that, Counterpoints was like on Destiny stream and talking about meeting up and stuff. Do you remember that? It sounded like Counterpoints wanted to meet with Destiny to go shooting or something, and then I think fairly soon after that, like a month or something after that, this Twitter Files stuff happened, if I remember correctly. But I think as a dynamic, I mean, sure, yeah, this probably happened.
Shout or quietly back away. Destiny community members call that person stupid via direct messages, Twitter, or Reddit. The Orbiter cannot separate out the personal and the professional, what Destiny has said versus what the audience has said, and
No, I don't know. I'm not saying that he's butthurt they didn't meet up. I'm saying that his like, what he's describing here, I think, is probably what he feels happened to him, right? And I remember some stuff that I'm thinking, okay, this must be what he thinks happened to him. Do you see what I mean?
And they hold Destiny personally responsible for the public humiliation and fallout. That person leaves the orbit.
I mean, obviously not to this stage, but then he said at the start of the thing, didn't he? He said, oh, I was thinking about, you know, going nuclear on Destiny or whatever, right?
So, if Destiny is an aggressive debater who participates in gladiatorial matches, tips the fight in his favor, hosts bouts of combat for peers, mixes his professional streaming with his personal relationships, ignores the emotional distress of his opponents, and rips people apart rhetorically for a crowd of sadists, why, when I had a bad debate, did I not take that opportunity to attack Destiny?
There we go, see?
Well, firstly, I'm ethnically Irish, and rhetorical and physical combat is a sport for my people. I kid you not, the family reunions with my mother's side is a drunken, profanity-laced...
Wait, I gotta say, what does that mean? Curious.
Screaming match, where old beefs and politics mix into a grudge match for the entertainment of onlookers. It's legitimately a part of my cultural heritage. 2, I have a life outside of streaming. I think this is particularly hard for up-and-coming streamers who fantasize.
This is actually like very, very true.
For established streamers who know their social standing directly affects how much money.
Not about him. Not about counterpoints being, or counterpoints rather, counterpoints. Counterpoints being like ethnically Irish. That's pretty obvious. No, it's just what he's about to say. I know exactly where he's going with this too. Bro, there's a lot of people who like make their life on the internet, and the internet's all they have. Lav being one of them. It's really sad, to be honest with you.
I got my ass digitally kicked in a debate. I got a few nasty DMs calling me stupid, and I was likely the butt of a few jokes on a subreddit I don't read. But when I looked up from my computer and phone, I have my wife, my kid, a kid on the way, a couple dogs, a house, and a 2-decade-long professional career that I'm proud of. So getting yelled at by the king of progressives...
Yeah, I think this is actually probably an interesting element, is like, if the internet is your life, this is probably why some people find it really fucking hard to engage with this stuff
right now.
because they're just so plugged in they can't possibly unplug. So then they're just, you know, before they know it, they're looking at Reddit posts about themselves and crying. It's like, just don't do that and you'll be fine.
In a sense sucks, but it doesn't change any of the most important aspects of my life. I think a lot of streamers would do well to cultivate relationships and ambitions outside of the online world to maintain a sense of balance and importance.
True.
3. I was able to separate the personal and the professional. Online debates, while perhaps a hobby, can be a job. People make money being alternative media pundits and live very cool lives as a result. I am insanely jealous of Destiny, Vosh, Lauren Southern, and a few other personalities because they get to wake up and talk for a living. That is amazing, and I am insanely envious.
That is a skill set.
Destiny and I entered the Octagon, we fought, I lost, and we exited. There will be more opportunities to fight, not just Destiny, but other creators with whom I want to debate, conversate, or collaborate. If the Destiny bridge burned, that would not be the end of my contribution to Twitch and YouTube politics, and I would press on no matter what, no matter how big of a shadow DGG casts over the space. Destiny, to my knowledge, doesn't hate me as a person, doesn't think I'm retarded. He's just a paid combatant in a free fire zone I entered. I do sympathize with the people who feel scorned, who counted Destiny as either a friend or a lover, because I'm sure that stings more deeply. 4. By default, I hold the audience in contempt. Now, this isn't very nice to the people who watch and enjoy my content, or who don't enjoy debating themselves, but I'm pretty confident in my professional and personal accomplishments, my intelligence, and my command of a variety of subjects. When it comes to people giving me advice on how to fight, how I should phrase things, or an esoteric piece of knowledge that they knew but I didn't, my first question to them will be if they debate publicly. If the answer is no, I will research the factual information provided, but I won't take the rhetorical advice. I'm reminded of the slightly cringe but mostly based quote. It is not the critic who counts.
Least autistic orbiter video. I mean, it's a perfectly fine video. I don't think it's like a bad video. I just am a bit like, I don't know. I don't know why people are so desperate for me to watch this. It's, yeah, it's a fine video. I'm not saying it's bad. I just don't really have much to say. It's a little autistic. I mean, sure, but then we're all on Twitch after all.
True. Oh, yeah, Shax.
Connor is the will of the right. Now, come on. That's a bit unfair. People actually watch Connor's videos.
The crucible beckons, Guardian.
Will
you answer?
Listen, Will's struggling a bit at the moment, okay? He's done some little gay ARG things, AI shit that no one is interested in.
Careful with that.
You don't talk about Destiny for an hour? No, that's tomorrow's stream. Tomorrow we're going to be watching the Destiny Milo debate.
Milo was probably on coke throughout like most of that debate. I think he came in late too.
It's like just, you know, if you wanna engage with Destiny. Bear in mind, he probably doesn't meaningfully care about you or care about anything except for his autism simulator, and you'll be fine. That's it. That's my advice. That's it.
Yeah, that's true.
Not the man who points out how the strongman stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs and comes up short again and again, because there's no effort without error or shortcoming.
This is actually kind of hilarious.
Enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails daring great things, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who knew neither victory or defeat. Teddy Roosevelt.
Alright, chill out with the go, alright? Alright, yo! Stop with the stabbing! Is that allowed? Can I watch that? Is that okay? Twitch, listen, I didn't know it was going to happen, alright? I didn't know it was going to be all swords and blood and shit, Jesus. Yeah, it reminds me of walking down the street on a Saturday night. Although let's just say the race of the people doing the stabbing are not as shown in that video. Let's put it that way.
It's actually really good. Show clip.
So
it's a show clip, right? Yeah.
Rhetoric or speech can be an art and a science. I am sure that there are plenty of people who have boiled down communication into an effective formula they use to manipulate listeners towards a desired end. But
I think this is the big difference between me and Counterpoints. Counterpoints views this in a lot more of a serious way than I do, I think. I think counterpoints. I think, well, based on what I've heard him say about stuff, I think he takes issue with my "it's just content" memes. I don't think he likes that. I think he takes it a bit more seriously. Hence this take. He also grooms better. Counterpoints. I mean, obviously he's, you know, got his shit together, hasn't he? I'm just here like this.
The beard is on point for counterpoints. I remember he had the Duck Dynasty beard going for a while too.
Anyway, all right. Listen,
That's good. He looks better cleaned up, you know.
Although, to be fair, I should have got my beard trimmed ages ago. His hairline's better. His beard's better. You know, he's. Wait, why have I put myself in this box to compare myself to fucking counterpoints? What are you doing to me?
Chud is emotionally damaged now. This is where you strike and tear him down.
Although, okay, I'll tell you one difference. Well, I can't say one way or the other with counterpoints, but I can 100% guarantee that I've never shot a black person in anger. Okay, so I can guarantee you that. Although wait, actually, you might want me to have done that, so maybe I shouldn't say that.
I have a different goal that is so much more free to me. I want to say what I think, the way I want to say it, and I want people to consider the content of what I've said, not the delivery. If someone has an issue with the delivery because it's too rude or too verbose, then they can go fuck themselves. They're either too mentally weak to overlook profanity or too stupid to track content for an extended period of time. Either way, not my problem. 7. I encourage streamers, debaters, and people who are considering doing either one of these things.
I think I might have switched to Healing Rift.
One of the great joys of our society is the ability to say what you want with a very low chance of state violence. Bask in that beautiful right as often and as deeply as you can, especially if what you perceive to be true makes other people upset. 8. Finally, I like to keep things in perspective for a mortal life. I served in the military and law enforcement, and many people were killed, injured, psychologically scarred, or trapped in lives not of their choosing. It is a privilege to engage in the luxury of arguing online to the cheers and boos of thousands of people, but ultimately this planet and the galaxy and the universe will forget our rhetorical battles, and they will be deemed trivial moments in a broad, beautiful, and fucked up history. I am good with it. It gives me peace, and it gives me perspective. So in summary, if you don't already know, number 1, Destiny is attractive because he's aggressive and accessible. It's what made him famous in the first place. Just because you are able to gain access and then you receive aggression doesn't mean that the dynamic has changed. You just thought you were special. 2, Destiny mixes the personal and professional. And take...
Yeah, sure. People are almost desperate for the connection to Destiny. But that's it. People will kind of seek it out and unironically, like a lot of other things do. Look at his Steam list, that's all you need to see. Now, I just think that ever since I came online, I've never kind of...
I promise you, I can play better than this shit. He just started shooting, man. I hate that.
Like, it's undoubted that I talk to people who I used to watch back before I became a content creator, you know? It's kind of crazy. The craziest stuff for me is when I end up speaking to people who... I kind of am again now, I guess. I'm a conservative anti-SCW
the helpless electors.
So
I
he's struck.
welcome you, but my forces, they do not.
But yeah, people are really weird. I mean, even at my small stature and size, people can be weird with me. You can tell when someone messages you, and it's like, I don't know what they expect, but they're expecting, like, something from you. And it's just like,
My
dude,
tank is restless. Do what you came for.
I'm just sat here watching a video about Resident Evil. Like, what do you want from me? I'm not, you know, I'm not anything special.
Through an Imperial tank.
You just speak to bots. Me and bots have spoken at the end.
You fight well,
It's
a shame you must pay the price for your commander's pride.
Dude, I can't really hear, I don't know.
Being starstruck by an internet can understand it. I just think that people need to get past that.
Listen, you know, streaming and whatnot, that's like the new thing, man. Those are your new celebrities right there. Yeah, my God, that thing's...
There was one dude once that was like, you know, that was so weird. They spent like a shit ton of money at a period of time, which would feel a bit like on edge. Oh God, what's this? You know, as in like they were like just stream after stream spending hundreds of dollars. It's like, what the fuck? Crazy amount of money spent, like repeatedly. And then there was the MMA, and I was kind of being frantic because obviously those fucking big boy, like, yeah, sure, why not? And then they started being really weird with me. And like, they said like, oh, you should, they said, what was it, you should pay Valentine on the stream, which, you know, is fine, that's not a problem, okay. I was like, oh, okay, thanks for having me, not really interested. You know, politely declined. And then they were like, no, you really should play it, it's going to be really big, and you're going to really benefit from doing it. I was like, and they were like, oh, no, I'll buy it for you, if you want. And then they were like, sorry, can I confirm, are you going to play it on stream or not? And then they started complaining about different stuff. No, I think they wanted to just stream that he would play video game with us. I don't know. So he's not going to play it. It's not really my cup of tea. But I'd imagine there's probably people, I mean, there's going to be people, okay, this is kind of sad, and I hope this isn't like blue in chat, because this is very awkward if it does. But I guarantee you, there's people out there who are watching Destiny who will like, have little fantasies about like, playing video games with him. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Projector. Wait. If I wanted to play a video game with Destiny and talk to him, I could message him and sort that out in a fucking heartbeat. I want you to project it. I could do that if I wanted to. But what I'm saying is there's people that aren't in a position to do that think about doing it, fantasize it.
It takes two to tango, and at this point, all of Destiny's messy relationships and dramas are in the open. It is fun to be friendly with Destiny, and if you're attracted to him, I'm sure he will accept some nude pictures. However, do so at your own risk, and with the full knowledge, your relationship might burn out in a beautiful and horrible spectacle. Number 3, Destiny has empathy, but not sympathy. This is an important distinction. Destiny can often articulate the pain and logic of his opponents, which is empathy. But he does not feel the vicarious pain, which is sympathy. If he can justify aggression, the pain of his opponents is not even a calculation in when he will relent. This can seem cruel.
Wait, describe for a power. I've never played it before, but if it's a chance to play,
And from a Christian lens, it is. But the truth is, he's operating on an almost medieval or pagan moral system. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Something that appeals to the cavemen and women in all of us. Number 4, the crowd does not just cheer, but boos. As a public figure, if you have anything of interest to say, you will not just have friends, but you will have enemies. Having enemies is deeply uncomfortable, but that is something you should meditate on and prepare for.
Do you know I don't want to play Factorio? I've got like less than 0 interest in playing Factorio. How does that even work? You just build a factory together or whatever?
Yeah, you're essentially working while playing a video game.
Which means that the lesson from the above you should learn is 1. Do not engage with Destiny unless you love the sport and combat of rhetorical debate. 2. Pursue things of value and ambitions outside of the online realm to maintain a sense of balance. 3. Separate the personal and the professional. What did Destiny say in a debate versus what is his personal estimation of you as a human being? Also, should you even put that much stock in Destiny and his audience's opinion? Number 4. Hold the audience in contempt if you are a public figure. Do not trust the opinions of men and women who do not do what you want or understand its dynamics. Trust yourself. 5. Enjoy your own style and substance of rhetoric and do it for yourself. 6. Keep things in perspective in your short mortal life. Arguing with internet autists could be a hobby at the worst and a fun and lucrative profession at the best. But do bear in mind your own lack of importance in our massive, beautiful, and fucked up world. So, if you like that rant, like, share, and subscribe. Leave a comment below, share it with some friends, post it on some subreddits, and argue about it. Hey, join the Patreon, join the Discord, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Is that what people wanted to watch it? So I listened to that first. Gay. I mean, if Mr. Girl listened to that and took it to heart, then a lot of the drama probably wouldn't have to do it. How many debate advice for us? Find out if you're going to debate something, find out if one of our family members is currently in the middle of a very traumatizing medical emergency, such as cancer or something similar. And during the debate, bring it up repeatedly to attack your opponent to put them on the back foot.
The one and only Alex Perrine of The Good AP.
That was a good place to end it.
And contributing editor to The New Republic. Dear friend of the show, Alex, thanks so much for coming.
Of course, Emma, hello.
Hello. Big news week. Pretty damn big, huh?
Oh, yeah.
It is.
Oh, yeah.
I was gonna make some really terrible joke there, but I'm just drawing a blank. So yeah, what's been going on? Anything big?
Yeah, I mean, there were some images of, Trump arraigned in the courtroom. Like, what do you make of that? I know that in terms of actual electoral consequences that we'll talk about today, it's probably the least important, oddly enough, the Trump being the first former president to face criminal charges on this front, because we're also going to talk about the Wisconsin Supreme Court, which is massive, what happened in Chicago. I don't even know what this does in terms of moving the needle for the Republican voter. My guess is it does nothing except be neutral or help him. But putting the horse race stuff aside, what was your immediate response to the 34 felony counts being brought against Trump?
To be totally honest, my immediate response was, I'm so glad I'm not in Manhattan today.
Oh my god, the traffic would have been insane downtown.
I'm glad I'm not downtown.
Yeah.
I'm glad I don't have to cover this somehow. The people who showed up to be interviewed are lunatics. But I don't know. It's funny because you can take it as this world historic thing. The indictment of a former president, an unprecedented, big piece of American history. And then on the other hand, it's all kind of regular, right? Because we're just talking about a lot of counts there, but I think despite what some people have sort of argued, he's going up for the sorts of things that people have been tried for in the past, right? People where John Edwards was investigated for this stuff, and it's also pretty normal for a person who has committed a whole bunch of campaign finance violations. Not as normal as they used to be, but it's sometimes they get charged,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, I mean,
so it's
Dinesh D'Souza knows this well, if we're also using other examples. But for John Edwards, that's the thing where I would imagine that Alvin Bragg knows about that John Edwards case and probably has heard about it from the other lawyers working on this many, many times. Is the difference that there's this massive pattern of behavior and the fact that Michael Cohen is spilling all the tea, and they're probably going to be able to get the National Enquirer guy to to speak on it. It must just be that Bragg feels like he can make a stronger case because of the pattern and the fact that the bookkeeping fraud seems to be so brazen, and you have like multiple people who are able to speak on it.
Yeah, I think
Oh my god, look at all these fucking exotics I have.
By no means am I a legal expert, no. But
Right.
I would imagine that like I would imagine they have looked at that Edward compares quite a bit, right? And I think you know there's a sort of difference between being on the record, being like, we need to do these crimes so I can get elected, which like is, you know, there's sort of like a paper trail of you know, people in the orbit being like, we got to do this for the election, and then the Edwards defense was always like, I did, you know, the hush money was for my family. I was paying hush money. I was paying hush money to save my marriage.
Oh yeah, you know, the one he's just like so glowing and openly in love with his wife about, right? He's a family man. That's
he was. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, you know, I think it's again like I think you're right, and it's strange, frankly, but you're right that I don't think electorally this moves the needle much. But we shouldn't use that to completely diminish it, because it is a fact that Donald Trump has spent many years trying to avoid being in the exact position he was in that moment, right?
Yeah.
I think avoiding that was one of his driving impulses for many years.
Right. I mean, I think so too. And it just is interesting to me as well how none of this would have happened, truly, if he didn't run for president. And I don't mean that it's not a political prosecution, that it's a political prosecution like what the Republicans are saying. I mean, look, there's some element to that, right? Alvin Bragg says this is going to put my name in the history books, and there's, of course, some careerist incentives, as there are for any prosecution for the most part. This is just a very unique set of incentives. But the fact that Trump was so sloppy and patchwork in his hush money payments, it shows that he didn't even really think he was going to win, and I think that was well documented in that book Devil's Bargain too, that he really wanted to make a bunch of money. And he was freaked out as he just kept winning. He had to go back and clean up his work and just do these things so sloppily that it ends up in these dozens of counts of potential fraud.
Yeah, and the political part of it is like, well, we elect prosecutors in this country, and congratulations, you've discovered that the law is political. Yes.
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean that reading is, I think, completely spot on, and you know, if anything, it goes to show that if you can, get away with what could probably be called lots of different forms of white-collar crime for a very, very long time, to suddenly be in a position where you're under much more scrutiny because you are about to win a presidential election. You have all of this, you didn't have to be so good at covering your tracks before, just because of the sorry way that we investigate and prosecute fraud and white collar crime in this country. You just didn't have to work that hard to sort of avoid it for many years. But you put a spot, you just absolutely, you're putting a target on your back when you actually start winning elections.
And he handled this like he would any kind of standard rich guy, any kind of standard billionaire who's escaped accountability for a long period of time. All right, just fix it. Go to my fixer. But politicians, no matter how rich they are, understand no, we've got to clean this up in the right way. And he just did not have the people around him to make that case. And it's also just interesting, the sequencing of it, because we don't know when this Georgia other shoe is going to drop in that case. And then you have the grand jury investigation into the hoarded documents. I mean, none of us know what's going to happen, but based on your decades of covering politics and your read on the Republican Party, now we'll return to the horse race. What do you think this is going to do to, and if you had to kind of make a bet, gun to your head right now?
You know, it's funny. I think I think if you are Trump, and this is not to say this is the most logical course of action, but this is the course of action that would make sense according to Trump logic. I think if anything, you're like, I gotta just be president again by any means necessary. I think that's what you're thinking right now. Like if I'm in jeopardy, I have to become president again because then I'm untouchable.
Right.
I'm like, no one, like I'm untouchable as long as I'm in the White House, I'm untouchable. So if anything, that's just like, there are probably still Republicans who are like, you know, he'll be so defeated by all this that he'll like just give up. Or I do think that is still a mindset some of them have, where we don't have to do anything because this will be so bad that he'll either go away or he'll fade from relevance. But you know, he's going to be more determined than ever to be president again, I think. And, you know, I do think that at the same time, Democrats should not allow themselves to be in 2017 mindset where they think everything that happens is good news for Trump, right? Because it will remain the case that like most Republicans will stick with him and stand by him. But like
that is true.
All of this stuff is just like, even no matter what polls say, it's just going to increase that sort of like.
What did Bill Barr say? And he spoke in front. He gave testimony in front of the committee in regards to January 6th, right? And they showed it. But I think it was later on in a Fox interview, says if Trump was a nominee, he would vote for him. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm fucking saying. These motherfuckers would say they'll vote for him because they understand power. They understand like they need to back their guy because they can get something out of the guy. They may not be able to get everything because he's fucking bonkers, but like they'll get like most of it. All those people complaining about like Hillary Clinton, he's not gonna listen to us. He's not gonna listen to us. Look at everything that's happened since Hillary Clinton didn't win in 2016. Look at everything that's happened. Do you think this would have happened when Hillary Clinton was in the White House? No, it wouldn't have. I didn't want fucking Hillary Clinton to win, but I was willing to vote for her because I understood the consequences. Shit, I didn't think it was gonna get like this bad, but goddamn.
Let's get started. Take it easy. Take a look.
Jesus. Was that a New York Knicks watch party?
Fatigue.
I was tempted to stream fucking the Knicks game on like Kick, but I was like, nah, I don't want to do that. We got
among normal people.
Oh my god.
Listen, for those of us that like use this platform, we should actually use it responsibly if we want it to grow. As fun as it is to like watch full movies and copyright material like on these platforms, yeah, do you really want to like get these platforms in trouble where they're gonna have to like kick people off, ban people, maybe sue people, or allow these like people who are who own the actual like intellectual property to sue you directly? You know what I mean? Like, you gotta be responsible, be somewhat responsible when we're using these platforms if you want these platforms to survive, because it's just Twitch and YouTube, man. You got these other smaller sites too, but like they don't have the money to back it up too. And Kick has the money. Now you may not agree with Stake having an ownership interest in Kick, but people don't like Amazon, but they still order from Amazon, and you still stream on Twitch. So I don't know what to tell you. That's just how it is.
Back.
That's why I hope he's the nominee. Like
Yeah, no, absolutely.
There's there's zero or moderates or independents that are moved by the arrest. I mean, moved in his direction.
In his direction, yeah.
Yeah.
Even if they think it's bullshit, people
Show this to you right now.
We don't like. We're just tired of this. We're
This
tired
is a
of
circus.
This. Yeah, we're tired of this circus. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, and that's, in my opinion, why Biden
Decent
kind of
movie,
static,
not bad, but
low
goddamn.
approval ratings relative.
They're gonna make it too.
Relative to how the Democrats performed in the midterms. That's why I think they don't really matter that much, because he's so bland and boring, and there really is, even if people aren't jumping for joy for him, a desire for that in the wake of like all of this chaos, which exhausted people. He might have low approval ratings, but it's more just that people are like, I don't see him around, so I don't really like that. But deep down, they kind of like that he's not in the headlines every day.
Yeah, and I think that we, you know, I think a lot of, you know, people who've been around electoral politics for a while don't really grasp that mood. I think especially among you know, younger people, and I take that to mean people under like 50, who might just be like, you know what, like Biden's not my guy. Like he's just not my guy. But whatever, like better than the alternative, and that's like that's a real thing. And you look at these elections we've been having, and I know we're going to talk about Wisconsin, but I don't think conservatives understand that there may not be excitement, and there may not be like a lot of positive feelings and excitement among the electorate about Joe Biden, but there's a lot of antipathy and hatred of Republicans in the electorate, and that's like they're making it that worse every day, and that's going to be, I think, like the driving factor, almost more than people's love or lack thereof for Uncle Joe.
Exactly. Well, you just mentioned Wisconsin, so let's talk about that here. So, incredibly consequential victory in Wisconsin, with the Supreme Court flipping to liberal for the first time since 2008. Scott Walker had a take.
If I remember correctly, didn't Alex Perrine have a podcast with like Matt Taibbi, like way back in the day? Didn't he though? I don't know.
From, I don't know, his gold-plated dungeon paid for by the Koch brothers. It's like, people forget that there have been many governors who were crowned as the next Republican nominee, who had a lot of cash behind them. Talking about you, DeSantis, who ended up just like flaming out because they don't have it.
Bobby Jindal.
Yup. I mean, Jeb Bush from Florida.
Chris Christie.
Right. Walker is the OG, though. I mean, it's like people, for some reason, especially because there's a good parallel to draw, honestly, with DeSantis right now, because DeSantis is doing all the things that the Republican Party nationally thinks is like energizing. He's just tripling down on culture war stuff. When Walker was in office, he was the godfather of the Tea Party politics, of right to work, of gerrymandering, and like that ended up helping the Republicans a lot. But that was the thrust of where the party really wanted to go at that moment. And right now they're just lost in the culture war sauce. But here's what Scott Walker's take on the results here. Younger voters may be behind the stinging loss for conservatives in Wisconsin this week. I mean, you don't think? In November 18th, 18 to 29-year-old voters in Wisconsin went with the radical candidate by 40 points. Digital ads, student coalitions, none of these will do it. We have to undo years of liberal indoctrination. And here's what I'll say. First of all, I love that he pretends that those are his, these are just like the good faith tactics that his Republican Party engaged in to box out liberal and non-white voters during his time in Wisconsin, when it was just gerrymandering and taking a sledgehammer to unions, which is what did it. But
that's true.
It's liberal indoctrination, Scott Walker, or is it that the youth see no hope for the future under a Republican Party, that they want labor to have more power, that they believe in the right to an abortion, which is probably really what did it in this instance. Like, it just, the contempt for voters astounds me to this day still, that they just they think that
And I just like don't get it too. Like, it really bothers me too. Like, there's like so much evidence out there how like the Republican Party hates their voters. I'm not saying like the Democrat Party is like perfect. It's not. But like, I would argue like the majority of people who are Democrats, they actually care about like their voters, and they want to do things that help their voters too. But like Republicans, bro, they like fucking hate you guys, man. They think you're stupid. And the things that they're doing ultimately hurt you. They hurt like poor and older voters that are Republicans. When they gerrymander the way they do, when they restrict their right to vote and they make it harder to vote, they hurt you in the long run. And they're only helping like their donors, like the big money interests that support that party.
it's all some sort of game of brainwashing, and they're just not doing it the right way, as opposed to no, what you're proposing is horrible.
Well, Walker's conclusion is really funny because he says like, you know, digital ads and stuff like that, that's not going to cut it. And like what we need to do is undo indoctrination, which is okay. How do you propose? I don't know. It seems like a heavy lift. Undoing years of indoctrination, if that's the problem. You know, we're seeing something. This has been evident in the numbers for years now. That is, as far as I know, unprecedented in like the Anglosphere politics, specifically in the U.S. and the UK, which is that like a generation of voters not getting more conservative as they enter adulthood and enter middle age.
Right. They're not going down the boomer route.
They're not going down the boomer route. And I think that for a long time, people on the right sort of assumed that what would happen is that everyone would grow up and turn right-wing, just because they just thought that was a law of nature. And as that has not happened, it has intensified this sort of war on the young that defines a lot of conservative politics, which is funny because then it becomes this really sort of clear feedback loop, right? Like a lot of conservative politics is sort of open warfare on the priorities and rights of young people. And then out of the other side of their mountain, the young hate us because of left-wing professors. It's like that's what they're, you know, like they organize their politics around, you know, completely stymieing anything young people want, and then blaming indoctrination for the fact they're hating.
Bradley, actually, because it's funny you mentioned that, because I was just looking at that graph again, and I'm reminded with that Arizona figure being so huge.
Yeah.
This is, I guess, a Brookings graph. That Arizona margin being so massive for young voters in terms of the biggest for Senate elections, I guess, it last year. That is an immense failure on behalf of the whole indoctrination industrial complex, led by someone called Charlie Kirk, whose whole damn philosophy is about going to college campuses and convincing kids that the conservative agenda is correct, and he gets a boatload of money to do it. And Arizona was his ground zero. Arizona was the place where he was putting most of his focus and I believe money
nothing
for
worked.
Kari Lake and such. And literally, it's like it is almost as if his efforts made it worse.
Yeah, like, yes, yeah.
But he'll still get a boatload of money from Republican donors because they will buy into the premise that Scott Walker is laying out there, that all you need is just a little bit more indoctrination on our side, and then young voters will be convinced that we should gut Medicare and also that trans people are demonic.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's the no, it's the children who are wrong campaign. It speaks to, again, how I think easy the grift is on the right. Like you can get a lot of money from old rich people by saying, I will go to college campuses and defeat liberal indoctrination, and you show no results. And there's something there have been people on the right who have been trying for years to sound alarm bells about how they're losing a generation of voters. And like Trump set that back years by winning, essentially, right? Like it was the same as the famous like RNC post-mortem or whatever. The Trump victory just like allowed so many people in the Republican Party to be like, no, what we're doing is working, and
it wasn't working.
They don't have another strategy beyond Charlie Kirk. Like I don't know what their plan
Well,
is.
here I didn't even realize this, but thank you to PGH Pete for pointing this out. Put this tweet back up because right beneath it, I did not even realize this. This is Scott Walker launching his own thing. So he's here. Scroll down here. That is why I am leading a new effort at YAF to counter the impact of radicals on campus.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like okay, great. So this is just all part of your grip. He's just doing the Charlie Kirk thing, except he just might have a Young America's Foundation to inspire students to become bold advocates for freedom on campus, and their head photo has Ben Shapiro, Scott Walker, Matt Walsh, etc. Like, this is just their version of the Charlie Kirk grift.
Where that Matt Walsh video we watched yesterday, Emma, where that trans person
confronted him?
That's a YAF. Okay.
There we go. So again, I mean, honestly, this is a way for them to make money, and also, and there's going to be a bunch of old billionaire or multi-millionaire donors who are like, yes, like we just need to teach the kids about hard work. Here's $3 million, Scott Walker.
If you want to talk about how this effort kind of backfires, like one funny way that it does is that what all of these campus right-wing groups kind of do is attract the biggest weirdos on campus.
Yes.
And then the biggest weirdos on campus go on to work in Republican politics and advise people like Ron DeSantis. And I think it's actually starting to be something people notice. There was conventional wisdom for the last few years.
The Republican Party on my college campus, bro, they were fucking weird people, dude. They were like, wow.
When you actually look at like, well, who's being advised by
like the young Democrats on campus, they were just like a bunch of like policy nerds. That's what they were too. But like even the progressives too, like they just deeply cared about the politics and like making a more progressive America. But the Republicans, woo boy, they were, when you say conservative is like making it likely too. And they're trying to get like the fresh and fit guys on board and like guys like Sneeko on board and shit like that too. That's not gonna work, man. Especially for like women, when they're like, when they essentially like think of women as like objects and things like that. You think they're gonna get like women on board? You think they're gonna get people like, which is ironic too, because like the thought leaders in like the conservative movement, like in this country, are like women, like Laura Ingraham, Marjorie Taylor Greene, like Lauren Boebert. Like these are the people who are like leading the charge. It's so strange. Like they have all these different groups inside, but the thing is, like, these guys, like, it doesn't make any sense though.
Your guardians scurry through my tank like vermin. Is this how We need not slaughter every cabal in your army. Do not expect gratitude. Those you leave behind will grow. They will learn. I know stories of fiends who cut at the legs of powerful heroes. My take will not be felled so easily.
We'll get back to Emma and this gentleman here in 1 second.
That want to do unpopular things in American politics. Like maybe it's like every single prominent Republican,
right?
and so they're training. They're like not just training, but they're like identifying the most repellent people under 30, like America's most repellent young people. All of this money is going to identify them and send them right into Republican politics to like ensure that Republican politics remains as off-putting as possible for years to come.
Right, exactly. Let's talk a bit about then Chicago here. So here's
Chicago was a great fucking.
Discussing this online. Can you imagine if New York City had a teachers union as powerful as Chicago?
Oh man, I mean,
wouldn't that be awesome?
It would be, yeah. Like and
I didn't realize like how powerful Chicago's teachers union was until like this election.
To some extent, that would not in Chicago. It required like open political warfare with the establishment, right? And here in New York, obviously, there's a lot of a lot of people in New York are no fans of the teachers unions. Already have more partnership with power than they did in Chicago, where the mayors for many years were like much more open to that war. But yeah, I mean, my God, I'm insanely envious. I'm insanely envious of Chicago right now. Just for that organization and what they're able to do. And, you know, I mean, it's like, it should be a lesson for, I'm just going to say, like, it should be a lesson for urban progressives, right? Like, you know, I'm not going to say this is a lesson for socialists or the left, but if you are an urban progressive, like, yeah, like, get in, like, work with the unions and increase union power and, like, you know, build on it, right? Like, that's how you actually, like, get this, that's how you get these victories.
Yeah.
It's got to go through that, right?
Well, there's a vacuum here in New York compared to Chicago in that there is a very powerful union here in New York. They just got a bunch of raises, actually. They just negotiated a new contract with Eric Adams, and that's the police union. And they're powerful in Chicago, too. But look who won. I mean, it was really a head-to-head matchup between the police union candidate and the Chicago teachers union candidate. And in the wake of just all of this talk about rising crime, Chicago being a hellhole, and we needing to really crack down on crime, and this really spat in the face of that narrative of there being blowback here, but the opposite happened. I think a lot of that had to do with high-profile endorsements, like from Jim Clyburn and from Bernie Sanders. So we spoke to some prospect reporters who were covering on the ground, and a lot of it was the union's endorsements, yes, but also the strategy of door knocking, particularly in Latino-heavy areas, where they turned out for Brandon Johnson in a way that was not that Vallas was not able to keep up with. So it's this combination of embracing teachers' unions, union support, frankly eschewing narratives about crime that are trying to be imposed on them from the National Democratic Party and making it a more holistic approach about uplifting economic prosperity within the city more broadly, and good old-fashioned leather shoe door-knocking politics, which, I mean, that combo brought him seemingly over the top, John.
Yeah, and that's right, and I think it does. I think you could see in some of the post-election coverage how blindsided the establishment was that the crime narrative was not the only thing that divided voters, right? Like I think that they just didn't. There were a lot of pre-date takes that were before the election that were like this is all about what happens when you don't take crime. Lori Lightfoot was lost because of public safety, and when you come down to the people who live in, and then you can look at the electoral map in Chicago, and it'll be a pretty clear. The neighborhoods with the most reported crime were not the neighborhoods that were persuaded by Vallas's message, right? And I think we understand why the sort of cop union affiliated figure was not that popular in neighborhoods with a lot of safety issues.
That's true.
And that reason is.
I'm just letting them talk. They know exactly what they're talking about.
But when if you just put it as like if you don't take
that's not gonna happen anytime soon.
On the like soft on crime, you don't take the bait on the soft on crime narrative. Mm-hmm. And then if you have a contest between the cop union and the teachers union. This is something perhaps a lot of politicians don't understand because they're the sort of freaks that hate teachers. But a lot of people, normal people, are like, oh, you know what? Like, the teachers are less frightening and more nice to me. So I like their person a little bit better.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, exactly right.
He's not wrong about that, too.
The demonization of teachers. I mean, and they were doing it.
A lot of people, I'm going to be very honest with you, outside, like, the cringe, like, TikTok shit that you see from like some people that post it, which generally I've noticed is actually like a lot of out of context when I look more into it too. There's a higher favorability with like teachers too, because the reality is you need teachers because not everybody can homeschool, okay, and nor does anyone really want to homeschool either. The majority of people, only like hardcore conservatives that have money want to homeschool. And I've met a lot of homeschool kids too. They do not have the social skills to survive in the real world. They really don't. I'm not saying homeschooling is wrong, but I'm just not confident with like people like homeschooling their kids and them learning enough and having like a broad enough like education, or even just developing the simple like people skills that you necessarily learn while you're in school, especially dealing with people from like different backgrounds, ethnicities, cultures, and developing the necessary social skills you need to like survive in the real world.
Narrative about the Chicago Teachers Union.
And this goes back to like the earlier comment about like the weird people on these college campuses that are conservatives too, who end up becoming like conservative thought leaders and working within the Republican Party. Those people are fucking weird, man. Like, they got some really weird thoughts that are out of line with the vast majority of people in this country too, and it shows in their policies too. They get like these weird electoral wins because they gerrymander and they cheat essentially, but they're fucking weird, and like young people now are not with it, and they're taking action with it.
Prep too because of COVID and the fact that they stood up for their rights in that instance. Yeah. So, like, honestly, lots of good news this week, but some bad news in Tennessee that we covered. And before I let you go, I wanted to pick your brain on it. Those 2 Tennessee lawmakers expelled, Justin Pearson, Justin Jones, the white representative, Gloria Johnson, ended up surviving by just 1 vote, but she was one of the 3 under threat, and the 2, Justin Jones and Justin Pearson, ended up actually getting expelled, which is incredible that that is in the Tennessee state constitution, that they're able to just say, like, we're firing you, even though we're supposed to live in a democracy, and like there's no mechanism to keep them in office. They're just out because the Republican supermajority decided, we don't like the fact that you protested and used your voice for the first time. We're used to the Democrats being in the background, being so dwarfed by our numbers. The fact that you made national news actually doing politics, we can't have that. We'll keep the guy that has been accused of sexual misconduct against teenagers, but for actually doing your job as a Democratic representative and standing up for the people in the state, you're out. And they expelled them with 2/3. I cannot believe, well, I can, but it's incredible that mechanism exists in the state constitution.
It's one of those, it seems to me like it's one of those, you know, I guess constitutional or legislative remnants of, you know,
Oh shit, I just need 1 more.
You would just assume, well, there's no way 2/3 of this body will use this irrationally, right? like we're gonna make it a really high bar, because if we make it a really high bar, that'll mean like it'll be serious. If they have to eject someone, it'll be pretty serious.
I gotta do that King's Fall raid.
And that just didn't account. I mean, it just didn't account for the way our party system developed, and then the way the Republican Party developed within that system. Just like our political institutions were just simply not built. Not like, first of all, they weren't even built for the party system for the most part, but they simply weren't built for one in which, like, one of the parties just got so, you know, brazen, so anti-democratic, so like just willing to just exercise power for the sake of it. You know, and so all these rules we had that were based on cooler heads eventually prevailing, you know, we've already seen a bunch of them not work, and that's going to continue to be the story going forward. I do think it's funny though that the lawmakers, as far as I know, can just be reinstated. I think now it goes to like city or metro governments, but yes, so they could theoretically just be back at work. But yeah, I mean, it's like it's a sort of like really terrible display of anti-democratic
I won't say we got the Shadow Legion on the ropes just yet, but we're making progress.
We would be speaking about as a huge scandal that was happening overseas and not in an American state.
And it's the look what you made me do politics of the Republican Party, and they're like, they learn these lessons really quickly in that when the House censured Marjorie Taylor Greene, I forget what the sequencing of it was. Was Ilhan Omar first or after? I mean, I forget exactly, but either way, when they censured Gosar, Marjorie Taylor Greene, stripped her of committee assignments, that kind of thing, the right was like, okay, we can do that too. We can do that too. And they did it with Ilhan Omar. And now they're saying everything's an insurrection. Every left-wing protest is an insurrection because they've decided that January 6th was not an insurrection, it was just a protest. So now every left-wing protest is an insurrection. Like, their ability to turn around and flip reality on its head for their own kind of narrative gains it's astounding.
Well, it comes from both deep cynicism and sort of general stupidity, right? It's like this really amazing combination of the two, where it's like the cynicism is that they genuinely believe that no one actually has real principles or real values. They're like, no one actually means it. This is why the phrase like virtue signaling is popular, period, because they're like people are only ever pretending to believe in things. So therefore it does like everything is political and everything is meaningless. But like but it also like it's exactly the same way that the term, which I never liked, but the term fake news went from like a factual description of articles about things that didn't happen to like just anything I don't like, right? Like that was just how it just transformed, because the words don't. It doesn't matter if words mean anything. They all
That's
that
true.
matters is how like useful they are politically.
It's craven.
Yeah, it is totally. Yeah, and so now insurrection is doing the exact same thing, because it's this belief that like that it wasn't a big deal, but like it was good. It wasn't a big deal that it happened. Also, it's good that it happened. Also, it was so bad that the other side is actually the ones doing it. It doesn't, it's Calvin Ball, but it comes from a place of complete cynicism about everything.
Well, I like, it's also for all of the right's talk about 1984. The fact that they've made words mean nothing within they do it super quickly, and they all coalesce behind it. It really is. It's stunning. But all right, well, Alex Perrine, can't thank you enough for your time today. Everyone check out Alex's work over at the New Republic and on the AP Substack. Anything else, Alex, that you want to plug? Oh, and that at Popula as well.
Yeah, and I've been doing some work at Defector too, so check out the subscriber, the worker-owned Defector.com for all your sports entertainment news.
Yes. Defector. Bradley is like the king of loving Defector. Every time.
My favorite. One of my favorite websites.
He listens to the
card-carrying
podcast.
subscriber.
Yes.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Love to hear it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they really know how to pick good ones. Alex Perrine, thanks so much for your time today. Really appreciate it.
Of course. See you later.
See you later.
There you go, Alex Perrine. Thank you, Alex.
Let me tell you a story. When I was a young buck about to enter my first year in law school, I went to the Supreme Court for the first...
What is this? Oh, it's Midas Touch, okay.
First and only time in my life. And Clarence Thomas, of all people, sat down with me and the group I was with. And at the time, I was like, you know what? I don't agree with a lot of what this guy has to say, but he sure is a nice guy. And one of the things I remember at the time was he was telling the story about he and his wife. He was like, I'm just a regular guy, and we just go around the country and we just like to mix it up with regular folk. And we have an RV and people don't know who I am, and so I get to basically go incognito and learn about the real America. And I was like, you know what, maybe I have this Clarence Thomas guy all wrong. Turns out, no, I had him right.
You know what it is, Ravi? His search for the real America, it just expanded.
Yeah.
And he was so inquisitive and curious, he had to take it outside of America.
I know, he's honestly, he's making me look like I'm, like a displaced person or something. So the background here, I think everybody knows basically the contours of this right now, is that it's been revealed that for more than 2 decades, he's been accepting luxury trips virtually every year, from what we could tell, potentially even more than every year, from a Dallas businessman named Harlan Crow, which I'm kind of jealous, Jason, that we didn't get to make up that name for our screenplay that we're writing. But this is a guy who makes $285,000 a year as a public servant, and as I described, he's very fond of talking about how in touch he is with the American people, and he has this RV. Now, he didn't disclose these, which may be illegal. It's certainly, Jason Wright, is unethical. Can we all just agree on that?
Yeah, I mean, does anybody think that the reason he didn't disclose them is just, oh, whoops? Like, I mean, he didn't disclose them because he's like, can I figure out a way to not disclose this?
Right.
Like, which is what you do when you're like, nah, I don't know if this is okay. And in fact, this is probably not okay. And so, yeah, that's what he's doing.
There is a law involved here, which is the 1978 Ethics in Government Act, which applies to justices apparently, where they must file a financial disclosure each year that lists gifts of more than $415,
which he did not do,
of even an appearance of impropriety. Now, there's a whole separation of powers issue here, whether Congress really can legislate that. And unfortunately, if there were such a question about such a law, it would go right to the very people that we're trying to hold accountable, which is just a flaw in our democratic system, I would say, is that there's nobody to police these people. And, you know, what I find fascinating, we've talked about this on the podcast before when we talked about the Ginny Thomas revelations, is that lower court justices, state court justices, district court justices, magistrate judges around the country are all subject to way more stringent ethical standards than our Supreme Court. And as Chief Justice Roberts has said, basically, we're fine policing ourselves. I'm sorry, they're not fine policing themselves. They appear to be bought and sold.
Yeah, clearly, but they don't see it that way, right? Like I'm sure that Thomas is not the only one in the court who looks at what he's doing and goes like, well, you know, it was a friend of his, and that seems to be the defense that they're using. It's that, you know, you keep seeing people say, well, Supreme Court justices are allowed to have friends. And look, that is an absurd argument that this guy is just a friend, but it's like the Biz Markie song keeps playing in my head. but like, I see how Clarence Thomas and Ginny Thomas think this guy is just a friend of mine, right? Because over 20 years of vacationing with someone, you probably become pretty close friends. But that completely loses perspective over what's happening here. And I've seen this play out, actually, like in a state legislature, for instance. So here's how the line between friend and benefactor gets blurred, and really gets blurred even to the point where you forget who your actual constituents are. Cold turkey may be great on sandwiches, but there's a better way to break your bad habits. We're not talking about some weird mind voodoo from your wacky neighbor or some sketchy message board. We're talking about our sponsor, Fume, and they look at the problem in a different way. Not everything in a bad habit is wrong, so instead of a drastic, uncomfortable change, why not just remove the bad from your habit? Fume is an innovative, award-nominated device that does just that. Instead of electronics, Fume is completely natural. Instead of vapor, Fume uses flavored air. And instead of harmful chemicals, Fume uses all natural, delicious flavors. You get it. Instead of bad, Fume is good. It's a habit you're free to enjoy and makes replacing your bad habit easy. Your Fume comes with an adjustable airflow dial and is designed with movable parts and magnets for fidgeting, giving your fingers a lot to do, which is helpful for de-stressing and anxiety while breaking your habit. Join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. Head to tryfume.com and use code MAJORITY to save 10% off when you get the Journey Pack today. That's tryfum.com and use code MAJORITY to save an additional 10% off your order today. So here's how I saw it play out, like when I was in state politics, which is, you know, at first you go down to a place like Jefferson City, or in this case you get to the Supreme Court, and you're thinking about the people who you're supposed to be either representing or working on behalf of. In the case of the Supreme Court, you know, ideally that's who you're thinking about. And then what happens is your constituents tend to be the people who you spend the most time around, whether purposefully or not.
True.
In Jefferson City, what I saw when there were, at that time, no limits on the gifts that lobbyists could give, and I was the stick in the mud who wouldn't take gifts from lobbyists, and everybody found it annoying, I would watch as people I was friends with, Democrats and Republicans, would never eat a meal that they paid for. Like, if they were going out to a meal, they made sure a lobbyist was either present, or, no joke, I saw people call lobbyists and ask them to put meals on their credit card so that they wouldn't have to pay for it, right? And I mean, so then what happens is, after a while, if you're in a safe district, or in this case a seat where you have a lifetime appointment, you don't have to go back and actually be with the people who you represent. Instead, what you do is you spend most of your leisure time, or your, you know, not on the floor work time around people who have an agenda. And that's what happened here. Harlan Crow is like one of the architects of the idea of putting conservatives on the court, of conservative judicial philosophy through the Federalist Society. He has at these gatherings all these other mega donors who all have business in front of the court, whether their name is on the pleading or not. Obviously, the decisions that are made by the Supreme Court greatly impact their own businesses. And these people, they get access to Clarence Thomas. They don't even have to talk about the cases. What happens is that at some point you look at decisions and you don't see just the points of law. You see the players involved. You see the friends, and you're pitting friends against each other. I saw this in the State House. I saw where there'd be like a vote where, you know, you're doing a lot of votes at once, and somebody would run in and they'd be running to their seat, and they'd only have like 30 seconds to push red or green, and they'd say, "What is this vote?" And I'm not kidding you, Robbie. Instead of saying like, "Oh, it's between pharma and, you know, Medicaid purchasers," they would say Bob and James. Like, they would name two lobbyists, and they would say like who was on the opposite side, right? And then I would watch legislators vote based on which of those two people were their friend. And so that's how this works, is that they don't realize that those people have a job to do, and that job is to become their friend. I don't fault the lobbyists in this. They're just doing their job. In fact, the lobbyists in these cases would usually prefer to not have to take these people that they don't really like out to dinner all the time. Now, maybe Harlan Crow genuinely likes Clarence Thomas, but it just happens to be the case that Harlan Crow and all of the other people who go on these weird retreats all benefit greatly from Clarence Thomas feeling like he's like they're friends. And really, after a while, they're just his constituents. That's who his constituents are.
Friends with benefits. Great movie,
with
by the way.
major benefits, yeah.
I think
Yeah,
that might be
major
our episode
benefits. Jesus, man.
Representative Jones, thanks for being with us. I want to say we are monitoring a live feed from Alabama where officials are updating the investigation into the overnight shooting that killed 4 people. We're going to monitor for news they make, and we're going to update our audience as needed as we wait. Let's start with what is happening tomorrow. You, along with a group of faith leaders, are going to lead a Moral Monday protest in Nashville. I wonder what you see as the role of these marches, as the role of activism when it comes to pushing back against a political party that turns its back on the people.
Yes, well, thank you so much for having me, and my heart is with the folks in Alabama, in Kentucky, as well as our folks still here in Nashville dealing with the mass shooting at Covington Elementary. We see that it's nonstop. We see that we cannot go about politics as normal, and that's what the role of protesting and mass mobilizations are. It's to dramatize to these politicians that we're not going to allow your policies of proliferating guns in our community to happen in the comfort of silence, that this is our last week here in Tennessee of our legislative session, so we're going to continue to put pressure on my Republican colleagues and the Speaker of the House, Cameron Sexton, to act and to put the interests of our people over the campaign contributions of the NRA and the Tennessee Firearms Association. It is immoral that we're allowing this to happen time after time after time, and all that they tweet is thoughts and prayers. It's immoral, it's extreme, and we must continue to make them uncomfortable. As people are being murdered, I mean, in Alabama, the Sweet 16 birthday party, 4 dead, over 15 teenagers wounded. These are children. This is, I mean, this should, if this is not going to compel us to act, one shooting after another, what will?
Right. If you don't see this as a moral issue, what then is a moral issue? President Biden released a statement on the shootings in Kentucky and Alabama. I want to read you a part of it. It reads, "Guns are the leading killer of children in America, and the numbers are rising, not declining. This is outrageous and unacceptable. Americans agree and want lawmakers to act on common sense gun safety reforms." I wonder how you see Democrats playing offense on this issue. How do they highlight how GOP gun policies make our communities more dangerous? How do they build the political will necessary to get this done?
Well, the thing is, and the thing that's been confirmed to me these past couple weeks of meeting with Republican members of the community, is that the majority of Tennesseans, in my state, I would say the majority of Americans, support common sense gun laws like red flag laws, universal background checks, even banning these AR-15s and militarized guns. But it's a small group of extremists who are loyal and beholden to the NRA. That's what we're talking about. The vast majority of Tennesseans that I've spoken to across the state in the past couple weeks are saying, you know, thank you for doing something. These were Republicans, independents, mothers from suburban suburban Williamson County, the wealthiest county in Tennessee, saying thank you all for doing something. And so I think we have the public will with us, but it's just these politicians who are afraid of being primaried. I mean, when we start talking about red flag laws here, a Republican governor, an NRA endorsed governor said red flag laws, the Tennessee Farmers Association and the NRA came after him and came after my Republican colleagues saying, we will primary you, we'll do a scorecard against you. I got the same emails, but I don't care because I'm not beholden to them. But my colleagues and the Republicans are so in the pockets of these special interests that they've forgotten what it means to serve the people. And
How are you doing?
We have to go to
fucking primary
the issue and to shame
prove
them
his
and
point.
say, you know, they don't have the interests of their constituents at mind when they're making these decisions. They don't have the interest of the safety of our school children. They're more obsessed with these culture wars. They're more obsessed with these false moral narratives of saying we're going to ban drag shows, which are not threats to young people, but saying we're not going to actually do stuff to ban the actual threat, which is mass shootings, the #1 cause of death for our youth right now. We're the only nation that has this issue, and that's not by accident. It's because we are a nation that is so engaged in this gun culture because of money, the moneyed interest behind it.
For those who are at home, and we promise to bring you news from that news conference in Dadeville, Alabama, the death toll remains at 4, 28 wounded. Right now, law enforcement officials are asking for any help in identifying that shooter. Rep. Jones, you know, I've heard you talk about the friction between younger generations and those who hold power in Tennessee. I don't think that is just a dynamic in Tennessee. You have predicted the South will rise anew. What does that coalition look like? And what's it gonna take to break through the Republican dominance in your state?
Definitely, I mean, you see where this is happening. It was in Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky. And so we have to continue to build this multiracial coalition, this fusion movement here in the South that transcends regional divides of urban and rural. We have to break through the barriers of a racialized politics that try and make us afraid of each other and let people know that we stand united in this issue. When I see these protests happening, when I see these Gen Z coming to the Capitol, it is multiracial. It is folks who are just saying that we have to do something and we have to come together, and that this is not left or right, but right and wrong. It's a coalition of conscience that we're creating. And so I see it's the force that has transformed the South before, when we look at Reconstruction, when we look at the Civil Rights Movement, and now when we look at 2023, we see the same coalition coming together to build a new South. And that's what has my colleagues are doing. Sorry. I guess my question to you, Rep. Jones, as someone who is actually in this fight, is we often hear that demography is destiny, right? We hear that these demographic changes, that this new coalition is what is going to lead to change in states like yours. Is that coalition any match for gerrymandering or other forms of voter suppression that I think sometimes can feel abstract, but the actions from Tennessee Republicans kick you out of elected office? I would argue they highlight an authoritarian strain that is growing within today's GOP. And I wonder, as you talk to constituents, as you talk to members of this coalition, if you feel your expulsion actually opened the eyes of voters to how GOP lawmakers are choosing to wield their power. Yeah, thank you for bringing up that point, because I mean, definitely that extreme display of expelling us. I'm 27. I'm the youngest black lawmaker. Pearson's 28. You know, we represent our generation, but it was the most extreme manifestation of authoritarianism. And in fact, they made a mistake by expelling us because they revealed how far they're willing to go to attack democracy, and they've shown their hand. And so the good thing about that, though, is that we know who our opponents are now. We see how clearly anti-democratic they are, how extreme they are, how they don't care about the will of voters, but it's really about their power and maintaining their power. But their misstep was that they didn't think that the nation, the world would respond, that they thought they would be able to flex their power like they always do and kick us out and no one would care, no one would pay attention. But the opposite happened because it was so blatant and it was so dramatized. The world is watching, and so I do believe that this is galvanizing. Republicans were emailing their representatives here in Tennessee saying, you all do not represent me. That is an attack on our most basic fundamental ideas of how our government should work. We may not agree with Jones, but we believe that he deserves to represent his district. And so they've misstepped, and they've opened up a door where people are seeing, you know, the Republicans are calling on the House Speaker to resign. You had hundreds of clergy saying, we want the House Speaker to resign because it was attack on democracy and doing nothing for our kids who are dying in schools. And so they've really misstepped with this attack.
Holy shit, that is like such a bad spot to be in.
And they're gerrymandering just right right in Tennessee this week, their maps were attacked in the courts. The judges said that these maps are unconstitutional, so now they're going to have to relook at their maps. And so the world is watching. We just have to keep the spotlight here on the South, because as goes the South, so goes the nation. And this is going to have national implications. That what happened here in Tennessee happened without challenge. Other states would follow. And so I'm so glad that the nation paid attention to Tennessee and sent a clear message, but the work is not done. We must continue to challenge authoritarianism, whether it's here at the state level or at the federal level, with these candidates at the NRA convention.
Oh my God.
Using guns.
Where? Am I the only one here?
Federal government. I mean, we have to pay attention to these anti-democratic forces that are putting all of us in danger and really putting our nation on a stage that we don't want to be on.
Oh God.
Okay, guys. I know we just did Pearl. I know I sound silly.
Do a little pop of gut action.
Anyway, people keep asking me to watch this Pearl video. I don't know, I guess what remains cool is people really want to watch this. It's probably, I think it's from the idea. Yeah, and they said a bunch of surprising amount of people just in comments. They wanted me to watch this video about Pearl, and it's called The Discount. So, yeah, I guess we'll, let's catch that bag, right? Or not.
Okay, goodbye. Go.
I watched that whole stream. It's crazy.
Get out.
That shit was crazy, man.
Get out of my apartment. Get out.
That clip you just watched is of Hannah Pearl Davis, a 26-year-old YouTuber, the latest addition to the manosphere.
Can I just say though, and I mean I could be wrong, but I feel like people use this specific picture of Pearl to be disrespectful. Because it's not her best picture. You know, it's just not. And listen, I got plenty of not my best pictures out there. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying that's how it comes off to me. As it's like, okay, let's kind of do this. You know what I mean? Am I the only one who thinks that? I might be, but I'm just saying.
Referred to as the female Andrew Tate. Pearl runs a YouTube channel centered around the manosphere, hosting some of the classiest women our society has to offer. Pearl's channel is...
It is true, man. Like a lot of these manosphere people in general, they find some people that aren't super balanced. It's usually a lot of younger people. It's one of two things. It's either somebody who's really young and inexperienced and ignorant that they can make look stupid, or it's somebody who's older and kind of used to be that young and experienced ignorant person. So that's what it seems to be, just in general. They don't really talk to a wide variety of different women. It's mostly one type of woman, which is why they think all women are immature, because they just really deal with immature women. I think it's
heavily inspired by Kevin Samuels and Fresh and Fit.
Women in general, especially in the United States, maybe, are not held accountable for their poor decisions.
Men are trash. That's common in society, right? Women are trash. Is it? Men are held accountable.
I guess. I don't know. Women are trash, bro. Fuck them. Everybody's trash.
All the time, every day.
All these women are born with value. They're pretty already. As a man, if you don't make yourself valuable, you have no value.
Women are born with value. Men must create their value. A guy doesn't build his value just because he picks the wrong woman once.
Yeah, but then these males will talk about how age doesn't make a man lose their value, but age makes a woman lose their value. So I don't. It's really very inconsistent. What's interesting is that they all think that a woman's explicit value is just based on how attractive they are. And that's just not the case. There are some women who can just skate by and of course, anybody who's attractive, it's called the halo effect. Anybody who's attractive is going to have an easier time with anybody else. This is the truth, but not all women are attractive. Not all men are attractive. So there's just my thing is that there's just different struggles that men and women have, and it's why instead of crying about how the other person has it better, why not just advocate for your team? Instead of making your whole podcast, because all it is just blaming women for all the problems in men. Talk about men's real issues instead of blaming women for everything. Because for a male, they pretend to be male advocation, but it's mostly just blaming women. And like, it's just creating victim complexes. We have enough victim complexes, okay? We have enough of that on TikTok. Like everybody needs to take a little bit more accountability for themselves, while also advocating for a better system. But Jesus Christ.
When men are attracted to youth, beauty, and fertility, it's been that way since the beginning of time.
Men value purity and youth. Purity, youth, beauty.
You can really get those brain juices flowing as you.
It's so weird, bro. I don't know. I mean, like, I guess, but I don't think so. I feel like, listen, every once in a while, everybody's gonna want to jerk off to, you know, young girls on Pornhub, okay? Legal young girls. But, like, I don't really have a particular value in, like, younger people from, like, okay, I'm not trying to say I don't value younger people, but, like, I appreciate more of, like, an older, experienced person that has, like, a little bit more of their shit together and knows a little bit more of what's going on with themselves.
It is kind of fucking weird and creepy, too.
Like, this idea, yeah, it's just weird to me. It's like, I feel like we're just kind of like on the wrong page here. I feel like men don't just value women that are conventionally attractive, and it's a little bit more than that.
If the Guardians keep up like this,
But I guess I could be wrong. But I don't know. At least no men, like the men that I like, of course you might look at a young girl and go like, oh, she's pretty. But then at the end of the day, you also realize that a young pretty girl isn't going to be able to do dick for shit for you in a relationship because they don't really, like, they don't know anything.
Without people like you,
Like, you need somebody with a little more experience.
we'd be back
You know,
in the dark.
a 20-year-old's not going to make as good of a mother as like a 30-year-old that you've been with. You know what I mean? Generally speaking, that's all I'm saying. I think it's also a silly thing to just look at a woman and go like, oh, she's older, so she's less valuable. Like, that's silly. Would you say that about your own mother? You know what I mean?
That's true.
You know, of course, you're going to love your mother. As time goes on, everybody's going to change. You know, their values in the world will change. You know what I mean?
You tune into yet another episode of the groundbreaking discussion, What's Wrong with Modern Women? Which are about as thought-provoking as an episode of Jerry Springer. Or alternatively, if that gets boring, you can tune into an episode of Why Men Cheating is Actually Okay.
Right, men really have to work to become attractive. That's why I laugh at y'all when you tell me, well, men shouldn't cheat and they shouldn't do this. Men have to bust their ass to become attractive to even be seen.
What if a woman cheats? Can men accept that? You don't think it's different for men and for women cheating?
No. I think it can be a little bit different. Like, here's my thing, right? Overall, first of all, we don't even want to engage in this conversation. We're going with that. Like, because cheating is bad regardless. Cheating is like a deep violation of trust. I do think that men tend to be a little bit more physical when it comes to their cheating. It's not really about like any lacking love. It's just about like maybe men being men a little bit, but it's still wrong, right? And I guess even saying the term men being men might be a little explicit about how bad it is. You know, you make a contract when you get in a relationship with somebody that you're not going to cheat on them. They can feel secure in the fact that you're just going to do exclusively for them. And then violating that's just shitty. It destroys that contract, and it can cost you, you know, an incredibly valuable relationship that you can never rebuild again. It's really difficult to find somebody to be with and somebody to love. And like, there's plenty of different people out there for everybody, because like everybody has a type and then you build from there. But you know, if you're 30, 40 years old and you've been with somebody for 20 years, you're never going to be able to get that back again. You know, and some relationships end, but if you destroy that trust, though, you'll never get that back. I could never find a woman that I could go through the same things that I've gone through with than my wife. Sorry if I said it wrong. But I could never find a woman that I'd be able to have a comparable experience to my wife. My wife and I met, and like we've gone through a lot of struggle, and there's no way I'll ever be able to find somebody who understands me like that. And when you're sitting there as a man and you're horny as fuck, you ever think of it, it's really worth, you know, the 10 minutes of satisfaction or gratification to destroy, you know, a relationship that you took your entire life to build. And it's just not going to be. You know, I think people need to put it in perspective. Because like, another thing for men is like, it's a fucking impulsive. You know, you gotta get kind of move through that fucking urge. Sure, you really could destroy a relationship. You don't want to do that. You could be ruining your entire life and you won't even know it. So, you know, don't take this shit for granted. Don't take a good woman for granted. And women, don't take a good man for granted. If you're gay, whatever the deal.
I think that like women like being cheated on.
But Pearl didn't always have these takes. In fact, she used to say the polar opposite, especially about
Really?
Gretchen Pitt, who she is now anyway.
I know a lot of girls that actually wait until they're married before they think they're married. And I can tell you that the guys I'm friends with this podcast would never be able to fool me.
It's interesting.
Whoa, wait.
Branding revolves around
Same thing with Sneeko.
and that
Wait a minute, is this going to be like a really deep exposing video that I was expecting like another kind of like, you know, Pearl, like, you know, Pearl Bag video, which obviously, you know, that's all we do here. I didn't expect. I just said it looks like she really dug deep into this. It's something else.
If you want a high-value man that you have to tolerate him cheating,
People think I'm condone cheating. People think her no. Like I think if a woman cheats, she's trying to leave you. If a man cheats,
Yes.
it's just like it's like a handshake.
See, that's the problem. It's like I can somewhat agree in the sense that like I think it's a little different. Like women cheating, in my experience, it seems like there's more. It's more about like something like they're almost maybe they're ready to move on.
It's emotional.
Women that will act more like men or men that act more like women in that sense. But like it's not like a handshake, right? If you want to say like, hey, I think if a woman cheats, it might be a bigger indicator of the relationship having a bigger problem, and if a man cheats, it may just be him like really just horny. But I wouldn't say it like that. Like it's just not just like a handshake. It's still like a really big destruction of trust. And what you have to understand is like anytime somebody has sex with somebody, like feelings are going to be generated from that. Like once you have sex with somebody, you're developing an emotional relationship with them, whether you want to like admit that or not. Nobody can completely separate that, and you're giving away part of like your emotional capacity to somebody else. When you cheat, like when you have sex with anybody else, even if you're in a poly relationship, you're giving away a part of like your ability or part of your emotional capacity to somebody else. And it's not fair to the person that you told them that you're just going to be with them, that emotional capacity is just for them.
Women act like it's the most unforgivable thing, that he is the ultimate bad guy, the ultimate demon if he does this. I'm sorry, sometimes you contributed to it.
I remember Terry Crews. I like Terry Crews. Apparently, he cheated on his wife, and he talks about it in like great length. And he talks about how like he made this decision that was the worst thing that he's ever done in his entire life, and that he like destroyed his relationship with his wife. And now every single day he like works to prove that he can be trusted again. And I respect that because at the end of the day, like making that mistake is wrong, but there's still a pathway back as long as you're ready to, really go in on it, like really do what it takes. You can be forgiven for that, but like it's not just like, oh, oops, you like bumped into me, forgiven. Like you've destroyed and devalued the entire relationship. Like you have to earn that back, you know what I mean? And you've destroyed the trust, and now like the little decisions that you make, your spouse might want to know exactly what you're doing now. Oh, where are you going? You don't get that freedom anymore because you violated that. And like if you keep, like, you know what I mean? Like, so these are things to keep in mind. All right, just do what I do. Jerk off the VR porn, guys. It's very realistic. Just jerk off the VR porn, guys. It's fucking based.
And women take no accountability for that. And that he wants to go to the bar with his buddy because you make that shit a hellhole. Because you are so unpleasant to be around. And that man forgives you for all of that shit, but you can't forgive him for stepping out once, twice. You guys are crazy.
Somebody told me that, and I don't know if this is true. I can't get from a lot of people have been telling me that Pearl cheated in her relationship. So I wonder if this is like I wonder if like her stance on this is just like a huge hope to be like, oh, I cheated. It's not that big a deal. I should have just forgiven the anger reactions. You know what I mean? But then again, that could be not true. Maybe people are just like fucking goofing at it. They're just lying.
cheating. No biggie. I think it's safe to say that Pearl has changed her business plan in order to make money off of the manosphere. Because people's opinions don't normally change so drastically in morality, especially in such a short amount of time.
Now, me, I'm not selling anything. Based on what I know through observation, her particular target audience is a male. This is where Pearl's content and marketing sits. She is constantly hitting pain points and triggers. The challenges and the pain points for her particular customer client and fan is not being heard, not being seen, not feeling valued, and not having access to women. So she talks about this constantly, right? And she's talking to women, right? Women, which this particular customer, client, or fan does not have access to, wants access to. One way to draw in this particular customer is to continue to hit this customer's pain point over and over and over.
What's up with those modern...
That was an interesting point. I never really thought of it like that. But like she's just talking about how like Pearl's it's basically appealing to like young incels. What's like that can't get women and like they've been effectively a failure in their life. What's interesting about it though is that she's appealing to them in a way like through like an incredible weakness where it's like if you can't get a woman, it's not your fault. You don't need to improve. It's their fault. They're pieces of shit and they need to change their standards. Rather than being like, if you're having trouble with women, you need to become a better, like you need to be better, right? Which is going to be true. Like if you're having trouble with something, like, you need to be better at it. I think in general, young people are immature, so of course you're going to have an issue with some like young women, just like you'll have an issue with young men, because they can be very immature. But like it's interesting the way that they talk about it. You know, it's like it's funny because the group of people who pretends that they're like, oh, you need to pick yourself up by your bootstraps, literally advocates for men being victims of like literally everything all the time. It's kind of like pathetic. It's just a victim complex.
On women, am I right, boys? Girl even talks about those business plans in an interview with Yahoo News, saying that she didn't know what her business would be yet, but basically that she wanted to be an influencer and build a brand. The plan? Make money off of single men on YouTube by regurgitating their talking points about women back to them as a woman.
Yeah, what's interesting though is like, because I remember again, like I talked to her later when I was like big and back then she didn't know what the fuck she wanted to do. And she, like, this makes sense to me that going through the gaps that she just wanted to be popular. The manosphere was like somewhat recent, and she probably saw that.
I feel like when men love women, it's like women have more conditions for them to be like really in love.
For a man to love a woman, she does not have to jump through as many hoops and meet as many requirements as for a woman needs to love a man.
Just like Fresh and Fit, Pearl felt a lot of the same double standards that promote sociopathy, especially in teaching men to have destructive
pattern social behaviors and attitudes of manipulation. It's so interesting. At the seed aggression and lack of empathy for others,
Most men always get looked upon like they're not at home. Why is it different for women than it is for men?
It's easy for us to get sex, and men getting sex is hard. So if they do what's hard, it's valued. If we do what's easy, it's not.
What does that matter? Like, yeah, it's easier for women to have sex than men, for sure. Like, women control, like, the sexual market, you could say, but men have a greater control over, like, the relationship market. At least I think so. You know what I mean? Like, if you're... You know, a girl can get sex easy, but that doesn't mean that they can get a relationship as easy. Like, if they're... No, I don't know. I feel like for guys, at least for me, it's easier to get, like, a relationship, and that's when they get, like, actual sex. Either way, like, what a weird... Just because you have sex with someone doesn't mean that you're respected. A lot of times you have to go to the fucking world just trying to forget. I just feel like it's not that fucking true.
I'm so enlightened by Pearl because how being a man will magically eliminate all of the consequences of cheating. You know, like breaking your trust with your partner by lying to them, getting another woman pregnant that you now have to support, humiliating your wife, causing family dysfunction, and bringing home disease.
A man cheats? Yes. It's like a handshake.
That is one hell of a handshake, Paul. And promoting promiscuity is a great way to help create the single mom.
Damn straight. The best types of shakes.
Out against.
Strategies they don't want to pass on resources to another.
Dude, this fucking Starfire. Enjoy Starfire Warlock, boys, before it gets nerfed to shit.
I really don't like this mentality, though, because I think it needs to change. And it's this mentality that men shouldn't take care of other men's kids. First of all, nobody should have to take care of anybody else's kids, fundamentally speaking.
You should take care of your own fucking kids.
Society. And realistically speaking, women are exponentially more likely to take care of another woman's kids than a man. Okay, and I understand from a man, you know, you have a little bit of a different drive, but I want you to think about something, right? People constantly talk about, Pearl does this too, but she doesn't read statistics. She just like looks at something really like based shallow in a shallow capacity because she's not very intelligent. But there's a statistic going around that says that men, kids raised by men have better outcomes, or a single father instead of a single mother. And that's what I mean. I guess that's why men should be able to get custody of the kid over the woman. Well, first of all, women obviously have a higher likeliness of actually wanting to be there for their kid, but in this, like, you know, when it's in that dynamic. But more than that, the reason why is because men make more money, but also it's because that parent, that single father, is 3.5 times more likely to have a woman in the household helping him take care of his kid, because single just means they're separated based on the statistic from the mother of the child. And so it's just interesting that women are so much more likely to take care of another woman's kid, but men aren't willing to do the same. And I'm not saying go around and like actively look for a single mom. What I'm saying is like it shouldn't discount her just because she's a single mom. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. And for me, like, in my family, I talk about this. I have a Jaji, right? That's a grandfather in Polish, but I'm also not Polish. And what it was that when I was younger, like, I have, like, an uncle, you know, rest in peace, he passed. And my uncle had, like, obviously married another woman, and that family they married into effectively adopted me. And, like, I became, like they became my family without a question, right? And there's, like, something that's very healing for somebody, you know, because if one of your parents doesn't want you, that hurts. Like, it just hurts. There's nothing too complicated about it. But there's something when, like, someone else actively wants you that doesn't mean you need to have it. You know what I mean? And that can be very healing for a child. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with raising another, and we say another man's kid, but is it really their kid? Because it's not once they give that person up. And so there's nothing wrong with like being there. There's nothing wrong. Like you shouldn't
fucking beautiful,
because you could have a profoundly positive impact. It's not just about passing on your genetics. It's about passing on like yourself and your teachings. You know. So you just shouldn't write a person off.
Did I never like do this mission?
Whether they're a man or a woman. I think that's like a little ignorant. You know, you shouldn't also jump into the relationship like head first, ready to raise somebody else's kid, because that could fuck the kid up. You want to be careful about that, because you don't want that kid to have like different people in and out of their lives constantly. But like, don't give up just because like, oh, they have a kid. Okay, you know what I mean? Just because they have a kid doesn't mean that they're a bad person. Like something could have just happened in their life. Maybe the husband passed away, or maybe it just didn't work out. Maybe they were like young. You know, it's you can date somebody and get to know them, and if they turn out to be a shitty person, just don't date them anymore. You know, you don't even have to meet the kid first. You might want to like wait a while before you even meet the kid. You know, but I think there's a weakness in there's nothing wrong with not wanting to date a single mother or father, but I think that there's a weakness in telling other people that they shouldn't, or that there's less value in those people. There's an incredible weakness in that. There's a difference between personal preference and like this weird societal advocation against like, oh, don't date single moms, they're worthless. Why? Why are they worthless? What makes them worthless? You know, I think it's pathetic, and I think it's weak to just actively advocate against other people dating them, even if you don't want to. Because there's nothing wrong with you not wanting to. But
motherhood should be avoided, then perhaps Pearl should consider not contributing to the problem by promoting promiscuity to her male audience.
True.
If you're smart like Fresh and Fit or Pearl, you can just reframe promoting sociopathy to men as advocating for them, even if the only thing it does is promote dysfunction and make more men lonely by fear-mongering them about relationships.
I feel like a lot of men have a good reason for avoiding marriage today.
I love it.
And a woman can seize your assets, even if you're just living together. It varies from state to state. I know the child. But it's like if she leaves her stuff at your apartment for like a period of 3 months.
It's not that many states. She's talking about community versus separate property states.
There's no way that she could seize your assets just because she basically moves into your house.
It's a lot more complicated than that. That's such a dishonest framing. It's much more complicated than that too. It's essentially the XQC situation, and what I mean by that is, sorry, let me just go ahead and what I mean by that is, if you hold yourself out as married, right? But you know, you would have to hold yourself out as married though, or the facts would have to say that you essentially were married without actually like obtaining like a marriage license, whatever like the actual like law is. Yeah, but those are like niche circumstances. And generally speaking, the facts are usually either like pretty clear that you intended to be married, but you just never got married, or like it was like unclear as to whether or not you were married.
Might be talking about it sounds like they might be just speaking about fundamentally what is it called, just laws about like moving in.
Oh my god,
right? Like if you're inside of somebody's house
Jesus.
for a period of time, you're considered like a renter in some capacity or something, so you can't instantly kick them out. That's not like a woman versus a man thing. That's just like that's some kind of like safety thing implemented so people can't get kicked out of their house and some people can't use it. That's not a woman versus a man thing. What a weird thing to say.
And even a woman can seize your assets, even if you're just living together. It varies from state to state. I know, but it's like if she leaves her stuff at your apartment for like a period of 3 months, you can literally seize your assets.
Yeah, that's true at all. That's the dumbest thing ever.
No, I've never heard of anything like that before in my life.
If you get married to somebody, like, yeah, you get a prenup, but most people are just building with another person. So, like, you guys are building together, so you don't really get to worry about some shit like that too much.
We are just warning you of what female nature is.
You're probably wondering by now, where is Pearl's ring? Well, I'm here to inform you that Pearl is single and unmarried at 26 years old.
Oh my god, stop fucking...
You're single over a certain age, you're probably too picky.
And I say that is because she's too picky, because she claims that 28 years old is pretty old to be getting married.
What do men value? First thing men value, youth. How are they getting youth when the average age of first marriage for women in the U.S. is 28.6 years old?
Pearl is lucky.
Well, wait, hold on. I just fucking shit my pants.
Is pretty old to be getting married.
What do men value? The third thing men value, youth. How are they getting youth when the average age of first marriage for women in the U.S. is 28.6 years old?
Wait, hold on. So this is funny to me because she's saying that men value youth, and then she's saying, well, how are they getting how are they getting that youth if they are getting married at the age of 28 on average? Well, if I was somebody, I would say, well, maybe it's because men don't value youth to the same degree that you're saying that they do. But instead, somehow, despite the fact that that statistic would to some degree counter what you have to say, you're still doubling down on it as if it's true. If there people aren't getting married until 28 or women aren't getting married until 28, then maybe men don't have this hyper fixation on youth in this way that you keep saying that they do. Now, men tend to like younger women, but that doesn't mean that they necessarily want youth, right? Like my wife is 5 years younger than me, but that doesn't mean that I want like a child. You know, that doesn't mean I'm looking for like an 18, 20-year-old. And I understand that those they're legal, but like I wouldn't want to date an 18-year-old because it's just more immature.
It's a little weird too. I'm not gonna lie. Like the older you get,
maybe I'm wrong. You know what I mean? This is a little silly.
Pearl is lucky if she can get married by 28 years old because she's 26, and even if she met Mr. Right today, you would still usually have to be engaged for at least a year, and then usually people, if they're going fast, wait another year before getting married, putting her at 28 years old if they're going fast by today's standards. And Pearl doesn't have much long-term experience in dating either. According to this interview on Yahoo News and what Pearl says online about her dating experiences on various podcasts, she's only had a couple of boyfriends. If you can do the math of her being 23 in the Yahoo interview...
I wonder why she's not married, though. I wonder, it's one of two things. Either one, it's because the guys who she panders to don't actually find her attractive, or two, it's that like she doesn't want to date those guys because they're really disrespectful. And I almost guarantee you it's because the men that she's like she's grifting towards don't respect her, so she doesn't want to date them. I guarantee that's what it is.
They couldn't have been that long considering she just turned 26 in the past.
Remember the conversation with like, I forget who brought it up. I think it was like Destiny when we was talking to Sneeko. I don't know if they burned the bridge or not. I don't think they did yet. But like he sort of asked them like if you would let your daughter like date Andrew Tate, and he hesitated. He wouldn't really answer the question. And like Destiny like and everyone immediately knew like, yeah, you're not gonna let your daughter date Andrew Tate. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
And that got me interested in knowing who is Pearl picking, considering that anytime a guy does something wrong, no matter what it is, she tells women to simply just pick better.
Okay, so then you pick guys that cheat.
I discovered that last year Pearl tweeted about a breakup she had, so I decided to go ahead and check the archives. And it turns out that Pearl actually got catfished by an obese man with 2 children on TikTok.
Baby, when did we start dating?
Was that me? Just kidding.
Yep, that's right. An obese man with 2 children on TikTok.
What?
And I point out that he's obese because...
Wait, how did she get catfished, though? I'm not understanding what's happening here. I'm confused at this point. Wait, what's... Oh, wait, she got catfished by an obese man with 2 kids. What does that mean?
I think she's editorializing a little bit there. Or narrativizing. I forget which one would be... which is the appropriate one. But yeah.
Pearl is constantly dunking on fat girls.
Why do I need to look at your rolls and then I have to go on social media? Then boom, whale. Boom, another whale.
The cherry on top is that Pearl has been pretty adamant about men having children being a deal breaker for her.
For me personally, I'm not into the guys with kids. It's not my thing.
Instead of immediately breaking up with him for hiding 2 whole children from her, she instead takes him in.
Wait, what? That really happened? Is that why they got the like they stopped dating? Holy fuck. This man drops a bomb on me. He has 2 children. Why didn't he tell me this is days? How did you find this? What the fuck? Now I'd break up with him in the spot. In hindsight, I absolutely should have. But here's the issue. I did like him, and I wanted time to make sure that was a deal breaker. Plus, he's watching my dog while I was on. What the fuck? Dude, I didn't know that Wanya fucking... I guess she did cat. Damn. Wanya's a fucking asshole, huh? I mean, I'm not surprised that some TikToker that just makes angry faces doesn't exactly have too much going on for himself. Since, you know, you can get famous on TikTok for the bare minimum, but that's interesting. What the fuck?
Immediately breaking up with him for hiding 2 whole children from her. She instead takes him in to live with her and her family to mooch off of them.
Because he knew he was homeless when I first met him. So I like moved him into my parents' house so he could get an ID. Yeah, and so my parents put him like on our lease.
Aww.
So that was how like, and they like moved him in for like, he lived with us for like a month.
Meanwhile, Pearl is out here humble bragging about her bagging a rich one on podcasts.
Well, now I can see why Wanya doesn't want to talk about it, because he's a fucking scum piece of shit, if this is true. But I mean, like, it's kind of shitty of you to not tell somebody that you have a kid and then move in with them and have them support you. Like, that's pretty, like, kind of loser shit. But, you know, what do I know? Am I right? Maybe I'm just like the fucking idiot. Damn. I kind of feel bad for this guy.
Maybe you are.
But Jesus Christ.
He was a millionaire. Like, it was just like...
Was he a millionaire?
He was on social media, and I saw he lived like kind of close to me, and so I made like videos saying like, oh, we should like hang out. Like, have you never seen those videos of girls like shooting their shots at guys publicly? I was on TikToks, and I did.
Wait, she said that he was a million. Oh, what the fuck? He probably had like he has a lot of views. But
doesn't really mean he's got the money.
Get paid for that shit. Damn. So she bragged about him being a millionaire, when that's not true. Jesus, what a fucking... We're getting the tease. We're getting the tease, sister. I'm all over this shit, boy.
Video saying, you know, when he's not doing this like comedic bit, he's actually kind of fine. Like, I live in Chicago, you live in Chicago, we should like hang out.
I am pretty confident that Pearl is referring to her ex Wanya in these instances, because Wanya is from Chicago, like the millionaire ex she talks about in the video. There are multiple articles saying that Wanya was homeless when he was around 22 years old. There's a small chance that I'm wrong, but it seems that the story does match up. I do find it funny that Pearl dating Wanya, or people know him as Angry Reactions, was framed as her bagging a rich one. Meanwhile, he actually moved on to date a more attractive redhead, and she's still single and unmarried. It seems like her advice on lowering her standards to get married isn't working out so well for her. Pearl has the absolute...
Although, like, if all this is true, what sounds like happened to me is Pearl potentially took this guy and like really helped him a lot, and then he got better for himself, and then like decided to leave her after she did so much for him, because that's what it kind of sounds like happened. I don't think we left together. He was homeless, and they moved in together, and then he left her. That's kind of shitty of him to do. But like, we can't. Like, there's like not any. I mean, that's true. There's no real sympathy left for him, for her, because she's a real piece of shit. Oh wow, that's interesting.
Audacity to tell women to pick better when she literally got catfished by some girl's obese baby daddy on TikTok. Yeah, he has a lot of followers, but he ended up having to mooch off of her anyway, so. Not only does she regularly dunk on obese people, even taunting them in her TikTok bio before she got banned, but Pearl will even put all the blame on women for obesity in America, despite half the obese population in America being men. How can Pearl dunk on fat girls so
That's
often?
true, actually.
I don't know if he has sponsors or something. This is from 312, but he hasn't even posted in like a month. But 9 million views, that's like $2 or $7. I think it's like $30, maybe 20, $30 a million views. Isn't that crazy? It's fucking horrible.
And considering that she has clearly neglected her own self-care. This video of her is only from 1 month ago, and it might surprise you to learn that she's a professional athlete. And despite her lack of self-care, she still likes to spout a lot of statistics about fat women.
Listen, bro, I don't want to be fucking rude, but I just wouldn't be body shaming people if I looked like that. That's why I don't usually body shame people. I'm not trying to be mean at all, but like, this is the energy you're asking for when you're constantly calling fat women whales. You're not saying like, oh, I don't find fat
Oh
women.
my god, dude. Yeah, there's nobody else doing this. You need like at least like 2-3 people.
Like this disingenuous fucking game. It's like, oh, nobody deserves anything. It's like, no, you're saying fat women don't deserve love and you think less of them because you're just trying to fucking pander to like piece of shit men. But you look like that. And it's like, why would you do that? Like, what happened to the golden age? You know? treat others the way you want to be treated. Because you're just asking for people like, bro. Like, it's not even that whether she's thin or not. It's just like, first of all, like, I don't think that she's unattractive. Okay? I'm a good man. But like the way that you talk about women, by your standards, you're unattractive.
That is true, actually.
Thin or you're skinny or fat. It's like there's nothing going on there. Like there's no form there. You know, it's. I'm not trying to. There's no figure. I'm not trying to be rude, but this is the way that you talk about people, and then like but people could like slap back, like, wow. You know, it's like there's no. I feel bad for her. She's locked herself into like this really toxic ideology that's never going to value her in any real capacity. It's just sad, dude. Oh my god.
Despite being corrected on this by Destiny on her live stream.
There's a lot of fat people. Fat people stay with fat people.
But women back
Yeah,
then
true.
are better than that. Women, and if you go to the U.S., the women's always better. BMI.
So in the U.S., the average BMI for a man is 26.6, and the average BMI for a woman is 26.5.
Oh, I stand corrected.
Yeah, constantly. You know what's interesting? I was on Destiny stream a long time ago, and one of the guys there was like a health guy, and he said something to the effect that like women who have a little more weight on them are a little bit healthier than men who do because of the way that the fat stores. Very interesting.
Yes.
Which makes sense because women need that extra weight to.
It has to do with women's ability to like have children too. Like someone who's like, because for women to like, this sounds so creepy. Like when you say it this way, like women who tend to be like. Who tend to be just like a little bit bigger, like it's safer for them to actually be able to like hold the child and hold the child to term too, something like that. I remember like a cousin of mine who's a doctor like explained that shit to me. Oh. We could probably do like the Witch Queen mission.
I think
I can get osteo.
It's one of two things. Like in normal states, the fat men and women will usually date each other. You know, my wife and I are big. But in like hick states, it's either a fat guy with a skinny girl or a skinny guy with a fat girl. It's so interesting. I don't understand it. It's like a bizarre phenomenon. So weird.
Even after he corrected her, she continued to misrepresent the statistic.
How can we say that as a whole, in the U.S. and the West, we're good wives, when 80% of us are overweight, and that's the #1 thing that men value? There's a lot of room for improvement.
Just number one, what? That value?
What? Like skinny women?
I just don't understand what that means. I thought that she said that age was the #1 things that men's value. Like, she's so inconsistent. You said, like, youth is the #1 thing men value. Oh, weight is. Not really. Like, of course, everybody wants somebody that's on their level, you know, but if you're fat, you want a fat person usually. You know, you can share in that insecurity. Like, my wife and I are trying to get healthier together, so it's, like, easier for us to love, like, it's easier for us to, like, love each other and, like, connect with each other, because, like, us going through our weight loss journey, it's not just about being fat. It's like, you know, we have bad eating habits because, like, we cope incorrectly. Like, we use food as a cope, which is a really bad habit that we have to overcome. But, like, it's not the #1 thing. Like, overweight men aren't going to have a problem with overweight women. It's so silly.
Western women. 70% of us are overweight. The average man makes more than the average woman. But the average woman is fatter than the average man.
So
What?
in the US, the average BMI for a man is 26.6, and the average woman is 26.5.
Oh, I stand corrected.
Hi everyone, this is me in the middle of editing. Pearl got banned off of TikTok, so I've had to go into the Internet Archive to pull up the timeline for you guys because I can't prove it on the live site. But you can see she's wearing the same top that she talks about the false obesity statistic. And you can see the date here is 3/14. Destiny corrected her much before that, so just wanted to show proof of that. When I was doing research, I also happened to have made a note about the timeline because I had a feeling that she was regurgitating the statistic even after she was corrected, and it turned out I was correct, so just wanted to post the proof in here.
Oh, you're not the Internet Archive, Papa?
Attractiveness, purity, and youth, and says in order to get a high-value husband, or husband at all, you should be those things.
Men value purity and youth. Purity, youth, beauty.
Pearl fails to meet these standards herself, despite wanting to get married so badly.
Apparently, if I want results in life, I have to start talking to boys. Yeah, wife me up. You're in the London area.
In terms of purity, Pearl's not a virgin. In fact, she's so reluctant to say her body count that she's willing to just lie.
You don't say your own number?
What? No, I don't ask everyone. I don't think I've ever asked. No, I don't even ask body count. Would you say your body count?
I don't know.
No, I don't even ask. I always say how many bodies is too many bodies. I have a question. Would you guys say your body count? It doesn't matter. Like, why don't people just say it?
She chose to lie because she felt embarrassed. And
But people usually say it doesn't matter because they want it.
Most people don't want to like talk about like stuff like that. They don't feel comfortable talking. Even like now, I'm like a fairly open person. I'm like talking about stuff like that too. One is like no one ever believes you when you tell them like a guy like me, like I'm not exactly like classically like good looking, but like I've gone around. Trust me.
Pearl actually wants to partake in hookup.
But people don't like just talking about like stuff like that too. In one part, like they feel embarrassed about like talking about it, and another part too is it's like something like that's private, especially here like in the U.S.
She's that's it. She talks about how easy it is for women to get pussy or get dick. She can't even get
It could be the phone. It seems like she barely
Oh my God,
and
dude,
wanted
this
to
is
hook up with
crazy.
him, but he didn't want to. So, according to Pearl, I guess we shouldn't be taking her advice, considering that she can't attract men even for casual encounters.
I've noticed a lot of therapists are like older single women, and I'm kind of like, if you can't maintain a relationship, why would I take advice from you?
Is that even true? Therapists are older. There's no even, bro. Okay. That doesn't even make sense. What's? Oh God. Well, how do I even look up a statistic? There's no way she's operating with a statistic.
Yeah, she's not. She's not.
She said she does.
I remember
most
that
of the women that she goes
from
to
another
therapy
video.
older
She's not
single
operating with
women.
any sort of
She's like,
statistic.
I've noticed that these women are all older single, older and single. Blah 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 blah. You know what's interesting though is that like a good therapist is going to be able to connect with people so fast. So if she's going and seeing a lot of therapists that are older single women, it's because she's going to be an older single woman. Because that's the therapist that resonates with her more. Because you're going to have a better time with a therapist that's more like in your similar headspace, because they'll be able to understand you better. So it's like I went to therapy for a lot of it, you know, I had ADHD and like I was a behavioral child, you know, so that's like a lifelong thing. And like I used to go to like therapists that were obviously men, and they were like one of them we would just play chess a lot, and like I love chess, you know what I mean? So like you have things that you resonate with particular people. So I guarantee you that this is really just because of her. You know, like she's just like that's the way that she is.
This is just something I've noticed. But I haven't spent a ton of time in therapy, but then and then I'm like, yeah, like why would I take advice from you if you can't maintain a relationship?
And she thinks what's holding her back is the fact that she's like 6 feet tall.
I would say if there's one thing that's held me back in dating, it is the height.
But I think it's because of her desperation, and they can sense it along with her low standards.
And you know if a guy has all the
Yeah, well, listen, I'll say something. Is like I will say, you know, a couple things. One, I messed around with like a really tall girl before. She was like 6'2", and it's different. It's a different experience. You know, so it's something else.
I need that Cheryl cheat code again for this. Ugh.
I will tell you, because like it's so weird that like a lot of tall guys will want to date like really short women. I've dated like girls that were like 5 foot tall, and as you get older, you have to realize that you should want to date tall women. You should want to create another generation of Vikings. You know, I don't want some short fucking, oh, let me have
For
some
generations,
like fucking like
the
short
Dreaming
little
City housed
like
one of
highway girl.
Woken's most closely guarded
What kind of kids am I gonna have?
She is known
Alright.
as Riven.
I had a
Riven
friend back
of
in the
1,000
day,
voices.
and his dad was like,
I'll say this right now. You guys should actually get hung
She
jury.
has
It's my
been
favorite
taken.
scout rifle.
And her death is your calling.
big like me, and his mom was short as fuck. And guess what? All their kids, manlets. Okay, so guys, you should be going after these
On
tall girls.
screen.
That was, I can't even laugh. I'm just making like a joke. But like, yeah, height for a woman can definitely hold them back, but you should be able to get over that issue. And the reason that you can is probably because you're a fucking asshole. So.
Trying to get him out. All the things that you look for.
This is like so stupid. Are they really having a hearing right now in New York City?
What?
You accept the visa stepping up, but not getting a new marriage?
Are we married?
No, you're in a relationship.
I think if I'm being truly honest with myself, for the right guy, I probably would.
How many times?
I don't know how many times.
She's basically announcing to the world, hey, I'm Pearl. I'll tolerate cheating. Please marry me.
That's
So
a sad
imagine the
life,
kind of
yeah.
men.
Hold on. Are they really having?
It was the most horrific experience that I've ever experienced. It was just bad.
Were you alerted when the plea deals were cut for two of those offenders? Were you alerted to those plea deals when they were cut?
No,
Were you allowed to put a victim's statement into?
not for Mary Saunders. Not upon her sentencing. For Travis Stewart, I did.
Oh, dude, that is like so low.
They dismissed those gang assault and those murder indictments behind my back.
That's abhorrent and did not do justice to you or to the son that you lost.
Not at all.
Apologize.
Not at all.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Before recognizing the gentleman from New York, I see we're joined by one of our other colleagues, the gentlelady from here in New York City, Staten Island. Ms. Malliotakis, thank you for joining us and for your concern about what's happening here. We now recognize, pursuant to the agreement reached with Mr. Nadler's staff, the gentleman from New York for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, and thank you, Mr. Johnson, for giving me some previous time. I want to continue my previous statement. Back in the 80s, late 80s and 90s, this was a tough town. It was tough to live here. Crime was really very violent, and as I said earlier, during that period, I had the opportunity to work for a victim services agency, providing services for crime victims. And I was also the president of the 34th
Tell me if you guys think this is like too low.
and if that's one thing that I really learned during those 2 decades, was that you cannot really simply talk about crime without talking about guns. You just can't do it, because 80% of the homicides are committed by guns. Now, we're not minimizing the other 20%. They're also equally important, but 80% are committed by guns. This past Easter Sunday, a young man gets shot and killed on 137th Street, not too far where Mr. Alba used to be. Why? A gun. Just this weekend in Alabama, just this weekend, this Saturday, 4 people shot and killed with what? A gun. A shooter in a Louisville bank kills 5 people with what? With a gun. The horrific elementary school shooting in Tennessee that left 6 people killed, including 3 children, with what? With a gun. Some of my colleagues, after that shooting, wore their AR-15 pins on their lapels and tie clips. I think mocking the death of those innocent kids. So a gun.
I completely forgot about this.
In 8 out of 10 homicides. How can we take that away? We cannot do that. We must continue to fight for common sense gun law. And you know why? I'll ask you all that are here today. You want to find out why guns are not being talked about? Follow the money. Follow the money. Go into each and every one of our campaign accounts and figure out who's getting money from the NRA. Just follow the money. That's a phrase that's usually used on a common basis here in New York City. Very simple. Who is the NRA supporting?
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for holding this hearing today in
thank the witnesses, the victims, for your bravery today. It is not easy to come here to talk about this in the public square. Thank you for doing that. When people think of the United States, they think of this city, as was talked about earlier. If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. But underneath all of those twinkling lights, something is not right in New York City. Shootings in Times Square, robberies in broad daylight, stabbings on the subway. I got into a cab yesterday, and the gentleman who was driving had been doing it for 25 years, and without knowing who I was or why I was here, he proceeded to talk about the city. And he said, this city has changed. And I asked him what he meant by that. And he immediately started talking about the crime. It's gotten so bad, it's out of control. This, unfortunately, is what we get in Joe Biden's America and Alvin Bragg's New York City. To the good people of New York, we hear you.
You don't give a shit, dude.
We want to hear from you, and we hope that your local leaders start to listen to you as
Some
well.
random person that I take with a grain of salt that this cabbie even like fucking talked to him. Fucking some cabbies like they'll like chit chat with you. It just depends on a cabbie. More often than not, I call bullshit. They're just like taking you to A to B. That's it. That's all they're doing.
The district attorney released a statement that we were coming to the, and I quote, safest big city in America, and that the burglaries are up 23%, grand larceny is up 26%, auto theft has risen 32%, 170,000 felonies in New York City in 2022 alone, the most since 2006. Does that sound like the safest big city in America?
There's like logical explanations for like all that too.
New York State eliminated cash bail for most crimes, tying the hands of judges and law enforcement. Alvin Bragg's Day One memo, which outlined his office's position that he would not prosecute certain types of crimes. In addition, rather than approach each case on the facts of the offense committed, his office is focused on how much money you make, your circumstances, or your immigration status before deciding whether to charge a crime. And of course, as was already talked about, defunding $1 billion out of the New York Police Department budget. 52% of felony charges are downgraded to misdemeanors.
It's $11.2 billion budget, one of the largest budgets in the entire country.
To prosecute, his office was only successful in securing the conviction on 50% of those, the lowest number in years. On misdemeanors, 29% of misdemeanor charges resulted in conviction. If you listen to the district attorney, he sounds and acts more like a public defender than a prosecutor. If you want to defend criminals, be a public defender. If you want to change policy, run for the state.
Look at the language like he uses too.
Police Department to prosecute
like being a public defender is like a bad thing.
It's no wonder that officers in the New York Police Department are resigning at a record rate.
Good. That means they never wanted to be a cop. Being a cop means it's not supposed to be an easy job.
In cops resigning in 2022 alone. That's the most since right after.
Stop giving those fuckers excuses.
Regarding New York's bail law, the John Jay College of Criminal Justice found that approximately 72% of violent felony offenders who were released without bail were rearrested. Recidivism is so bad in New York that
I wonder why recidivism is so high. Maybe because these guys don't have opportunities when they get out of jail.
Retail theft. That's not giving somebody a second chance. That's letting them do the same thing over and over again to about 20 times and still letting them off the hook. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Maybe the 21st time they'll wake up. From an interview in January, District Attorney Bragg said he knows what's going on in the streets. Does he? It doesn't sound like it. Ms. Brame, I want to start with you and to the other victim. Who benefits more in this city, law-abiding citizens or criminals?
Can you repeat that, please?
Who benefits more in this city, law-abiding citizens or criminals?
Oh, absolutely criminals, 100%.
Ms. Harrison?
No.
Mr. Morgan?
Unfortunately, it's the criminals who are getting all the perks.
Ms. Brame, have you spoken to the district attorney about your son's case?
Absolutely not. No response.
If you could speak to him today,
I would need context behind like who these people are.
I would demand that he reopen that gang assault and that murder case against Mary Saunders and Travis Stewart. If no one is above the law, prove it. Prove it by prosecuting them. Bring that case to trial.
Thank you for your time today, Mr. Chairman. I'll get back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Brame, you said earlier that you are only hearing about Donald Trump from one side and not the other. But I want to tell you that that's very,
What are you
very
talking about?
intentional, because they know that they are using taxpayer money to defend a private citizen in his own criminal investigation, and that is an abuse of their power. The day before this investigation began, public reporting revealed that Donald Trump and his legal team directed House Republicans to initiate an investigation into Alvin Bragg. And they're now scrambling to justify this investigation with after-the-fact explanations, including the preposterous explanation that he spent $5,000 of federal money on this years-long investigation. They have spent many multiples of that amount of money on this hearing alone in order to hold it in Manhattan. Now, I've asked the chairman and other members of House leadership to tell the American public what kind of collusion they have been doing with Donald Trump to use the power of this committee and of this Congress to interfere in this prosecution. They have thus far refused. But we will learn about that collusion, because the Manhattan District Attorney has a lawsuit against the chairman, and they will be able to compel disclosure of the communication and coordination as part of that lawsuit. But that's why we are here, and that's what we want to emphasize to you. And we're not insulting you. Your experiences are devastating. But the problem is that this is a charade to cover up use of power, that they are going around talking incessantly outside of this hearing about Donald Trump. And the purpose of this hearing is to cover up for what they know to be an inappropriate investigation. Now, I look forward to many of you are in New York City. No, not right now, because I only have 20 seconds. I'm sorry. But I do want to...
Don't insult my intelligence. That you're not...
Hang on. The gentleman's time.
I'm not insulting
You're trying to insult me like I'm not aware of what's going on here.
Thank you.
Okay? I'm fully aware of what's going on here.
Gentleman will suspend. Gentleman gets another 15
I
seconds.
need the full context of like what this discussion is.
Committee will be in order.
Ms. Brame, what I was about to say is that as a representative of this city, I look forward to working with you, with Ms. Harrison, Mr. Holden, Mr. Borgen, all of you who are involved and engaged in our criminal justice system, because as I said and my colleagues have referenced, we do have a problem not only in New York City but around the country. So hopefully we can work together to reach real solutions, not charades like this.
Gentlelady from New York, Ms. Stefanik, is recognized for 5 minutes.
As a native New Yorker born and bred, I think it's important to note that many of the Democrats on this committee have smeared brave victims and fellow New Yorkers here today, calling them props, a circus, a performance, MAGA Broadway pops, and an underlying sham. What have Republicans focused on? We've focused on giving victims a voice. We've focused on crimes.
My God.
We've focused on your story as a father, visiting your son at the hospital, seeing his face beaten in with an anti-Semitic hate crime. We're focused, Ms. Brame, on your story as a mother, grieving the loss, grieving the loss, and advocating on behalf of your son and his legacy. Ms. Harrison, we heard your story about losing your loved one. And Mr. Alba, we heard your story, just the personal challenges you've faced dealing with the consequences of the vicious crime perpetrated against you. And in addition to House Democrats belittling the victims here today, Democrats have politicized this hearing, mentioning Donald Trump 38 times. That number for Republicans is 0. We are focused on victims and making sure
How is she? She's a new member. How is she on the Judiciary Committee?
There's a catastrophic crime crisis across America, specifically in our great cities and great cities like New York. New Yorkers know it, Americans know it. And while Democrats on this committee may claim that New York is not the epicenter, look no further than the last November election, where we flipped 4 congressional seats, delivering the House majority. What was the #1 issue? It was crime, because voters are smart. The people are smart. Mr. DiGiacomo,
it wasn't all the gerrymandering that went on too, and the loss of population, which led to those 4 seats flipping.
Approximately 40 years.
And in those 40 years, would you say the crime crisis today is worse than you've ever seen it?
That's correct.
Crime is up. Is it fair to say that it is a result of failed bail reform policies in Albany and Alvin Bragg's Day One memo?
100%.
And here are some important.
User clip forgetting January 6th. What is this?
Get more crime. Patrick Lynch, the president of the Police Benevolent Association, said, police officers don't want to be sent
The
out to
audio
enforce
sucks,
laws that
man.
the district attorneys won't prosecute. There are already too many people who believe that they can commit crimes, resist arrest, interfere with police officers, and face zero consequences.
So these are user clips. Okay. The accolades do not tell the whole story. Remember what Jim Jordan
law enforcement. We got a number
on January
right here
6th at the
in
U.S.
this building.
Capitol.
Thank you for what you do. Arrest, interfere.
User clip, fact check, repeat offenders. Please get facts from the website for both the Manhattan County District Attorney Bragg and the New York Attorney General James. Please read CBS coverage of Mr. Bragg's investigation of this case, which was one of Mr. Bragg's first as he assumed his current responsibility. Get the full story. Mr. Bragg, Democrat Jared Nadler attempts to make a hearing all about Donald Trump. Matthew Burke. Let's see, user clip about Matthew Burke again. New York City crime victim house says if Alvin Bragg was doing his job, none of us would be here today. User clip Jerry now gets laughed at during House hearing. Proposed that Jim Jordan was holding a hearing at the bidding of Donald Trump. Probably was. All right, let's get back to this. This is a
2022,
joke.
District Attorney Bragg's first year as DA, New York City saw a 23% surge in major crimes. Is that true?
That's correct.
From 2019 to 2022, murders are up 93%.
That's correct.
From 2019 to 2022, robberies are up 43%.
Correct.
Felony assaults are up 32%.
Correct.
And it's fair to say.
Well, the man is incompetent, obviously. In the big scheme of things, but unfortunately, you know, our hands are tied. He can come to us and he offered him other deals. My son did not accept it. Right now, the court case is pending and different deals are passing on from back to
Oh
forth.
my god, this is like fucking ridiculous. There's no context between any behind any of those like statistics outside of like them just like saying the numbers. But it's like a great clip though. I would have to like really like dig deep into like those like statistics to see like what specific crimes were going up to. Like they were like some of those crimes, then when they get reported as violent crimes, like for example, like a robbery technically is a violent crime, but there's no actual like intended violence. Like if you hold like a gun to somebody, that's technically that's a robbery, right? To take their property from them, right? That's not the legal definition behind it, but it's essentially theft plus force or intimidation too. That's technically classified as a violent crime, right? Even though there wasn't any actual violence, but it was a purported violence that you would use that violence when you hold like a weapon or like a knife or a gun at somebody too. So that gets classified as a violent crime. So it's very handy when people use those statistics too, like Republicans, when they say. When they give you all those statistics, but if you break down like what those crimes were, the statistics that they spew to you aren't as accurate or as clear cut as they say it is too. But they know that their audience is not going to dig into it though. That's the only thing. Let's see what IRI is saying here.
Being trafficked from out of state, we need to be investing in our community.
But here's another 20.
Hell yeah.
Nah, good thing. This is a morning crew. I'm a night guy for IRI. I'll let him go on too. This stuff is just so like brain dead. I would have to like really dig. I actually do want to like dig into it because this is actually like upsetting me. Let's do crime statistics. Like New York City. So this is nyc.gov. Here. Citywide crime statistics. Okay. you're wondering what these are, these are actually city statistics compiled by the city. So let's see, what is this for though? Most recent full year. Okay. So these are the comp stats. Ooh. Citywide precinct. Okay, so this is citywide. Week of 403. So can I break these down by metric by the comp stat book? Huh. Okay. I don't know. This would take me a little bit. So only 7 murders so far. Okay. Timeline. So year to year. So this is murders citywide from 1993. So 31. And line goes down, down, down. Then was this 97 here. 10. So this is 2021 11. Yeah, slight increase in murders from 2020 11, then it goes down to 8, and then so far 7 reported in 2023. Okay. Let's look at robbery. So far you have 255 robberies committed citywide so far. So daily on average 35, so say like 32, 33 robberies. 41 so far going into the summer. Year to year. So 96 was the highest so far. You had a 947 total robberies. And then down, 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 down. It's relatively been going down. And then 2021, 186. 2022, 339. And then 255 so far. And I believe these comp stats are like recorded or kept up too. And these are the sheets. I would really need to like dig down into these. I just hate like I just hate like when people lie to you when the statistics literally says the information's right here. I'm looking at the information right now. And people look at these numbers and like they say, oh, this is too high relative to like the size of the city and the population. But like people, I'm gonna say this in a nice possible way, but not really. People are fucking stupid. Like they can't put things to scale. That's the problem. And it's annoying when you have to talk about it too. So I need something. So that's January. I'm looking for something a little bit more recent. That's March. We're in April now. I'm not familiar with New York 1. Oh, okay. New York 1. Okay, that's Spectrum News. New York City's 5.6 overall crime drop in February. Showing overall crime decrease. Okay, so this is. Hold the field hearing in Manhattan on April 17th to draw attention to Manhattan's district attorneys. Alvin Bragg's pro-crime, anti-victim policies have led to an increase in violent crime in a dangerous community for New York City residents. Experts told us it was unlikely Bragg had or could have an impact on crime trends, and crime don't match the GOP narrative. And it's no secret Republicans have chosen to come to Manhattan. On April 4th, Bragg unsealed an indictment against Donald Trump, accusing the former president of 34 felony counts of falsifying business records to conceal hush money payments to 3 people alleging extramarital affairs by Trump, and making a case that the payments were made to illegally help Trump's presidential campaign. Numerous Republicans and Trump himself have attacked Bragg's case against Trump as politically motivated, but more than that, they argue that while Bragg expends office resources to pursue Trump, that his supposedly soft on crime policy led to soaring crime in Manhattan. That's just not true. On April 13th, Republican Representative Andy Biggs introduced legislation calling for defunding of the Manhattan DA's office for failing to address lawlessness and from utilizing federal resources in the political prosecution of President Trump. That is not normal when you say stuff like that. Unironically, defund the police by defunding the prosecutor's office. While overall crime may increase in Bragg's first year as DA in 2022, as it did in most cities across the country, murders declined, and in the first few months of 2023, murders, robberies, rape, and shooting incidents all down from the same period last year. Though felony assaults are up. House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan said on Fox News that in the committee's field hearing in Manhattan, he plans to bring crime victims to talk about the unbelievable level of crime we have seen in these jurisdictions. And let me be very, very clear about something. I do sympathize for the people who are the victims of like the various crimes that are talking, especially the woman who was very upset when I forget the representative, the Democratic representative that was who represents a district here in the city, was talking to her. They're not going to be sane or cool, or they're going to be quote unquote extra when they're there, because probably their cases are in limbo. They're, if not the direct victim of the crime, they're tangentially related to the actual victim of the crime in some way, and they feel very personal about what has happened in regards to the crime that was perpetrated against them personally, or perpetrated against someone that they know. And I'm assuming that if you dig into their cases, they're still ongoing, or there's no clear-cut conclusion to their case, or their case has been concluded and it is not concluded in a satisfactory manner that they feel that they received any form of justice. And in essence, Jim Jordan and the Republicans are using these victims, and they are victims of whatever crimes that have been perpetrated against themselves, people that they know, and they're trying to fill this narrative that Alvin Bragg and essentially the entire city of New York is a crime-infested cesspool, and nothing can get ever done in these big cities. The city has its own problems. This is not the case, and kind of parading these people to the forefront is them just using these people. And these people probably believe that if they're out here and they're talking to these Congress members, something's going to get done in their cases. It's not. They cannot do anything directly to help you in this case. They can probably work on it, put some pressure, and use some resources they may have in the federal level to help the prosecutors and help the investigators that are working on this case to see if they can unearth something new, though. But these are state issues, though. And without knowing what the fuck is going on with these people's cases, I just don't know. That's the only thing. But he's just using them. They're props to him. He doesn't give a shit about their cases. He doesn't give a shit about any of these people whatsoever. I'll make that clear. None of the Republicans do. They're just props to run defense for Donald Trump. And generally people know that. Policing and prosecuting criminals in this city, and frankly in any big city, is a fucking mess. Okay? There's a lot of people. There's a lot of economic inequality in these cities. There is crime in these cities too. There's a lot of bureaucracy that gets in the way. And there's a lot of, essentially, like the little guy gets fucked over quite a bit in these cities. That's true. Yet people still live here and work here because this is where all the jobs are. This is where the economic opportunities are. Okay? And it doesn't help when Fox and all these Republicans like shit on the cities too, because they don't want to solve the problems here. Okay, the people here who are on the ground, who are working in government, and essentially who have a D next to their name, and who are the progressives or trying to make substantial changes, are the ones who actually care about the people in this city. Okay, not the Republicans. They don't give a fuck. Let's see. These urban areas around the country where you have some left wing pro who thinks it's more important to focus on politics than it is to keep bad guys on the street and behind bars. I hate that narrative, but it plays though. It does play though, because people can't. They're not going to do anything. They're not going to do anything about it because they're not there to solve problems. It's like the thing with the border. They can actually make substantial changes to the border if they work with Democrats, but they're not going to do it because it's a wedge issue that keeps coming up every election. And they can say, oh, the Democrats are not doing this, the Democrats aren't doing that. Then you put in Republicans. They defund the people who can actually do something at the border, i.e. Border Patrol, or not put enough immigration judges to deal with the backlog of immigration cases that are before those courts. Because in the next election they say, oh look, government's not doing anything again, bring in more Republicans, we'll solve it. But then they create the problems so they can run on that problem and get elected again, or get new guys elected again, or get new guys elected. It is a political stunt, and claiming that New York City is the safest big city in America. Unironically, it is. He's not wrong about that too. You're going to have crime. Well, another big thing is too with these cities too, because you have so many people in these cities, and you have so much reporting. It's going to be a ton of reporting in these cities of crime too, unlike in rural areas too, where it may take days before a crime gets reported. Here in New York City, you sneeze in Brooklyn, somebody in Staten Island can hear you sneeze. Okay, I say that hyperbolically, but it's the fucking truth. But people don't like think rationally. A person you can talk to on an individual level and speak to them rationally, cordially, and calmly. But people though, goes right over their fucking heads. That is also true. This is very true right here. And we know New York City is made up of 5 counties. Manhattan's in New York County, and since Bradford only has a DMA, it makes more sense when possible to focus statistics just for Manhattan as opposed to all of New York City. It's also important to look at national crime trends to provide context. This is also true. This is also like incredibly true. He only serves in like New York. He only serves in Manhattan. That's New York County. People just don't know it though. Says too. People think that like New York is just like New York City too. It's trust me, I've lived in different parts of the country. People really think like New York is just like New York City. Same thing they think like California is just LA and that's it. I've talked to people and they think like New York City is the capital of New York. I don't know what to tell you. Trump says that. Did I just get put back into orbit? Yeah. Trump says that Bragg's indictment, which he calls political persecution, comes at the expense of rising and rampant crime in Manhattan. Meanwhile, overall crime in New York was up 30% last year, much more than the year before, with felony assaults, robberies, and burglaries all up by a massive numbers. Trump said in a speech from Mar-a-Lago after his April 4th arraignment, "Not the same place that I know, not the same place that you know." Trump appears to have been citing citywide statistics for 7 major felony offenses: murder, rape, robbery, felony assault, burglary, grand larceny of a motor vehicle, which increased by about 23% from 2021 to 2022, according to New York City Police Department data. Notably, however, murder, which Trump did not mention, went down citywide in 2022 by 10%. This is all true. This is all good reporting so far. Murders in Manhattan specifically dropped 15% in 2022 to 78 rather. For a historical perspective, that's the lowest number since 2019, and it's far lower than the number of murders in the late 1980s and 1990s. in early 1990s. For example, there were 503 murders in Manhattan in 1990, more than 6 times as many as last year. The crime increase in New York City in 2022 were roughly in line with national crime trends in big cities nationwide. According to a report from the Council on Criminal Justice, a nonpartisan criminal justice think tank, robberies, non-residential burglaries, larcenies, and motor vehicle theft all increased between 2021 and 2022. In cities that were part of its review, including New York, the report also found that the homicides dipped in big cities in 2022 as they did in New York City. Bragg also was making a claim about the entire city when he said that the Judiciary Committee will be visiting the safest big city in America. In Fox News interview, James Comer, chair of the House Oversight Committee, mocked that claim, saying, "I don't think many people are going to come to his defense and say New York's the safest city in America right now." But Patrick Sharkey, professor of sociology and public affairs at Princeton University, who created a website that tracks data on murder for large cities, said just that. New York City is among the safest big cities in the country. Sharkey told us via email. Among the 9 cities with 1+ million for which I have data, only San Diego had a lower murder rate last year. Among the cities with 500K plus, only 4 cities had a lower murder rate: San Diego, Mesa, San Jose, Sacramento. Murder rate in large cities. 2022 murder rates in 9 U.S. cities with over 1 million people. Philadelphia is up there. City of brotherly love, unironically. Chicago's up there. That's because of the ease of access to guns in surrounding counties outside of Chicago, mostly Indiana. It's so easy to get guns in there. Houston, for obvious reasons, easy access to guns. Phoenix is the same thing. LA too. Unironically, it's people in like, where was it in LA? Where are the guns coming in? It's not. California actually has a very pro-gun culture too. That's the issue too. If you look at like the left-leaning cities, which is Philadelphia, Chicago, and Los Angeles too, the guns are coming in from outside the city, specifically outside the state, and they're being brought in too. But I think for California, they're coming in from other parts of California. Correct me if I'm wrong, anybody in chat. And they're being brought into LA from other parts of California. Austin, San Antonio, both in Texas, obviously New York. The guns are coming in from outside, like New York, and San Diego's the same situation, but San Diego's like tiny though. Jeffrey Fagan, a professor at Columbia Law School who is an expert in policing, told us something similar. For over 20 years, New York City has been safer than any other city of comparable size. Fagan told us violent crime spiked during the pandemic in New York City. It's elsewhere, and now it's coming down. In his Fox News interview, Comer accused Bragg of being soft on crime prosecutor, based on nothing too, by the way. Based on absolutely nothing. And his office too doesn't really deal with a lot of like violent crime. They deal with a lot of financial crime and financial based crime. A soft on crime prosecutor, and said that we have district attorneys and prosecutors who focus on things that enhance their political career, as opposed to, and Republican prosecutors do the same exact thing. As opposed to trying to put real criminals behind the bars for shoplifting, for murder, for rape, for carjacking. That happens all the time here in New York City. But we found no evidence that Bragg had backed up prosecuting serious offenses. Shortly after taking office on January 1st, 2022, Bragg issued a memo that instructed his office not to prosecute some offenses: marijuana, misdemeanors, prostitution, resisting arrest, and only seek jail time for major crimes such as homicide, violent felonies with a deadly weapon, domestic violence, sex offenses, public corruption, and major economic crimes unless required by law. He further directed that his staff should reduce pretrial incarceration, reserve pretrial detention for very serious cases, which is sort of in line with like the thinking now too, because you're punishing people who are in desperate criminal situations too. For like marijuana and this misdemeanors for holding like a dime bag, you're gonna like put someone in pretrial detention to accrue fines and like owe money to the state who they know is not going to be able to like fucking like afford it to. And for people in desperate situations like in prostitution too, like come on, get these people jobs and get these people help, and then let them get on their way. A month later, Bragg officially revised and clarified several policies that have been fiercely criticized as too lenient. The New York Times reported, for example, the Times Zone, Bragg clarified that commercial robberies committed with a gun should be prosecuted as felonies, that the default in-gun possession cases should be felony charged, and that any violence against a police officer should be prosecuted. Crime experts we spoke to says unlikely that Bragg's plans have any significant effect on crime trends in Manhattan, let alone the entire city. They normally don't. It just depends. Like those policies just determine what cases are worthy of prosecution or not. There will never be enough prosecutors for the amount of people that are going to be able to commit crimes like in the city. It's just not. You're just going to put a bunch of people in jail and hold them in jail and waste city resources for like low-level offenses for no reason. You might say, like, hire more prosecutors. It's not that simple. Why? Because law school is expensive. You need lawyers. You need to train them. And it's not just you just shove them in to a courtroom and figure it out. Defense attorneys are going to have like a field day with them then. Cities across the country saw increasing gun violence in 2020 that persisted in 2021. I wonder why. Sharkey said, including cities with both Democratic and Republican mayors, and cities with and without progressive prosecutors. There is no evidence that cities with more progressive prosecutors have had an impact on violence, Sharkey said. I reject the entire premise of this current debate that the policies of one district attorney in Manhattan could demonstrably impact the crime rates of a number of different types of offenses throughout the city for the past year or two. Andrew Carmen, a professor at John Jay College of Criminal Justice in New York City, told us via email. The district attorney of a borough can only work with the solved cases that the police hand over to him, Carmen said. Most reported cases such as motor vehicle thefts, robberies, burglaries, even rapes go unsolved. Even the clearance rate for murders is low, somewhere between 50 and 70% depending on how it is measured. So the DA cannot really influence the larger criminal activity problem throughout the borough or the entire city in a substantial way, since most offenders are still on the loose. The police have not figured out who they are and how to catch them. The rise in crime in 2021 also tracked national trends, Carmen said. Urban crime problems across the nation worsened in May and June of 2020 after a lockdown was lifted and George Floyd was murdered, Carmen said. So all blame can be attributed to DA Bragg's formless approach since there's a nationwide uptick. Carmen was referring to protests that rise after Floyd, a black man, died after a white police officer kneeled on his neck during a arrest in Minneapolis on May 25, 2020. Manhattan crime. Congressional Republicans have made their case anecdotally, with some tweeting out news, reports, or videos showing instances of violent crime in Manhattan to bolster their argument that Bragg's attention to is wrongly focused on Trump as opposed to violent crime. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example, tweeted a video of a man being shot in Manhattan and commented, yesterday a man was shot in Cold Blood and DA Alvin Bragg in New York City. I want you to notice how she's framing it too. Some random shooting, which you're given no context behind it too. It could be a random shooting, or it could be a lover's quarrel. It could have been a robbery, right? And somehow the DA now, right, somehow mystically should have stopped that crime before it even happened, not knowing who the perpetrator was or who the victim was going to be. Right? Like, it's supposed to be like person of interest here. You're supposed to have like this machine, this AI that somehow has figured a crime out before it even gets committed, to stop the perpetrator before the victim is hurt. Instead of what a prosecutor actually does is, crime is perpetrated, there's a victim, there's a perpetrator. All right, get the perpetrator down, prosecute the perpetrator after the police does their investigation. People are murdered in Manhattan every day as a result of Bragg's pro-crime policies, but what is Allen focused on? Political persecution of President Trump, innocent man who hasn't committed a crime. Actually, there have been 20 people murdered in Manhattan so far this year. That comes to once every 5 days on average, not every day. Citywide, the murder rate in New York in 2022 was 5.42 per 100,000 residents. For comparison, the rate in Atlanta, which abuts Green's legislative district, is 31.75. That means the murder rate in Atlanta was nearly 6 times higher than in New York City in 2022. The problem is, though, she tweets videos like that, and people already have an image of like New York City. And the thing is, like, there's fucking murder and rapes are happening every hour of every day in New York City. Okay? Versus, you're looking at this too. So in New York City, in 2022, there was 5.42 murders per 100,000 residents. Versus in Atlanta, there was 31.75 murders per 100,000 residents. Put that in perspective. So for every 100,000 residents in New York City, there was about, let's say, 6 murders. For every 100,000 residents in Atlanta, there were about 32 murders. No, it takes that into account though. I don't understand how they can get away with this shit too. Like they lie too. But the problem is though, it's so easy to lie and lie away this shit instead of actually engaging with like the data and the numbers, which, you know, people who are telling the truth tell you this is in no way true. You have no context about, you don't even know like that video was real or that man was actually shot in Manhattan too, by the way. Some have pointed to rising crime overall in 2022 in Manhattan as evidence that Bragg's policies are worsening crime there. Looking at the 7 major felonies tracked by the New York City Police Department, the number of crimes rose by nearly 26% in Manhattan compared with the year before. Nearly 2/3 of the increase was due to 34% increase in grand larceny, but 6 out of 7 of the major felony categories were up in 2022. The exception, as we said, was for murder, which saw a 15% drop from 92 in 2021 to 78 in 2022. The increases in 2022 Manhattan overall and for individual crime categories were roughly in line with the other 4 boroughs of New York City, Fagan said. In other words, Manhattan was not an outlier that might suggest policy differences there. And as we said, the statistics are in line with a national trend of increased crime in large cities around the country in 2022. And as Bragg's office highlighted, crime in Manhattan generally declined in the first quarter of this year. Just released NYPD data shows shootings and homicides are down in New York City for the first quarter of this year, with progress in Manhattan helping to drive the overall citywide decrease. According to a statement from a Bragg spokesperson, virtually every major crime category is lower in Manhattan now than it was last year, as of 4/2/23, or April 2nd, 2023. Murders are down 14%, shootings are down 17%, burglaries are down 21%, and robberies are down 8%. According to our analysis of the latest New York Police Department statistics so far this year, murders down 9%, rapes 29%, robberies 10%, burglaries 23%, and shooting incidents down 15%. All trending down in Manhattan. Remember, just in that one borough, we're just looking at that one borough. That's comparing January 1st to January 9th of this year with the same period last year. However, felony assault plus 6% and grand larceny plus 4% are on the rise. January 1st, April 9th, 2023. Percentage change compared with the same period in 2022. Down, down, down. Murders down, rapes down, robberies down, felony assault slightly up, 5.9%. Burglary, grand larcenies slightly up by just over 4%, 4.3%, 4.4%. Shooting incidents down. Overall, this year to date, Manhattan's criminal numbers look pretty good. Christopher Herman, Associate Professor John Jay College of Criminal Justice, told us via email. Total crime is down a little bit right now for Manhattan, down 2%, driven by big decreases in burglary and robbery. These are the two of the high volume personal crimes that drives fear of crime up and down, which is true too. Burglary and robbery are big motivators for like people. So if you can show like burglary and robbery are up too, it really like drives people because it's so personal. Burglary and robbery too, people tend to like equate, like they can easily see that happening to them too. So it's an easy way to fearmonger for people. Herman warned that while politicians critical of Bragg might highlight anecdotal instances for crime victims in Manhattan, there are so many other cities struggling with much higher violent crime rates. It'll be easy to cherry pick some victims to come and share their stories, Herman said. Unfortunately, you can't share the same stories for anyone who is not a victim of crime. To me, the numbers speak for themselves. New York City, that's all 5 boroughs and all the counties, went through difficult times during the pandemic like many other cities throughout the country, Herman said. Crime is not a red-blue issue. There are plenty of high crime cities that are red-blue and plenty of low crime cities that are red-blue. New York City is much safer per capita than some of the larger Ohio cities, so I don't understand Jordan's reasoning for selecting out Bragg. Jordan, is certainly not focused on actual crime numbers. No, he's deflecting, he's playing a game for Trump. Fagan also said that several cities in Ohio, where Jordan is from, have higher rates of violent crime. That's true too. The New York City, which is generally middle of the pack among larger and medium-sized cities. Also, like statistically speaking, you being the victim of like a violent felony or violent crime is relatively low. And that depends on the situation that you're in. If you're in an area where there's ease of access to firearms, is notably a dangerous area, there's little to no police presence in that area, has already a history of like violent crime in that area, then you probably would have a higher risk of being a victim of violent crime. Also, like time of day too. If it's the middle of the night and it's like on a Friday evening or something like that, Saturday evening, something like that too, and you're in an area too where there's like a lot of like bars and stuff like that too, there's a lot of violent crime, robberies and burglaries happen around those areas too because people are intoxicated, their defenses are lower as well, like in certain areas too. But generally speaking, like in the middle of the day, afternoon, no one's gonna fucking rob you in the middle of the day, in the middle of the afternoon. Okay, there's like these weird people are fucking weird, man. Well, there's a video from Vosh, I think I saved it there too, and it's like he's critiquing like all these women who are saying like, oh, if you see something like on the hood of your car or like this piece of paper, then don't go to your car because like they're trying to set you up for like to like R-word you or some shit like that. It's like fucking nuts, man. How do people like go through their lives thinking like they're gonna be the victim of like a violent crime in any like fucking moment? That's nuts to me. I kind of want to get some more coffee. I want to finish this tea. I wonder if it's still warm from yesterday at least. Alright, so Fagan also said that several cities, New York is not a dangerous place, Fagan said, too. Contributed this article. I actually do want to choose another folder, streaming, topics. Would that be just criminal? Is that really criminal justice form? Economics, economic model. It really should be like just crime statistics. Statistics. So websites like the .coms, I just don't know. New York City crime policymakers are now ignoring data. I hate this shit. From the Post. Fucking Rupert Murdoch. Hannah E. Myers. Jesus Christ. I hate the fear-mongering from the Post, man. The Post is fucking horrible. It's a rag, and everybody knows it, too. Yeah. Yeah, violent crime for murder, rape, robbery, and assault. And that was directly caused because of the pandemic, too. God damn, San Antonio. Yeah, same thing. Philadelphia, it's like counties outside of like Philadelphia, ease of access like the firearms suit, then they bring them into like Philadelphia. Okay. Tegna Incorporated. I'm not familiar with them. So Chill Chi Farm. You can do this. You can watch the rest of the Papa Gut video. Are they still going on about? They still going on too? I was like so bored of that too. I was getting like triggered by it. Is he really at the New York Stock Exchange? Ugh.
That's right. Both seek to eliminate or neutralize the capabilities of law enforcement, correct?
It's been compromised already.
Bro, this thing is like fucking horrible. I can increase the sound, but it's like it gets like too loud then.
Gained a major foothold in several cities, including the one that we're in right now. So we can assess what the impact has been. And one way to assess that impact, of course, is looking at the effect on crime rates. Now, Mr. Holden, you're an elected city council member in New York, member of the Democratic Party, and you testified today about failed progressive policies. So just to be clear, when you say these are failed progressive policies, is that because they've caused crime to go up or to go down?
Again, I'm a critic of my party's stance on crime. Everything's gone up. All their policies have led to an increase in crime. And I think we saw it come to a head with the war on police.
I wish I could say I knew like every single person in like the New York City Council.
National. And so you saw this kind of crime wave go throughout the entire country.
That's right.
Unironically, she might be getting replaced. You saw that.
It reported that major
no,
crime
back.
in New York this year
Go
is
to
45% up
current council
This is
members.
from the New York Times, and to your point, in Los Angeles, violent crime is 86% higher than the national average. In San Francisco, overall crime is 111% higher than the national average. So you can also then look to assess the impact of these policies, about how people are responding to them. Would you say, Council Member Holden, that these failed progressive policies have caused more people to move to New York City or to move away from New York City?
Certainly away from New York City. I've never seen it this bad. Like I said, I grew up in the 80s and
Queens.
90s.
I want you to like.
Horrific crime numbers, but now it's.
I want you to know something right now too. There's some council members that I know. Some of them are. They are a Democrat, but at one point in time they may have been a Republican, but they might have switched parties just so they can like maintain their seat. That's one thing too, and some of them just because, listen, there's like some conservative areas, like even like in New York City too, and it depends on the district. And if that's the case, then some of them probably would run as a Republican. There's more Republicans in the area too, but just because it's New York City, they might run as a Democrat because they have a higher chance of getting elected. I believe he's a little bit more like in line with than the mayor.
Francisco, and yet voters overwhelmingly recalled that progressive prosecutor. And so the verdict is very clear, that these policies have led to crime skyrocketing, to people fleeing, and they're being rejected by voters. And yet today, on the other side of the table, we have by and large saw members of Congress standing by those policies. And for folks who are watching, and for that matter, the victims and the families who are here today, it must be disheartening. But I'd say it's actually not as bleak as it sounds.
Republican, Kevin Kiley.
Today on the other side are not representative. And for proof of that, just look what happened in D.C.
And third congressional district in California.
Crime bill. In the House majority,
Is that his?
we passed legislation to undo what the D.C. City Council had done. President Biden sided with us and signed that bill. 2 out of 3 Democrat senators sided with us and voted for that bill. Do you know how many members of this committee in the minority voted for that bill? Just 1. Every single other member voted to keep the reckless pro-criminal D.C. crime bill in place. So I would say there's a lot more consensus in this country right now than today's hearing makes out, and that the pendulum is swinging back towards supporting victims, supporting law enforcement, supporting law and order, and I look forward to working with people of good faith on both sides of the aisle to restore sanity to our criminal justice system.
Gentleman's time's expired. Mr. Brands, recognized 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a greatness in America that has often been reflected over the history of our nation by the greatness in some of our largest cities, like New York City, like Philadelphia, like a couple cities in my state, Austin and Houston, to name a few. But widespread movements in these cities to focus support for criminals instead of victims, to put progressive liberal politics ahead of the lives of all individuals, regardless of political affiliation, to put sound bites ahead of sound policy,
There's
and to
districts.
focus on social justice rather than actual justice have resulted in these Democrat-run
Look at these fucking
cities
district lines,
like
man.
New York
God
City
damn.
being less safe. Of course, if you're talking about the safety and protection of criminals, that's different. Mr. Giacomo, let me see if I understand a couple of statistics correctly, and I'll ask you a couple questions about this. When it relates to Alvin Bragg's Manhattan District Attorney's Office, not even going back before that, but just looking at what he's done and looking at the process in particular. Let's start with somebody that's committed a criminal offense, a felony offense. Since 2019, if you compare 2019 to 2022 statistics, Alvin Bragg has declined to prosecute 35% less felonies than before. But even with those felonies
What degree?
that were charged,
What were
he's
the
downgraded
original charges and
52%
what
of those
degree of
felonies
felony it
down to
was?
misdemeanors.
Oh my god,
And even
this is
when
like
you get past
triggering me.
that, of
This
those-
is like triggering the shit out of me.
To dig, no? Might be another ground to dig.
It might be. I can certainly understand why the court would do that. You know, where I'm in a poor position to suggest that you do that because we didn't raise this in the brief in opposition. So we do think at the very least, though, that the court should leave that open, and that should be something that can get percolated. And that may end up resolving the actual question in the context of direct listings. And again, I do think it is a very serious consequence of their position that you're going to create a pathway for evasion of Section 11 in the context of traditional IPOs. Their response isn't that that's wrong, it's that that's right, and we've always had that right. That is wrong. Their other response is don't worry about it because there's always Section 10B. You know, that, I think, is an inadequate response, including because the whole reason Congress enacted Section 11 was because it thought the common law cause of action for fraud that existed before the Great Depression was inadequate. It's not simply that Section 10 provides...
Counsel, I think you've answered my question.
I apologize. But I'm sorry.
Anything further? Justice Thomas? Justice Alito?
I wanted to make sure, Mr. Russell, I understood your textual argument because it does seem to me like you have a hard road to hoe here. Granted, such security doesn't have an antecedent, but why shouldn't we read it Mr. Hunger's way?
Two reasons. One, Mr. Hunger's way requires you to be able to identify specific shares as registered by the registration statement. As the Butterfield example shows, you cannot do that.
How about when it talks about the registration statement becoming effective, and then it switches over to Section 6, and it says a registration statement shall be deemed effective only as to the securities specified therein? Why aren't we talking about those securities?
Because the word security there is not share, and it is not referring to individual shares, including because registration statements don't specify individual shares. If you look at Section 7, which then lists what goes into the registration statement, it refers to Schedule A. Schedule A doesn't say that you have to identify specific shares. The closest it comes is in subparagraph 11, which says you have to identify the amount of capital stock, an aggregate question, not individual shares. If you look at the extensive SEC regulations about what goes into a registration statement, it also doesn't require you to identify individual shares. And as I said before, and as the Butterfield example shows, this registration statement doesn't identify individual shares. But I will say, even if you thought that it made sense to talk about registered shares and you could identify them and you knew what they were, it is nonetheless the case that Section 11, I think, simply doesn't follow that line of distinction. That's a line of distinction about the lawfulness of sales. It is about the obligations of sellers. Section 11 is about the obligations of people who write registration statements, and it is not at all strange when we know that every share in a registered offering is going to be valued or misvalued based on what's said in that registration statement. It's not at all unusual to think that Congress would provide a remedy to everyone who is foreseeably injured.
Thank you.
Justice Gorsuch? Justice Kavanaugh? Justice Jackson? Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
Rebuttal, Mr. Hungar?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a few brief points. First, some factual corrections. SLAC did not withdraw its registration statement. It merely withdrew it with respect to unsold shares. So the registration statement remained in effect, and under respondents' interpretation, there would be no end to the liability potential for companies that issue registration statements for the full 3-year period of the statute of repose, which would dramatically change the consensus. Mr. Butterfield and other affiliates of the company could not sell unregistered shares, so if they registered only some of the shares, only those could be sold. That's because it would be illegal to sell unregistered shares because of the exemption that only applies for affiliates, only applies to the shares that are, or rather, there is no exemption for them to sell. They'd have to be registered in order to sell, so that only the registered shares, so there's no difficulty determining whether he sold registered shares. Barnes did involve exempt shares as well as registered shares that were already in the market. The case makes that clear. Counsel says that there's no consensus on Section 11. That's simply incorrect. Every court of appeals that had addressed the question, 8 courts of appeals, said that what such security means in Section 11 is shares registered under the registration statement that's being challenged. And that means, as everyone has understood for the past many decades, that in the case of an IPO, once there are exempt shares on the market, the plaintiff must trace in order to bring a Section 11 claim. And as I said at the beginning, respondent does not cite a single case to the contrary in the 90-year history of the Act. So the idea that somehow the norm is that people can bring suits in those circumstances is patently incorrect. The SEC has, counsel suggests that the SEC's position is not clear and does not address the question at issue here. That's simply incorrect. Here's what the SEC told this court in the Herman and McLean case. A plaintiff may seek relief under Section 11 only with respect to securities covered by the registration statement. There's no doubt, and in fact the SEC actually went on to say even though there could be outstanding securities of the same class, that there would still not be liability even if people had relied on the registration statement with respect to those other shares. So the SEC's position is perfectly clear. Respondent says that this was a public offering of the exempt shares. That's simply not true. If you look at Gustafson, Gustafson defines what a public offering is. A public offering is an offering is by an issuer or a controlling shareholder. That's what Gustafson says, and that's exactly the point that Gustafson is making, distinguishing between the public offerings that are covered by Section 12, public sales, public offerings that require a registration statement and that are by issuers, controlling shareholders, underwriters, and the like, as distinct from the exempt shares that are not public offerings because they're exempt under Section 4, which carves out that different class of offerings for different treatment, including under Section 12. If the court has no further questions, I thank the court. We ask that the judgment be reversed.
Thank you, counsel. Counsel, the case is submitted.
I guess
The
we just
Honorable
finished up.
Court is now adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
These are the cases that nobody listens to. And that's it. That's an oral argument for that case. All right. That's at 1 p.m. So we can go ahead. I do actually want to hear what he has to say here too. I was barely listening to that. I'm going to be very honest with you. Securities law is fucking dry as shit too. You can make a lot of money. You can make a lot of money doing it too, but it's dry as fuck. What? Okay, I'll bite. I'll bite. I'll bite. Oh my god, it's fucking hilarious. Now, do they have better audio?
The bottom line is...
Dude, the audio for this is fucking horrible. Unironically, I would listen to it, but it's just bad. This motherfucker has the most clickbaity titles I've ever seen in my life, and I dig it. I really dig it. Vorpal's broken again. When is it not broken? Listen, if it's a decent ARPG, I'll try it. This Nick Cage vampire movie sucks. Really? Okay. I actually heard good things about it from people. They said like it's probably the best it's one of his better like kind of like crazy movies. But like, critics like hated it though, apparently. Or they didn't hate it, but they thought it was mid. Grasp of Avarice over the ogre, yeah. You can like buy it, like it's pretty cheap right now. Pay to win cosmetic. Oh yeah, I'm not. I regret buying this game. I'm done with Modern Warfare. Like I'm just like done. Okay, we got this. We got a couple of things we can watch. Go watch this.
This is your last minute PSA reminder before tomorrow's weekly reset for April 18th. First up, you have until tomorrow to make the most out of Double Nightfall rewards. It won't be back again until week 12. It's also your last chance to get the adept version of Hung Jury this season. Last Wish is featured. This means you can still farm out 1k if you still need it. And with the dungeon being Grasp, you can farm high stat Artifice armor as well. For PvP, the weekly feature Crucible mode is teams.
I would wait till Duality. I think Duality's is coming up for the reset, so then you can farm out Duality, and you can just farm out that second boss battle, and it still works. All you have to do is have the that's not the second boss, the first boss encounter, which is that nightmare with the two axes, whatever he's called. He'll jump off the edge. Just wait for him to do the jump attack. Hang on the edge too. The easy thing to do is have Salvation's Grip. Put it in a spot that's like off the ledge, like nice off the edge too, and then you can just wait for him to do the jump attack. When he does the jump attack, hop up, get back over the edge, he'll fall off, and counter's over. That's it. That's all you have to do. That's it. If you have the grapple grenade for Strand 2, it makes that simple too, and that just makes that first encounter go like that.
Scorched, but there is no seasonal challenge, so maybe focus on comp instead, or not. Buy all shaders from Shader 1 so that she can feel better about herself after making you wait 11 months for that Lucent Blade mod back in the day. That was painful. Zera's at the tower. He's got a pretty nice roll for the wards, but I'm just not a fan of that exotic. Verities has a fairly mixed above average roll, but again not the best IMO. Hawkmoon has Hipfire Grip, DMT has Snapshot Sights, not my favourites. Legendary weapons, this sidearm has Vault Shot, was craftable, great weapon, and a solid PvE roll. Grab for tomorrow's sidearm buff.
Yep.
Warlock armor, unless you want to run a marathon, I wouldn't pick anything up. Far too much mobility. Titans, I think you'll be running faster than the Flash. And Hunters, you got far better garbage. Just delete your character. Lastly, in the Eververse store, remember to buy what you like as we're now rotating to next week's stock for week 8. Divide out.
We'll go do this.
A news outlet reached out to me and asked me how do I feel about the brigading, and I didn't even know what brigading was. I had to look this up, man. I'm like, I have no idea what brigading is, and no one tells me.
Show some love to Henry's resilient over here.
So yes, I am on Reddit, but you know, I got one karma. I know no one's talking to me or whatever. And they say this brigading is, I didn't know this, guys. I'm learning, just like downvote brigading, or just
this man, just like me, is a boomer. So there's some terms that get brought up. I'm embarrassed. This man was just straight up like be honest about, like, I don't know. I get embarrassed about shit like this too when I'm dealing with the young people. But like, I'll look at this shit like on my downtime. But like, yeah, I Google some of these terms you young folks use.
Users, generally outsiders, are to the targeted sub or community, invade a specific subreddit or larger community and flood it with downvotes in order to damage karma dynamics on the targeted sub. Users can also be targeted by downvotes brigade in certain situations. While it often refers to an attack that is intentionally orchestrated by the brigade, whose members consist of separate people, it's also sometimes used to refer to sock puppet tactics, in which people create extra user accounts for the purposes of acquiring more voting power. This is particular and very much against Reddit rules, or simply an unplanned circle jerk of downvotes against a particular user or community. Now, is this a fact? Are they spot on with brigading? You know I don't speak Twitch. So now I'm gonna show you the proof.
Oh, this isn't even like a Twitch term, Henry. This is just like, this is just like an internet term.
They said, hey, just want to let you know you're being brigaded, and it's a coordinated effort. Now, this is allegedly from Mizkif Discord. That's right, allegedly from Mizkif Discord, or one of them, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know, I can't confirm this. This is all alleged, this is all speculation. They sent this to me. They say, hey, this is from his Discord. And I'm like, okay, I mean, I got a Discord, but I only use it to communicate. And since no one communicated with me, it is what it is. Is it a fact that this is from his Discord, or does anyone know these people? Is green indicate moderator? I'll make it bigger for all you guys to see, because we just doing facts over feelings today. It seems Miz, I guess it's Mizkif, and Emi want to do it since they postponed and not canceled. And after this went to LSF, he streamed with Cena the next day. So it seems he's going. Let's just hope this biased dude who live streamed doesn't create new drama narrative about it and everything cool. So I'm guessing that's me. What's the chances Miz ditches Emi stream tomorrow? I don't know what that is. Now, I don't know. Emikos for real, whatever. E's for real.
Don't even try, man.
I'm with you on this. Only if LSF blows it up. It's not looking the case though. And this person, Matt,
just so you know, this is like pretty well known now. If you don't know, now you do. Mizkif does pay like for LSF mods, so he's got some influence over there, quite a bit.
Guys, can y'all put some easier names? God damn. Just all go downvote that last LSF post, and someone responds, exactly. This is Hufflepuff 034 says, yeah. I mean, even if they're upvoted, it's all on OTK side. LOL. Is this proof, guys? I just want to know, is this proof I am being brigaded? Put a 1 for proof, 2
This
for
man
no.
uses like StreamYards, which I understand why people use StreamYards. It's actually very like easy to use, but like somebody in his community's got to teach him how to use like fucking OBS, or at least like Streamlabs. Like somebody teach him that too. Hell, I'll teach him that too. I'll literally spend like a day like teaching him and help him set up the stream and everything.
That's all I want. That's all I want is this proof. I see how many people we have on Twitch. We got about 66 on Twitch. Shout out to y'all. Someone said 1.5. I see some ones. But if this is proof, this statement right here, just all go downvote that LSF. YouTube looks like an overwhelming 1. We got some 1s on Twitch. It's really iffy. Okay. Someone said foolproof. Okay, all right, great. What about this, guys? What about this? All right, so this is the LSF, where it says Mizkif might get tired of guilt Henry. Well, Mizkif might have tried to guilt Henry and not covering the case. This has 0 whatchamacallits. And I'll make it bigger for you guys. Is this further proof? I'm not sure. 1.3 total views, 13% upvote, and 32.5 karma. Total of 2 shares. I don't know how this works. I just showed you allegedly a screenshot from the Discord, which is right here, where someone is saying, hey, go downvote that LSF post. And next thing you know, boom, I get this. So this is on LSF, not abnormal, but obviously highly downvoted. Okay. All right, so that was the proof, okay? Now, it was probably deleted by mods. No, it's still up there. It's still up there, guys.
See what the comments say. Mizkif and Hassan fans coordinate brigading on LSF. Sometimes the creators directing their audience to threads by featuring them on stream. It's been outed that these big creators have a behind-the-scenes deals and ends with the moderation of LSF to suppress and remove threads they don't like. Cutie has her own thing now for people to post. This is very similar to like what they have on Reddit, and I think Hassan has his own thing too. I think Hassan told him he doesn't want anything on there too, but he does farm LSF like every like once in a while. Anything is possible. It's from Henry himself. Anything is possible. Yo, Free Quasi, what's up, man? I appreciate you joining the stream. Oh, I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. I've been doing the late night streams lately, and it's been fucking on my sleep schedule. So I'm doing the like morning to like mid-afternoon streams now. God damn, who is like mowing their lawn? Well, I guess it's probably a good time to mow the lawn. It does seem odd that 6 months. Oh, for everybody who doesn't know, I'm just doing some like fucking like bullshit drama streams, drama coverage right now, which is just. I hate doing it, but it's just what's the old saying? Like no one wants to look at like a car wreck, but everyone does look at the wreck, something like that. That's literally what I'm doing here. By the way, this is what happens when you can't handle the internet. This is the internet. This is what happens to the internet. This is what happens to your brain when you're on the internet for too long too. Is dumb shit like this. That 6 months ago, many people had an opinion and covered the situation. Now that it's a real loss, there seems to be radio silence among them. Coincidence? Henry, this is something that you need to look into. There's a lot of things going on with Hasbro having layoffs. I spoke on layoff in a live stream already. Most companies are laying people off. What do you make of the whole situation? That's true. The tech companies are laying off people en masse right now. If you're in tech, unless you're like a high level middle manager, you're getting your ass fucking fired. Henry, keep doing you and let these emo teenagers stay bro. Most of these motherfuckers are not teenagers. The streamers, they're in their 20s. They're early to mid 20s now. Welcome to Schizos LMAO. What an introduction it has been. Goddamn, this Henry is a boomer like me, man. Like you get a real introduction when you start messing around with these communities, too. He's not even like messing around too. He wasn't even gonna like originally cover this thing, but then like people start getting in contact with them, and then like Miz started getting in contact with them too, and that Flux character started getting in contact with them. And like it just like spurred him to like look more into it. It's like, oh shit, there's actually like something here. My favorite chip? Shit, I'm classic, man. I'm a Doritos man. Cool Ranch. Is it Cool Ranch? Doritos? It's Doritos. I'm a Doritos man originally. Yeah, Cool Ranch Doritos. And what's the... It's... Shit, I'm gonna literally look up potato chips for you. Hold on. Potato chip brands. Here we go. Individual bags of tortilla chips. Try again. Really? Okay. I do like Old Bay. Hers is Old Bay. That's actually pretty good. But I'm definitely Doritos first. Fritos is gonna be up there. Fritos is definitely like classic Fritos. It's gonna be up there too. There's like a chili fries like version of Fritos too. And then what's the Lay's? Lay's not so much, to be honest with you. Pringles too. I would say Doritos, Cool Ranch, Fritos, solid number 2, Pringles, probably number 3. All flavors, but it's not like if it's not original Pringles. I've never had any. There's a Minecraft version. I've had cheddar cheese. Barbecue would definitely be my favorite. Pizza is actually really good. Never had hot honey. French fries and ketchup, never had. God damn. Okay. The scorching ones are actually pretty good. Never had the wavy Pringles. Don't do that. Yeah. I think barbecue Pringles is probably like my favorite Pringles. I'll eventually get back to video games. I was doing a Shiro Chi farm, but I think I got booted out. Okay, we're not going to watch the Chud Logic video yet. Was going through these comics. Miss Kid's friend. Okay. You're almost at 10K. Keep up the grind. We'll do. He does good content, man. Go ahead and subscribe. Did I drop a link to his thing? Yeah, I dropped it into his chat. Definitely check him out. He does a lot of coverage, and the thing is, he doesn't really cover like the Miz Kids and any of this drama stuff. He covers like other content. Like, you can take a look at his videos. Like, lately he's been covering a lot of the Miz Kids stuff because people like been like contacting him and pushing him. What got him on my radar and a lot of other people's radar is he was covering the XQC Adept like divorce situation. But look at his commentary like prior to the XQC stuff. Jason David Frank. He was doing a little bit of Andrew Tate. Like, I know you're seeing a lot of XQC stuff, but I'm trying to go back a little bit too. A lot of divorce stuff too for NFL players. Drake. Like, look at this stuff. He wasn't doing like a lot of like the Twitch aristocracy stuff. Where's my headline? I lost that hairline back in the 2000s, my guy. This build only took 76 hours. Godspeed to you. Let's see. Might have to go downstairs and get some more coffee after this too. Let me see. Oh, you got Schumer here.
Costs. Nothing would do more to raise costs for American families than an unnecessary Republican default crisis. Speaker McCarthy should know that when you insist on attaching things to the debt ceiling, something President Trump never did, and which Republicans under Trump never did, you risk a catastrophic default.
2 years ago.
Speaker McCarthy insists on cuts. Well, there's a time to discuss what kind of cuts folks are looking for, or taxes they want to raise. It's called a budget. It shouldn't be part
Which
of
they
this
still haven't like introduced one. Let's see. Meatball Ron, baby. Let's see. I wish I could play shit like this. This is gonna get me a fucking copyright strike on fucking YouTube. I don't think they did. Did they? I was wondering what the fuck this thing was. But they didn't. Bruh, I gave up on that fucking hung jury god roll. I just farmed the regular like hung jury and got that. But I got a Firefly shoot to loot adept version. I'm just gonna keep that. And that's about it. I'm not gonna fucking like go for like, I actually got shoot to loot kinetic tremors god roll for the regular like hung jury, and I'm happy with that. I do want to finish like the Brittany Venny video that Papa Gut was watching, and because I got a bunch of shit to like watch here. Yeah, let me go ahead and get some coffee. I'll gonna be right back, guys. I'll do a be right back screen. I'll leave you with some tunes, and then we'll be right back. We'll finish this Brittany Venny video that Papa Gut was watching, and then we'll get back to it. Let me drop this in front too. You know what?
Today, jumping into Destiny, we are back.
We got a jar video. We'll go ahead and watch this first before I leave.
Up on everything that you can expect for week 8 of Season of Defiance. This week sees the launch
resets
of
tomorrow.
Updates we've seen since
I think
the
like
launch of Lightfall.
10 a.m.
There's also
PST.
the potential for a brand new quest. We have a breakdown of all the weekly rituals, the lost sectors, the challenges, and what tests is available for Bright Dust this week. As always, there's a lot to get through, so be sure to stick around and enjoy the video. If you do enjoy the video, be sure to leave a comment and rating down below, and remember to subscribe for more Destiny 2 content. Just over 70% of the viewers on the channel aren't currently subscribed, so make sure to hit that red button and ring the bell to ensure you don't miss an update. But
I'm working on both. Well, not the bald part. I actually like being bald. Save a lot of money on haircuts. The fat part,
this week is week 8.
I'm working on.
Defiance. And with that, we have the biggest update since the launch of Lightfall. This week sees the launch of update 7.0.5, and this will launch on Tuesday, the 18th of April. Now,
all right, so they're gonna start the maintenance at 8 a.m. Okay.
Maintenance will begin at 8 a.m. Pacific time, with the update rolling out across all platforms.
Share the jar
at
video.
10 a.m. Pacific time, which is also when the game will be back online. Maintenance will conclude at 11 a.m. However, this shouldn't prevent us from logging back into the game. Now, alongside that update, we could also potentially see the finale quest for this season. This is called Retribution. Now, very little is known about this quest, but it will allow us to complete some of the final triumphs and earn the Queen's Guard seal. Now, the reason I believe this may be the case is it's normal for us to earn the seasonal seal a few weeks before the end of the season. In week 9, Iron Banner will return, with Guardian Games running from week 10 all the way until the conclusion on week 12. Guardian Games alone will offer 2 new seals, one dedicated to the event and also the Reveler's seal, which you'll be able to earn if you completed all the 3 events over the last year. But as always, guys, let me know what you think. Will we get the Retribution quest this week, or will it overlap with Guardian Games in the final weeks of the season? Be sure to sound off down in the comments below. Now, from here, we're going to move on to the featured raid and dungeon content for week 8. This week sees the Garden of Salvation return as the featured raid. Now, as the featured raid, all the challenges are available, and it's also the perfect opportunity to finish those challenges for the Enlightened seal. Now, alongside the Garden of Salvation, we also see the Duality dungeon return as the featured dungeon.
Gonna be farming Duality. Did a practice run yesterday with somebody too. We just 2-man and we just brute forced it. Pretty easy too. Definitely farm that first checkpoint for like Artifice Armor. It is like super simple. Like I say, you just gotta get that guy to do his jumping attack. He falls right off the edge.
Duality is one of the best places to farm Artifice Armor, and whilst Bungie have patched one of the previous encounters that we could farm earlier in the season, Kaitor still offers one of the best sources for Artifice Armor. So whether you're chasing that or you're looking to
super
both
simple
of these
too
for additional pinnacle rewards if you're still on the power grind, then be sure to jump into both of these activities this week. Now, from here, we're going to jump into Dares of Eternity and this 30th anniversary pack activity, and this week we see the return of the Pathfinder set from Season of the Lost. And that is
very nice.
Alongside the Scatterhorn armor set from Forsaken. Now, with Season of the Lost armor in rotation, we also have Season of the Lost weapons. We have the Fractathist, the Chrysuria Mellow, the Vulpecula, the Wolf-Tone Draw, the Iota Draconis, the Canis Major, the Contingency Plan, the Legal Action 2, the Outrageous Fortune,
yeah, they're
the
all
Steel
mid.
Sybil, and the Spoiler Alert sidearm.
That's actually a pretty decent roll.
This armor and these weapons down, they have a chance to drop during the course of the activity when you complete it by handing in strange.
Wait, you can craft the Last Perdition? Okay.
Coins over at the Star Horse, over in the Treasure Hoard. Now, from here, we're going to move on to the weekly rituals, and this week's is a brand new Nightfall and Grandmaster Nightfall for week 8. This week is the Mars Battleground, which is returned from Season of.
That's going to be nuts. The Mars Battleground, as a GM, that last room, up to that last room is not going to be a problem. That last room is a pain in the ass. That room is tiny, dude.
Dereth, and now finds itself in the Strike playlist alongside the Nightfall and Grandmaster Nightfall rotation. Now, out of all the Nightfalls available this season, this is one of the most challenging, and to go alongside that, we also have our final opportunity to earn the Mindbender's Ambition shotgun. This will be leaving rotation at the end of Season 20, so if you haven't picked up the God roll on the Mindbenders just yet, then this could be one of your final chances in Year 5 of Destiny 2.
That's enough for you.
Jumping over to the Crucible, we also see Momentum Control return to rotation. Perfect once again if you're still looking to finish some of your seasonal challenges, but as well as that, we also have a brand new Transmat effect that will change based on our competitive rank, and also a brand new competitive emblem to earn. To celebrate the changes to the sandbox and also the Crucible, we have bonus Crucible ranks all week long as well. So whether you're looking to just try out the brand new sandbox, upgrade your Transmat effect, earn a brand new emblem, then this week is the perfect week to earn those additional Crucible ranks. Now, from here, we're going to move on to the Lost Sectors for week 8 of Season of Defiance. This week kicks off over in the Quarry, and we'll be offering exotic helmets. On Wednesday, you can head over to Aphelian's Rest for a chance at exotic boots. On Thursday, Chamber of Starlight is back, this time offering exotic gauntlets, with Friday offering the Perdition and another chance at exotic chest pieces. As for the weekend, on Saturday, Bunker E15 is back with exotic helmets, with Sunday offering the Conflux and those exotic boots. and we'll be rounding out the week over in the Thrillerdrome over in Neomuna for another chance at exotic gauntlets. Once again, if you're still looking to earn some of the brand new exotics for this season, then be sure to plan your week accordingly. And if you want to check out this calendar in full for yourself, then make sure to do so over into Destiny, and I'll leave the link to that down in the video description below. Now next up, we're going to move on to seasonal challenges, and there are just 6 seasonal challenges for week 8. The first is entirely classified, but that could be linked to the Retribution quest, and we'll find out more upon this week's weekly.
Let's see, defeat champions or bosses in Defiant Battleground. Okay, bonus in Legend difficulty. Gain bonus rewards using a Defiant key at the end of Defiant Battlegrounds playlist. Let's see.
Reset. The next challenge is called Size Defying, and here you need to defeat champions or bosses in Defiant Battlegrounds playlist, and bonus progress will be awarded for defeating.
Win multiple rounds in Trials of Osiris. Well, Trials is... Jesus Christ, I gotta do Trials now?
Those on Legend difficulty. That's alongside Relentless Liberator, and here you need to gain bonus rewards using Defiant keys at the end of Defiant Battlegrounds on both the normal and Legend difficulties. That's alongside Trial by Fire Squad, and here you need to win multiple rounds in Trials of Osiris. You'll need to win 20 rounds in total, and by doing so you'll earn a free Trials of Osiris weapon. That's alongside Defiant Gambit Ornament, and here you'll need to earn the Gambit Ornament for the Ecliptic Distaff. And the final challenge for this week is called Defiant Calibration, and here you'll need to calibrate swords, bows and glaives, and you'll earn bonus progress for defeating Guardians. Now, all of these challenges offer Challenger XP. One of them offers a free weapon, and some of them offer Bright Dust, which brings us nicely onto the final section of this week's video, and that's what Tess has available for Bright Dust in week 8.
I might have to do it for a month.
Now, over in the main Bright Dust store, we have a legendary emote called Quick Cardio. This is brand new for Season 20, and will set you back 700 Bright Dust this week. That's alongside an exotic sparrow called Lucid Dream. This is part of a cosmetic set, but if you're looking to pick this one up on its own, it will set you back 2,500 Bright Dust this week. That's alongside the Lattice Entrance, a new Transmat effect for Season 20 that will set you back 450 Bright Dust. As for the shaders this week, we have the Time Honored from Season of the Risen, so if you missed out on this one, this will set you back 300 Bright Dust this week. And that's alongside Grayscale Undergrowth from Season of Dawn, so if you missed out on this way back in Season 9, this will also set you back 300 Bright Dust this week. Now, over in the main Bright Dust store, we have an exotic emote called Touch Grass. Now, this is very much an ongoing meme in any gaming community, so if you're looking to pick this one up and show it off in game, it will set you back 3,250 Bright Dust. Now, alongside that, we have Universal Armor Ornaments, and this is for the brand new Eververse set for Season 20. This week sees the chest piece in rotation, so this week for the Warlocks, you'll see the Technologic Robes. For you Titan, you'll have the Cogent Beat Plate, and for you Hunters, you have the Limitless Subversion Vest. Now, each one of these will set you back 1,200 Bright Dust, so be sure to pay Tess a visit with each and every class. Now, alongside those, we have an exotic ghost shell called the Sweeper Shell. This is brand new for Season 20 and will set you back 2,850 Bright Dust. To go alongside that, we have the Sweeper Simulant, a matching exotic sparrow that will also set you back 2,500 Bright Dust. Alongside that, we have the Gilded Prowler, another new exotic ship for Season 20. This also forms part of a cosmetic set and will set you back 2,000 Bright Dust this week. The penultimate item on offer is the Side-Eye Ghost Projection, new for Season 20, and will set you back 1,500 Bright Dust. And the final item on offer is the Whaler's Whim, a brand new exotic weapon ornament for the Wish Ender exotic bow. It's a very clean looking ornament indeed.
Yeah, it is.
If you're a big fan of bows, make sure to pick it up for 1,250 Bright Dust. So there we have it, guys, a good look on everything that you can expect for week 8 of Season of Defiance. If you've enjoyed this video, be sure to check out one of the 2 videos you see here in these comments.
Damn, man, the Mars Battleground as a GM, I need to get that Conqueror seal. I want to get that Conqueror seal and gild it. Shit. Mars Battleground fucking sucks, dude.
Oh god, how much time is this taking? 3 days, 5 hours. 76 hours. 76 hours for this. Alright. We beat the game. They're just clearing everything for me. Is this the boss? got him. Try a T-16. All right, this boss is corrupted, so just keep that in mind. Y'all ready? There it is. It's right there.
He's sweating it out, boys. He's sweating it out. Oh my god. Oh my god.
20C for that one. My eyes hurt. Yeah.
It's fucking awesome, dude. Oh my god. Alright. Alright. Alright, we're gonna get back to the pretty vetty video. Let me just actually do an actual be right back, put some music on, and then let me get some coffee. Alright, give me 1 second, everybody. All right, people, we're back. I definitely need like a third screen. All right, let's finish up this video.
And it seems like her dating life in general just has not gone well.
He was older than me.
Oh, okay.
So he had girlfriends before me. 2 weeks after like we ended it, he starts dating a new girl. I think he's gonna marry that girl or did. I don't really know. Yeah, I was like obsessed. I was so sad because I felt like I waited because I was a sophomore in college.
This part,
my virginity,
this
so
part of the
like,
video was like very strange.
It's not about you. I'm gonna drop something. It's at the timing.
Well, no. It was because he literally like went on to marry the next girl or something. But it's funny because the girl was older than me. So by the manosphere's perspective, like I would have won.
Pearl even acknowledges that things don't work out as they do on paper, but she continues to influence people to do immoral, pathological behaviors in order to demonize women for clicks and views. In Pearl's world, if the wife puts the husband in question in a bad position and takes his kid away, then it's her fault.
It only takes one time to ruin a guy's life where she can literally take half and take the kids. Like,
I love the fact how she runs defense for like a guy's like bad behavior.
She can take them and she's paid.
Basically, men have like no
that same empathy is nowhere to be found.
have no consequences for their actions, according to Pearl.
By the husband.
Okay, so then you pick guys that cheat. It says something about your decision making if you become a single mother.
If the woman leaves,
it's really interesting too, because I think that one of the most basic things, I even think that even Destiny said this, is that nobody wants to get divorced. And
that's
so
true.
Her entire thing hinges on like
divorce
sucks,
like, man.
They can just pick up and run, and like it's nobody wants to get divorced. You know, there's a series of different conditions that happen. It depends on the relationship. It could be more the guy, could be more the girl, could be 1,000 different things. But like the way that she talks about this is so disconnected from reality. Like nobody's trying to get like divorced or anything. It's just silly. She's just a silly goose, guys. She's just a big, silly, stinky goose. You know? Crazy.
It's because she's just trying to take the man's money because she's an unreasonable, home-wrecking gold digger.
She can take them and she's paid to take them away from him.
But if a woman decides to make her own money, well, now she's emasculating her husband and causing the divorce.
One of the number one reasons for divorce is financial, and also when women out-earn men.
The irony of Pearl dehumanizing women on her...
Financial? Well, just because one of the number one reasons for divorce is financial doesn't mean it's because one makes more than the other. Number two, I don't think there does seem to be problems from what I remember looking into when it comes to like a man making less money than a woman.
That's true, yeah.
It's interesting because I think that the woman is more likely to divorce a guy if he makes less money, than her. But if you also look at the statistic, men are 3 times more likely to cheat if they make less money than their partner or something like that. And so then it begs the question, like, well, who's the reason that the cheating,
That's actually pretty interesting.
divorce is happening? Just because a woman initiates doesn't necessarily mean it's the man's fault. You know, or that doesn't mean that it's the woman's fault. I'm not saying that every single time it's like always like women are fucking majestic angels. Like women can be just as shit as men. I'm just saying the way that she looks at it is that as if men are always the victims, and there's never like any level of nuance there. That's the interesting part.
Channel is that her entire channel's premise is to focus on the injustices against men and how women aren't empathetic enough to them. And Pearl doesn't like when this happens to her. For example, Pearl went on a podcast and told her story about how her male role model in her life, her coach who worked one-on-one with her since she was 14, turned out to be a groomer.
Because I remember saying that you can tell me stuff you don't tell your parents.
Wouldn't that be her fault then? Since she's the woman, she should have picked a better person, or her mother. I mean, that's a horrible thing to say, but considering she takes all the agency away from, well, I guess she'd be a kid in this instance, but it's obviously not her fault regardless. I'm just like, I wonder how she, yeah, she probably just says because she's a fucking kid, obviously. Yeah, that was like a little weird take for me. My point is like, does she blame him? Because it is his fault, but with her like anti-woman rhetoric, like how does she align this perspective with that?
I remember looking at him like that, like for a while, because I saw him so much. He told me before I went to college, like, that I was gonna get a bunch of attention from boys because of my butt.
And as soon as she turned 18,
weird.
he tried to sleep with her and shove alcohol down her throat.
Jesus.
Which, by the way, for those of you that don't know, the legal drinking age in America is 21.
And he's like, oh, come take a shot at the gym with me. So I think I was 18 or 19 when this happened. And at first I was like, oh no, I'm not trying to
this
drink
explains
tonight,
like a
'cause it was,
lot.
my finals week.
Her
I was always
attitude
home.
with
But
like
he
her
kept,
mother, how her
going
mother
at it.
treated her,
No,
and
so
like
he
shit
goes,
like
you know,
this.
like, Hannah, 'cause my
Holy
first name's Hannah,
shit.
The gym's empty right now.
Alright, I'm sorry, I'm hungry, man. I'm just like snacking now.
Marcus, he texted me. So he said, come back to the gym tonight. And I said, for what? And then he said, like, nothing, just sex. The issue I had was he was waiting till girls turned 18 to try to hook up with him. A couple years later, I find out he is going to be a coach at my high school on the track team, and my sister's going to run track. So I was like, oh, hell no. But I actually didn't get him fired till years later because my mom told me not to.
And then in the interview, she goes on to talk.
Your mom is a real bitch. Why would she say not to if he fucking tried to groom you? It sounds like that's really weird. That whole situation is like fucked. Why would your mom say not to? That's fucking bizarre as shit. But okay.
About how the manosphere
Her mom was a piece of work,
blamed
to
her
say the
for
least.
this, even though her coach was double her age.
Like, I can tell they're from the manosphere comment because I've told this story on like a TikTok before, and it's weird. They blame you, like they put the 17, 18-year-old.
Yeah, I can.
Like, why'd you put yourself in that situation? Are you like?
Yeah. Well, you pander to those people, so you deserve getting blamed for that. Like, what happened to you is horrible, but like, based on the fact that like that's your people now. Like, you decided those are your people, and we're talking about a group of people that think that like that like are 30-something years old that constantly go after like 18-year-old girls who just turned fucking like legal age, and still get them into bars and clubs, get them drunk. They don't drink themselves, and like that's who you decided to pander to. So like, how much empathy can we really have? Which I know is fucked up, but like, it's like, dude, you know, these are like the people that you're fucking, like, you think that these are the good men. These are pieces of shit scumbags that are basically like, that they're fucking losers, that are advocating for like submissiveness, which is pathetic. And again, there's a difference between wanting somebody submissive versus wanting somebody who like listens to you. Submissive is somebody who won't stick up for themselves and will just do whatever you want and let you roll over them. Right, somebody who's just like more passive is different, and like you shouldn't be like. But this is the group of people that you advocate for. So like, how much sympathy or empathy do you want from us? Like, who, like, you know what I mean? It's fucking crazy.
Likes the attention. Pearl
This is before Manosphere days. Well, then that makes it even worse because then this fucking idiot decided that like, before her Manosphere days, she did this. That means that she was like, why? Why would you? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, you knew how fucking horrible these dog shit people were, and like, you're gonna sit here and you're gonna fucking play this game.
First-hand experience in the consequences of demonizing the other gender, and considering she went through something so terrible, you would think she would be empathetic, but instead she's so profit-driven that if somebody else told her the same story, she would side with the predator. She seems to give no nuance and no defense of women, no matter what the situation is, even if what happened when they were children.
I'm pretty sure social media is like some of the most damaging stuff for young girls in middle school and high school because of how much like information they're bombarded with in terms of beauty standards and how they look.
Yeah,
but you guys are like, well, but Instagram helps them get flown out to Dubai, so I think like
It does.
it's like you're totally disconnected from like the real world.
I mean, it also lets you catfish the hell out of men, like with these freaking Instagram filters.
It's based on the media.
Didn't she get catfished by a man though? So by her logic, it gets I fucked up. By her logic, it helps men to have the same access there.
Yeah, that they consume and the thing images around them. Like that's just absolutely true.
Freaking who?
Like, what happened to the accountability? She's holding the kids more accountable than she's holding the men for not checking if it's a real person or not. Maybe it's because she's biased and she got catfished. I don't know. So yeah, clearly Pearl has no issues holding even...
What is it called? Is it called like survivor's bias, where she like justifies like shitty things that happen to other people because it happened to her, and she's like, it wasn't that bad. Is that what it's called?
little girls accountable over men. And when it comes to women, Pearl will say things like, you shouldn't talk about the exceptions, only talk about the rule.
You know, some people might get married and the husband dies, and they become single mother. You know,
Right, but we're not talking about exceptions, we're talking about the rule. Are the majority of single mothers widows? No.
But that changes at Pearl's convenience. You can't talk about nuances unless it demonizes women.
You've never heard of cases where women don't let the dad see the kid?
Earlier, you said we were going to talk about exceptions. You want to talk about the rules. So don't give me the hide and go seek with the kid. How often do you think a mom is hiding the kid from the husband? Give me a percentage.
I don't know.
Before on her channel, she actually used to be more nuanced.
I remember
and
that.
actually
Like, remember that
criticized
episode.
Manosphere for not acknowledging exceptions.
You know, I know that one girl that makes more money than her husband, or whatever the exception is to the rule. And we see it, I think, more often than the manosphere really gives credit to. I think in general, men don't want to date single mothers. But I know a lot of single mothers that got remarried.
She was even willing...
What a weird person. It seems like Pearl always kind of existed or wanted to, for whatever reason, wanted to exist in the manosphere. And then she found out that like saying, and then she just found out which way is going to make her make more money. But it's so interesting because if you think about it, Pearl is wholly unintelligent. For somebody who grew up rich and had every opportunity, she's one of the dumbest fucking people that I've ever seen before. And I think it's
pretty
genuine
common
intelligence.
nowadays.
I don't think that
For, like, wealthy people.
she's just playing a game. I think she is actually a dumb fucking person that doesn't engage with anything. And she's just a really dumb person, and so like it's easier for her to just say like whatever dumb bullshit, parrot whatever dumb bullshit's going on for money. I think it really is like money driven. Like she's a loser and she doesn't believe anything that she says. It's sad. I wonder, like, does she have any genuine relationships with people, or is her entire life just like this big grift?
Let's make that money, baby,
you motherfucker.
to have her virgin friends come on the show to explain their perspective and why they wouldn't sleep with someone with a high body count like the host of Fresh and Fit.
I'm probably going to have a couple friends that waited till they were married to have sex on my podcast to actually talk about what they look for in guys.
Then only a month later, she starts regurgitating Manosphere talking points.
If you get married and it doesn't work out, like women can and will take all of your money.
Pearl doesn't like when you go, but men, in response to her.
And whenever we talk about where
I mean, like they won't. It's like a 50-50 split. Everybody's gonna take some kind of a hit. Like if the woman's the primary financial earner, the man's gonna be able to walk away with like 50% of that too. It's just that since men are the ones that tend to work in like in a household scenario, they tend to make more money. They tend to work more, or they make more money, or they work more while the other person stays home and takes care of the kids. The woman, like it's seen as unfair in some capacity. But if you have kids, especially, like, I mean, listen, man, if you're together for like 20 years and you decide to have a relationship dynamic where one person works and the other person like stays home, you've told that other person to put their life on hold, right? Like if the girl or the guy, doesn't matter who it is, decides that like for 20 years they're going to stay home, be a stay-at-home parent, or as, you know, a stay-at-home husband or wife. Like they could have been doing other things to build themselves up at that 20 years, and they didn't. They put their life on hold for you. So like, yeah, you should have to pay some kind of like level of alimony. That's life, man. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Regardless of whether it's a woman or a man, like, it doesn't matter. This guy's destroying everything. I don't even need to really do anything.
the women need to improve. We always need to point the finger at the men.
But the reason people go, but what about men, is because she doesn't seem to address the other half of the equation. Women haven't single-handedly made men cheat, cause obesity, or cause divorce, but Pearl will take it and spin in a way to where women are the blame and men don't take any accountability for it. For example, 80% of women initiate divorce is something she will say in order to blame women.
I think it's like 70%.
But women initiating divorce doesn't necessarily mean that they were in the wrong. If it were the other way around, I just know that Pearl would spin it at...
No, like it's one of those things where like relationships end, I think it's 70% of women, or relationships or divorces are initiated by women 70% of the time. But that doesn't necessarily mean that women are the ones that are engaging in the divorce, or that they're the first one that wants to like break it off, or that they're the fault of it. Like, for instance, there's plenty of situations where like a woman, like we already know, men tend to make more money than women. So men don't have as much of a motivation to break off the relationship or to start a legal separation process, because they don't need, like, they make the money and like they have more financial freedom, which gives them more just general freedom. So a woman will be like, okay, I have to engage in a divorce or some kind of a separation so I can get access to, you know, the ability to leave and get like money from my husband, and they deserve it. Like, oh, my husband's cheating on me. I need to get a legal separation so that I can have the money to go and like live in an apartment away from him. But you have to get separated first to be able to start like engaging in that process, right? So I'm not saying that it's always the man. I'm just saying that like just because it says 70% women engaged doesn't mean it's the woman's fault. It could be like either one of them. I'm sure there's instances where men initiate divorce and it's like the woman's fault too, you know?
As men are leaving modern women because they're low value. I mean, she already does this with passport bros.
Are Western women typically known as good wives? Are they sought after all over the world? Or are men getting their passports and going elsewhere?
It's not.
Obviously, they're not, because
they're not.
America. It's funny that we talk about how America is the greatest country in the world until, until all of a sudden when it comes to women. Because like, what, you want a submissive woman who won't fight back against you, like weird shit.
100% of the woman's fault, and if you don't address even the 10% of the time where it's the man's fault, then you're not really solving anything. She's radicalizing people because she's making them mad about problems while giving them no solutions, and it's not really helping anyone. And as she makes things worse, she just gets to sit there and collect money off of people's negative emotions. Girl asserts that her focus on addressing women exclusively is due to the fact that they're never held accountable. Because she's holding women solely responsible for every issue, she's just perpetuating the issue that she claims to be trying to solve. If she had a more balanced consideration of everyone, then perhaps she would actually get something solved. She does this a lot by misrepresenting statistics in order to poorly portray women. For example, Pearl talks about how 20% of men aren't even the father of their children.
And they say that 20% of men are raising a kid that's not theirs. That's why they don't want a promiscuous woman. They're afraid they're going to pass the resources onto the onto a kid that's not theirs. Well, unknown.
What does that mean?
Father of their children.
And they say that 20% of men are raising a kid that's not theirs. That's why they don't want a promiscuous woman. They're afraid they're going to pass the resource.
I gotta look into that. That's like fucking nuts to me. 20%. Even if that statistic was like even remote. Raise children. That's not. I brought it up. DNA. That's 2005. Cake. What? Inform. This is 2013. That's Live Science. Let's see, publicpeople.org. A 2006 survey found that 1.7 who are on their own. Jesus Christ, man. Oh, wait, what was that? What? Or not? Alright, here we go. That's of all the possible files you take. We have a reason to take. This is from. I need like an actual reputable source. That's the only thing. 1, and that's a New York Post. Paternity fraud. 1 in 25. Oh. This was 2005. She's taking this from somewhere. That's the thing too. If I can trace back, where she gets that original number from, if she's not completely making it up. Let's see, just Pearly Things. Just Pearly Things. 20% of men are not the father, the child. Okay, let's see.
Versus onto the wrong.
I'm so confused. So 20% of men raised a kid that's not theirs. So that's why they don't want a promiscuous woman. I'm like a little confused, like what the phrasing of that means.
Onto a kid that's not theirs.
Well, unknowing or knowing?
Not knowing.
So how do they get the statistic? I don't know. It's
a DNA test.
Much like the feminists that Pearl
But
criticized.
then they would know. Let's see.
I'm also like confused by this. I'll let the video.
There's no way it's that high.
If I knew where she was getting it from, I can trace it back and look into the validity of the claim more. That's the only thing.
Okay, you know what's so funny about her statistics? I just looked it up. So the statistics actually like really high. It's 32%. 32% of men are raising a kid that's not there, that they're not the biological father of. That's insane when you hear it like that. Then you hear this other fact, and that's actually 32% of men who had a reason to take a paternity test in the first place. So a third of men who are questioning whether they are or not the father aren't the father. So it's not actually 30. There's not actually 20% of men. She misread the statistic. It's 20% of men.
I know what study he's looking at too, because we just saw the study.
Who have a reason to think that they aren't the father.
Yeah.
Because like, yeah, how would they know then? Like, how would they know that?
That means they had a suspicion that they weren't the original father to begin with. Because remember that statistic? The ones that like question it, normally they're not the father because they have reason to believe that they're not the father.
Okay.
Sizes. I've never seen her cite where she gets her data from, and that's the same thing as lying in the science world because she's making it impossible to even fact check her. I have to just guess what study she's talking about, and I think she's basing it on this 1999 report. It's by the American Association of Blood Banks, and it's over 2 decades old, which is way too old for a study like this to be relevant. And the 20% claim that Pearl made doesn't actually represent the population. It's actually much lower. They were testing men that were already not sure if they were the dad, meaning that the study was biased. In order for it to not be biased, it would have to be randomized or tested at birth. The vast differences in non-paternity rates across different populations is also not taken into account. This is relevant information, especially considering that Pearl's podcast is based in London, even though she's from America, so how are we supposed to know where she's even talking about? Depending on what country you're looking at, the percentages are all different and significantly lower than what Pearl was saying. Another example of Pearl misrepresenting data in order to demonize women is her saying that women primarily divorce men for money.
I want to get married. Of course I want to get married, but like if I was a guy, I would have a really hard time with it. And you could say it's the type of woman, but 50% of marriages end in divorce. Women leave the majority of the time. I don't think it's the type of woman. I think it's that they're paying women to leave. Or one of the number one reasons for divorce is financial, and also when women out-earn men.
But the top reason for divorce on every site that I've checked didn't have that as even the top 4.
Well, from what I've seen, like it's pretty high up there. Like money is a reason people get divorced, but it's not to take money. It's usually because they have like financial stressors.
Reason for divorce on
let's see. Reasons for divorce. because money is like always up there.
Money is always
four
up
of the
there.
most common causes of divorce are lack of commitment, infidelity, extramarital affairs, too much conflict and argument,
Yep.
physical. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Jesus Christ. Divorce.com. I guess that's a pretty good statistic. Because I would imagine that like money is a pretty big motivator, and like stress is like when I didn't have a lot of money, that's when I got a lot more problems. Because you know, you're arguing a lot, especially if you're with somebody who's using a lot of your money. Interesting. But yeah, none of this is represented in the statistic. Communication problems. Yeah, I mean, marriage is hard. It's always hard. You have to make it work.
On every site that I've checked, didn't have that as even the top 4. And while I was
It's
researching
essentially
this, I
like a
actually found
job.
data
It's
citing
what
that
it
women
really
who
is.
divorced in the previous 12 months were more likely than recently divorced men to be in poverty, 20% compared to 11% respectively. If I were doing what Pearl does, I could easily utilize that data to say that 80% of women are leaving men because men can't satisfy women. But hey, at least I'm telling you where I got the data from, unlike her. I would have thought someone as rich as her would have the resources to be able to check the statistics she's saying, especially considering she's on her dad's dime.
Number one, I'm sorry I'm not a brokey. My dad yells at me for accounting every month, and I have to like organize like business expenses versus personal. So my dad does yell at me when I pull out cash when you can't see what you spend it on.
Pearl reminds me of Pearl from...
Wait, her entire life is bankrolled by her father? Holy fuck.
Wait,
A
what?
loser. I guess I'm not surprised. Is he proud of her for fucking... I imagine maybe he is, because she's making money. I wonder what their actual, like, value is as people. Like, because, like, my mother would beat me. I don't know, if I was ever part of the manosphere, my mother would beat me.
Yep.
Like if I was like constantly and religiously talking so negatively about women and blaming women for all the problems in the world, my mother would beat the fuck out of me, and I would deserve it too. Like, what an embarrassing thing to make your entire like your entire thing based off of how just being disrespectful to women, you know. So
SpongeBob, asking her dad, Mr. Krabs, for money.
How much is all this costing me? Here's the receipt.
Oh, Daddy, you got me everything I wanted.
She also reminds me of Mr. Krabs' daughter because he wants her to be a star and he's paying her way to do so.
Being a little YouTuber is tough. I'm really tired of being broke, Dad. I can't mooch off of you forever.
I mean, if you kind of look at it.
I'm really tired of being broke, Dad. I can't mooch off of you forever.
I mean, they have a similar body shape too, I think.
Oh, everybody's like taking some cheap shots now.
Let me see. I'm gonna take a look at it here. They have a very similar structure, I think. You know, and like, listen, I personally have always thought that Pearl from SpongeBob is very attractive, but Pearl also, think about it, didn't go around body shaming people, so you would have no reason to say anything negative, you know. You know what's gonna be funny though? It's gonna be Pearl's gonna end up like marrying like one of the most beta-looking men ever. Like, and no, God bless the man, but he's gonna be like a super passive, like emo hair guy, like or something. That's like, oh,
that would be hilarious.
No problem, honey. You know what I mean?
That would be hilarious.
Let's see. Like, yeah. Remember when she was like super in love with this guy? It's gonna be this guy, and he is black. She seems to like black guys too, so some black nerd. That's who Pearl's gonna marry. I looked up Pearl SpongeBob boyfriend. Yeah, they have the same outfit on too. So,
dude, that is rough, man. God damn, Papa, just making sure he gets it.
Finally a star.
Give me a K-R-U!
I'm sure that Pearl understands the real-world struggles of the average person from her 10-bedroom mansion.
You guys you want the house tour?
But clearly...
Hey guys, look at my old colonial home. My dad, it used to be a slave house, by the way. I fucking honestly wouldn't doubt it. Probably lived in like a fucking slave mansion. My dad probably owned slaves or something. I'm just saying.
There is one thing that money cannot buy. and that thing is taste. This video is from Pearl's channel called Wife School. In the first episode, she and Allie, known as Real Femme Sapien on YouTube, meet up to improve on Pearl's fashion, along with a male stylist who is supposed to be helping Pearl attract a husband by improving her outfits. So let's take a look at some of the outfits he puts her in.
Perfect for a night out on the town.
I'll do the full twirl. That's fine.
This dress looks like a trash bag. It's unflattering on her because it's...
I don't think it's the dress, though. Be real with you. I'm just saying. I think Pearl would look like an old Victorian number.
This guy's clearly like getting some money out of this.
Because she literally would look good in very modest wear. That's crazy, bro. Crazy.
Showcasing her stomach, which is not what she should be highlighting. Not only that, but the black is washing her out, making her look very drained, especially considering the fact that she normally doesn't wear makeup. Going without makeup is a personal choice and it's fine, but if you're gonna do that, you need to know your color palette or you will look even more tired and sickly when you wear the wrong colors. I'm gonna go ahead and explain a little bit of color theory to you guys. Color season is a system that utilizes color theory to categorize...
I can't wait.
Like, no offense, like I know for like most guys, you're rolling your eyes behind your head too. We do it too, but you know, we don't wear makeup. Generally speaking, men don't wear makeup. But what we do is our outfits. I'm a Tom Ford guy, so I love Tom Ford suits. Here. Like, actually, no. Know who always had great suits was Harvey Specter. Literally fucking, he actually wore like Tom Ford suits too. Like, guys, like depending on what profession you're in, like men wear our suits too. We also have our own version of like this color spectrum here for like the seasons too. We just don't wear it on our face. It's our clothes. Like, look at his suits. Gray, was that like a blue tie? This is like a bluish suit. I'm not a pinstripe guy. I don't wear pinstripes. It's not flattering on me. If you're a bigger guy, don't wear pinstripes. Solid colors are your friend too. Something like this, like a shark gray with a vest too. I'm not much of a vest guy. So look at some newer suits that he's got on too. You know, things like that too. Let's see, that's a good one right there. Mike looks good in that one. Too, things like that too. So we have our own like color palette too, but it's in our suits, if like nothing else.
This can be gay. Color theory. Who gives a damn? But okay, let's hear it.
Where each person falls under in order to easily find out what colors look good on them. It's based on how their skin's undertones interact with other colors, and that...
This is true too. We do this for like suits. So traditionally for like men's, like black, gray, different shades of black. Because you're not wearing like black, right? Like different shades of black, gray, blue. But then the shirts and like the tie is usually flattering to like your face color too. So depending on like the tone of your face, you're wearing like colors that kind of accentuate and like, I don't want to say merge with you too, but it's very flattering to like with your facial features.
Involves how light or dark their skin is relative to the hair and eye color. If you have warm undertones in your skin, you'll look more yellow with green veins in your wrists. And if you're cool tone, you'll look more pinkish or reddish with blue veins on your wrists. Okay. If you have a warm undertone, you should wear warm colors. If you have cool undertones, cool tone colors will suit you best. You have to have a trained eye to be able to see it in some cases, but Pearl is cool toned, as you can see with her pink flush in her skin. Pearl is either a light summer because of her cool tone coloration, or she would be a light spring because it's right next to light summer in the color wheel. It's a little hard to tell on the internet, but I know for sure she's on that side of the color wheel. If you look at someone and the first thing you see is their outfit's color instead of their own natural coloration and features,
that's true.
Really the wrong colors. The stylist doesn't apply this knowledge.
He's not. She's not really. I understand like why Papa would think he's like Brittany here's like dragging her. She's not dragging her. She's just like saying a fact too, because if you're going on dates, you want to put your best foot looking forward, and it depends on like what you're wearing. It depends on the situation and like the type of date you're going on. It's like a first date, second date, and like where you're going to. If you're going to like a nice restaurant, you're not going to wear like what I would wear, like me going to the ballpark with the boys, catching the Mets game. Pair of jeans, my Nikes, and like a t-shirt. Maybe I'm getting like a track jacket on, my Mets hat on. That's generally what I'm wearing to the ballpark. Or if I'm wearing like a Tom Ford suit to like a nice date at like a 4 or 5 star restaurant in New York City on a date. You know what I mean? That's just how it is.
Or even utilize basic color theory, and instead he takes her to a cheap fast fashion store like Zara. If he were actually good at his job, he would not be making.
I'm not familiar with like fashion stores like that, especially for like women's fashion. There's certain places I like going to for like getting my suits that are not called JCPenney. I'm not gonna knock anybody who goes there too, but if you're making any sort of like money, step up your game in terms of like where you're getting your suits and stuff from too. You know what I mean? But if you're starting out too, listen, you get them where you can. You don't need to spend like 10 bags on like a fucking suit when you can't afford getting golf like it. Even then, like it's like super expensive. Like if you want to spend, like, if you're like somebody from Succession, you know, like that's like pocket change to you. But like you don't have to spend that type of money on a suit.
These mistakes. If money were an issue, which clearly for Pearl it's not, there are better budget-friendly places you could go to for higher quality clothes. For example, go thrifting. But yeah, clearly Pearl doesn't need to go thrifting. He could have just taken her to a higher end mall or a department store.
I honestly think that he should have just brought her to like a drag show, because then she would fit in with all the drag queens. Because that's what she looks like. I'm sorry. That's too mean, because she's really not that bad looking, but she's just such a rude person that she deserves to be dragged.
God damn, man. Power is being savage here.
I get it.
Honestly, he just does her dirty the entire time.
That's super cool. That looks really nice.
No, it doesn't.
Where would I go with this outfit?
I think that could be an afternoon. I think that could be an
Probably going to like to Macy's with that outfit. You know, not a bad one.
Evening outfit. I think you could
that is not flattering on her. I don't know what the fuck he's like telling her. That's not flattering on her whatsoever.
With a straight face, telling her she's going to meet a high-value guy in this outfit. Oh, it'll look nice going out for errands and having a nice dinner. He's just talking out of his ass.
So what do we rate this? 1 to 10?
I reckon it's a high 8.
Like, I don't know how a
Well, I think that the craziest thing from Pearl is that she's not as in this secure as she should be. Like, listen, I look at myself and I go, oh, I'm a handsome guy, but like I know where I have my limitations. You know what I mean? And I think that that's how most people are. You know what I mean? Like, you know what cards you've been dealt.
Yeah.
Like, I know I'm a tall guy with a decent voice usually. I mean, I'm sick with COVID right now, but you know, I'm decently intelligent. You know what I mean? I can work hard. I have a solid work ethic. I don't have to work hard because I'm able to do this right now. So God bless. You know, I know my value, but I also know that I'm not like the most conventionally attractive guy, and I'm okay with that. So I don't like
Yeah, I feel like most of this video, I don't want people thinking like we're like Papa or like Britney's like really like what's the term, like dragging on like Pearl. It's just like pointing out like some real things too. Like, this is just like solid advice. I'm just being realistic with you. They're not really dragging her, and I assure you I'm not like defending like Brittany Venti here either too. It's just like I'm just speaking the truth there. They're not like dragging her too. He's taking some pop shots at her because he doesn't really like Pearl, and Pearl like does some destructive things. But like, the more and more this video's playing, like her old coach like handed on her when she turned 18 was essentially grooming her, and then her relationship with her mother. If you don't know, fucking he's done a video on this too, talking about it. It explains a lot about like where she is and why she's so comfortable in the manosphere.
I walk around in the world, you know what I mean, in the way that like understands that. But Pearl talks so much shit about people, and then she does this. To me, this shows that like she really like doesn't realize like what she looks like. Like, her dad's been gassing her up too much. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to be rude or anything. I'm just saying.
That's a tough conversation to have with your kid. Hey, listen, you're not like a good-looking person. That's like a dad telling his son, like being honest with his son.
Spin after pass. Okay.
He must think that she's a dumpster because he keeps putting her in trash bags.
Oh my God.
Because he's done it now like 3 or 4 times in this video, and he's not highlighting any of the flattering parts of her body, which defeats the entire purpose of having a stylist help you. There are several different body shapes, but for Pearl, she holds most of her weight proportionately in her arms and in her stomach, and that should have been taken into consideration when he was dressing her. Regardless if she loses weight, her proportions will stay the same relative to her other body parts.
Yeah.
You can bring balance back to the body by drawing the attention to the most attractive body parts and away from the least attractive ones using color, patterns, texture. But of course, he would know that if he actually knew what the hell he was doing as a stylist. It is honestly just so frustrating watching him not look smacks her. In this outfit, the skirt does not work. Pearl could have put on some jeans with a wider cut at the bottom to balance her upper, heavier half, or she could have put on a skirt that was A-line, high-waisted, and above the knee, but in middle of the thigh, not too short.
This is kind of like, oh, I can't find it. What is this? Yeah, it's like, if you think about it, like, don't think too hard about it, but think about it. Oh, come on, bro. This is kind of like Pearl's, like, body type. Think about it. Like, it's like all shoulders. It's like a hanger upside down with clothes on it still, and that's what's kind of like going on here. You know, it's like
Sure, she has wide shoulders, but
you know?
yeah, I wouldn't have used like that image. Just taking a fucking pot shot at her, man.
Sorry.
God damn, Papa.
Would have done the trick to
Jesus,
bring
man.
attention to her legs and away from her stomach.
I'm pulling in the back because it's too big.
That is, though, side to side, that's pretty cool, but that is proper, like, New Year's Eve party type.
Yeah, should I wear it for New Year's Eve? Get it fitted?
Yeah.
You see how he literally highlights her stomach with bright green sparkles? I can't take this anymore. And then he has the audacity, he must got it from Pearl, the audacity to suggest for her to tailor a Zara dress that won't survive one wash. Literally go watch a fashion channel. Go watch Ali Art on YouTube and then come back to us when you actually know how to do your job. And it's not just her frumpy style that's preventing her from looks maxing, it's also her presentation with her hair. She's not bothering to style it, and many people are even commenting about it under her TikTok, telling her to brush her hair. Pearl's hair just needs a haircut with some texturing to give it volume so that it's not so stuck and flat to her head. Her hair is very manageable.
This is coming from somebody who doesn't have hair too, but like that's true too. Her hair is like very flat. There's no volume to it. It's clear she doesn't brush it too, and it's clear she doesn't really style it, which is like a personal choice. If she wants to do like the hippie look, that's her thing too. But like, if she wants to like be serious about that too, this is like the stuff like women do to like look attractive, you know. I'm sorry, that's too. Men do it too. Like, you know, men get haircuts. They want to make sure like they're shaped up correctly. The beard, I shape up my beard. You know, go to a barber, get my head professionally like shaved, cleaned up. I'm all lined up and everything too. You know, I'm clean and everything. Like men do it too, but not to the extent that women do. You know, we have a facial routine too. Some of us making sure like the pores are clean and whatnot. But like, you see the difference in the hair too. Like, no offense, this is better than this. Clearly, it's flat against her face. It's disheveled. It's not brushed. This gives her volume. Makes her look more energetic.
How is she going to teach other women how to attract a husband when she doesn't even put the minimal effort in her own appearance?
True. Maybe he's a plant though. Maybe he's like, oh, I'm gonna do this on purpose to make her look like a silly goose, you know?
A lot of therapists are like older single women, and I'm kind of like, if you can't maintain a relationship, why would I take advice from you?
So if she wants...
Well, yeah, you can't maintain a relationship either, though, so why would people take advice from you about relationships? None of these people in the manosphere have, like, long-term relationships, by the way. I think all of them just, like, date fucking children. Or it's like, the men will date children, and then the... and, like, legal children, right? But, like, if you're 35 years old, dating an 18-year-old's a fucking child, you know what I mean? Like, what do you have in common with that person? It shouldn't be illegal to sleep with them or anything, but like that's your idea of a relationship. Like, that's immature as fuck. Like, what do you have in common? What do you talk to them about? Like, what's the stimulation coming from, you know? Oh, this pissed me off.
Wants to be taken seriously, she should care about her overall presentation, including her fashion, hairstyle, her attitude, and bodily self-care. This situation is so deeply embarrassing and desperate. She has no business telling other women how to attract a husband. I wanted to give Pearl credit for trying to improve on her fashion, but she makes it really hard to do so when even months after this video, she continues to show up on camera with her hair undone, unbrushed, stuck to her head, no volume, and having naughty stains on her clothing.
It actually looks like my shirts after I come in them and put them in the washing machine.
Oh my god, really?
Damn, I see it too. All men know what that is. Girls, you may not know what that is, but holy shit, that's fucking great. Like, listen, there's nothing wrong with like dressing like shit. Like, I dress like shit all the time, but I also don't give a fuck about people's appearances. So I don't really give a shit. But like, Pearl's constantly going in on people, so it's like that's why we get to have some fun now. You know, but damn, she looks like actual cum stains. Whose is that though? Because nobody sleeps with you. It's fucking crazy.
Bro, all right, now he's like really going in on her too.
For trying to learn how to cook on her wife's school channel.
What? My first time cooking chicken? Dude, what? Why does she have a wife's... Bro, you can't even be a basic person. Not even like a woman. Like, you can't even be a basic person. Everybody should know how to cook. Men and women. This is a good skill. Okay, I learned how to cook. Like, you should know how to cook. You should be able to make food.
Yes. It's actually like a lot easier than you think it is too. Like, you should be able to cook chicken, at least.
You should be able to get like chicken and throw it on a grill and like do decent seasoning and be able to like make broccoli and stuff. Like, you should be able to make... Everybody should be able to cook enough to survive for themselves.
I'm going to tell you right now. Rice, chicken, broccoli. Easy, clean dinner. Salt, pepper for taste. Chop up the broccoli, cook it. Well, cook the broccoli first. Chop it up, cook the rice, mix it together. Put a little bit of pepper for taste. Maybe some other like festive seasoning, not too much. Cook the chicken too, salt, pepper. That's it. Make sure don't overcook the chicken. You still want it moist. But make sure it's properly cooked though.
She can. It's fucking crazy, dude. Why can't I go under this? This is insane. Holy fuck, this game is insane. Dude, what is happening here? How could you say, like, what the fuck? Based on, like, the manosphere shit, women are supposed to be able to do, like, you know, basically they're supposed to be younger mommies. So how come you're not a younger mommy? Because that's what the manosphere is looking for. Like, basically a younger, submissive mommy. Like a mommy that'll do everything for them, but you get to yell at them and say, Mommy, I didn't want this. I wanted Cheerios for dinner. You know? That's what the manosphere wants. Your mother,
dude, what is this? I know this is World of Warcraft. Like, what mission is this?
So...
Because it appears she does not know how to. She hasn't been able to attract the men she wants to hook up with her. She hasn't been able to attract a boyfriend. And she doesn't even live by her own standards about presentation. You know who else doesn't adhere to their own standards and the gender they're attracted to isn't attracted to them? Male feminists. Pearl reminds me a lot of a male feminist.
True.
There it is. There's the male feminist.
Cough. My head hurts so bad. Male feminists are fucking crazy, bro. Like, women are cool and all that stuff, and like I support women's rights, but like being a male feminist is just so fucking weird to me. Like, I don't think men can be or should identify as a feminist. Like, I'm a man that supports women, but like calling myself a feminist is so cringe. I don't know, there's something weird about it. And most of the male feminists I've seen, I've been like, they do it for like to try to gain the trust of women and then like take advantage of it. It's so fucking weird.
That is actually true. Unironically.
I feel bad for this person. They're just living their authentic self.
Feminists. She uses a lot of their tactics, such as misrepresenting
But
statistics.
are they though? That's the question.
But unfortunately, we still live in a broken system that says that my work as a white male is worth 46 cents more to the dollar than an equally qualified Hispanic woman.
Based.
I mean, Hispanic women. No, I'm just kidding. Hispanic women work pretty hard. Yeah. That is a bit of a virtue. Like the wage gap exists, but it's like 1% when you normalize like all factors. Like you know,
it's shrunk over the last decade too, and unironically too, women are probably going to outpace men in wage growth too. And the reason is men aren't going to college as much anymore too, and women are actually going to college like quite a bit, especially now. And as a direct result, not only are you going to college, you're getting advanced degrees, and they're taking up the jobs. They're not taking the jobs, but they're like going into the careers that men traditionally dominate, medicine and law being one of them too. There's been more female doctors and lawyers than ever before in America, and that number is only going to go up too because men aren't going to college as much too. And generally, if you're going to become a doctor or a lawyer, actually not even generally, it's always the case, you're going to have a 4-year degree and have like the 3 years in law school and 3 years in med school. I think it is too, plus your residency, and then like taking your relative like bar exam and like boards if you want to become a doctor. So, and women like do well in school too. So they're those all high-paying 6-figure jobs too, generally speaking. High 6-figure jobs for like doctors, and like you're gonna be making, depending on like what area of law, over 80 to like plus 6 figures as like a lawyer too, depending on the type of law you practice. And guess who's doing it? It's more and more women are. So that wage gap is there's a wage gap. It's pretty like narrow right now, but soon enough, women are be making way more money than men.
Hours work and stuff, and like vacations, because women take off more, and like they also raise kids, so they have to put their career on hold and stuff.
Yeah, they are the gender that can have children. right? They're the sex or the gender that can have children. So I don't know what to tell you too. That's like a big thing too. I remember I was working for a guy too, and he said this part out loud one day, like after work. We were talking about something, and he says, "Yeah, you know, I'm never gonna hire women." I was like, "Why is that too?" Because they can get pregnant. I was like, "Oh yeah, okay." And I didn't say anything too, because you know he's a pretty conservative guy. But I remember like going back to the apartment and telling the boys, and they thought that was like, wow, just because like they can get pregnant. I was like, yeah, man, I was like nuts too. But the thing is, like, we had like female secretaries and assistants there too. So it was just like he never wanted to hire someone outside of that role that wasn't like that would be a woman.
There's still a little bit of something in there, but like I think like that 1% is mostly in like managerial positions where women don't advocate for themselves as much. And also there's still some like sexist men in like spheres that like, you know, will halt progress, but socially we're doing better than we ever have before. I think that's changing every day. It just depends on the sphere or the field that you're in, you know. So
willing to accept degrading behavior like being cheated on because she is desperate to attract men.
Yeah, that male feminist thing. I've known a few that were real creeps. They put these women on a platform and worship these women, and they don't run fast. They can't pick things up. They're not attractive. So they're little weasels. They're trying to find another way in.
Pearl doesn't know how to attract men with her social skills, her appearance.
To be honest with you, I don't want to fit that. I don't want to like perpetuate that stereotype of the male feminist, but most of the male feminists I know are like that way too, to be honest with you too. Like the ones I know, maybe that's just like the truth, but like most of the male feminists I know that are like that too are like very Weasley in that way. Like that's how they try to like get in on these women, you know what I mean? Like you could be like pro like women's rights. Like I'm like pro like women's rights. I want like equality for like both men and women too, but like I don't like identify as a fucking feminist. Kidding me too? Especially like nowadays, like feminists, like especially like third wave feminists are like fucking nuts, dude. Jesus Christ. I'm glad like that discourse online like died out, but every once in a while they're like fucking it pops up like every once in a while, and it's just like ugh, God.
Or with skills like cooking.
What percent of women have cookbooks?
It's probably because we have the internet for rest.
What percent of, I don't know, Pearl, what percent of women do you read your fucking cookbook? My mom made a cookbook. My mom's literally made her own cookbooks. It's crazy. My wife's also a good cook too. She's pretty good at that shit. I found a keeper. I mean, you will not find a better cook than a fucking fat woman. Let me just be real with you. I love big women, okay? I'm a big man, but you're never gonna find a better fucking, you know? It's true. All right, you want to talk shit? Oh, fat women don't deserve love. Let me tell you something, bro. You're never gonna have better food than from a healthy, not a thick woman. Healthy, nice and healthy. You know what I mean? Some black guys will call fat women healthy. They say they're healthy.
Healthy woman. Healthy yeah, I've heard that term. I heard that too. Yeah.
You know what the fuck I'm saying? You know, it's true. It is goddamn true. You know. It's true. Oh, hey, honey, you want me to make chicken and broccoli tonight? Holy fuck. What am I, a cancer patient? I don't even know what that means. Why would I want chicken and broccoli? No, but
chicken broccoli's not bad, man.
It tastes pretty good. I had it the other day at the Chinese place. I'm trying to eat healthier. So,
as long as it's like teriyaki mixed in with the chicken and broccoli.
Pearl. So yeah, basically, I think that Pearl has had to resort
little sesame
to
seed oil, maybe some toasted sesame seeds.
She does not embody what men are attracted to, so she has to do things like agree to men cheating on her and degrading herself in order to get a man. It's very desperate.
I am not like those other guys.
And back to her business really quick in regard to her tactics. Her tactics remind me a lot of legacy media in how she fearmongers people in order to make money. I have watched a lot of Pearl's content and I've never seen her give a point to the other side. There's a huge lack of nuance when it comes to her channel. In fact, anytime someone on Pearl's show wants to give nuance, she will not let them do so unless it benefits men.
If we spent this podcast talking about the exceptions, we'd be here all day.
We need to get me with.
Yeah, dude.
That's true. But I've noticed it's only with like the women, like on the show too, that push up, or push against like, a lot of stuff that she says too. Because I remember when like Destiny was like talking to her a couple of times too, he pushed up pretty hard. He would like test the waters, and he knew he can get away with stuff too. So he kind of like took his foot off the gas. But yes, when it's women, like whoo, but when it's men, she shuts the fuck up.
There would be no point in having a conversation.
We still need to mention them.
Why? No, we don't. It's my show.
And she will go as far as to bait her guest into giving more polarizing, extreme answers.
Whose beauty standards are higher, men or women? I think it depends.
Whose beauty standards are higher? I mean, I guess men's beauty standards are higher.
Well,
it's just like, who cares?
Well, when you say beauty standards, are you saying like beauty standards for like themselves or like for like the opposite sex? That's what I would ask next.
So, you know.
Okay, wait, I want to make a rule. No, it depends. Pick one and tell me why.
Pearl has gained the entirety of her 1 million subscribers from her fear-mongering, lies, and black and white thinking over just this past year. Pearl teaches men to act like hyper-selfish sociopaths, luring them down the dark path of loneliness.
That is true. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like a lot of like what they're like telling you over the manosphere shit, like it's like sociopathic. Like the way like they act to tell you, like especially like from Fresh and Fit, they essentially want you to gaslight women, bro. Like no offense, women like nowadays now they can smell that shit like a mile away. Some women might tolerate that, and I would argue those women that are willing to tolerate that sort of like behavior from the Fresh and Fit guys, those are not the women that you can have like a long-term relationship with or are worth your time. Because the women that I know would like smell that like a mile away and like stay away from you. You know, and it's usually like women, older women who've experienced that and like have grown from it too. And usually younger women who aren't as experienced may tolerate it because they haven't been around like enough guys or had like partners that have like done such things to them yet too, so they don't have the experience, right? Or they don't know anyone who's gone through that themselves. So that's the only thing too.
Unhealthy relationships and broken homes. Men taking her advice will result in the same situations that she criticizes women for.
Yeah, that's the funniest thing is like if you're a man and you listen to the manosphere, you're going to be a failure. So like that's like at least at least we could kind of rest.
Unironically, you will die alone. Like, no offense, like, unironically too. And, you know, and this is like unironically too. Actual conservative women won't tolerate like that level of behavior. You get to fuck around while they have to like hold a job and take care of the kids while you're fucking around or playing golf with your buddies. See how long that relationship lasts. Come on. That's not realistic.
It's so funny that you have a group of men that like can't find relationships, so they listen to like men who are in relationships and just value themselves based on how much money they make. It's fucking pathetic. Of course you're not going to be able to.
Materialism is like a central tenet of the
also doesn't teach
manosphere.
women to have healthy boundaries, also leading them to the same fate. Taking Pearl's advice will reward you in a worldview as warped as hers, with black and white thinking in our grayscale.
Fenty shouldn't be so mean. She used to be the Pearl of the Nick Fuentes Groyper. How did she? I don't really know anything about her, but you know, I guess God
That's
bless, right?
I wouldn't say she was like pearly to like the Groypers.
Reality.
Remember, they turned against her, man. Remember, they went like hard. Remember, like the Groypers were like hard into incel culture. It was only like not even recently. It was a couple of maybe 2-3 years back. Nick really started tapping into it too. So he had to like expel all the women from that group.
That has nothing to do with masculinity or femininity or anything like that. That's just like two adults having a relationship, figuring out what the boundaries are. You guys talk about things that are basic relationship norms, but you like frame them in the most toxic way possible. I don't understand.
If you do take one piece of advice away from Pearl, let it be this.
I've noticed a lot of therapists are like older single women, and I'm kind of like, if you can't maintain a relationship, why would I take advice?
She's used this clip a couple of
This video
times.
took so long to make. I have never researched so much for a video before. So if you do like the content and appreciate me researching her, watching her content for 2 weeks, consider supporting me on Locals or on Patreon because I am community funded. Thank you so much to my producers on Patreon. And also, if you guys haven't noticed yet, I have deleted the tweet on my Twitter, so I should be back on Twitter when this video comes out. I figured that I could do more good on the platform by being on
Does
it
she not make money from her videos? What?
than not being on it for now. All right, I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.
Okay.
No, I think Patreon takes like a tiny cut versus like YouTube, Twitch, and like whatnot too. Was this like Japanese work cultures? It is like a lot of like Asian like work cultures. Fucking nuts, dude.
Explosive thrown at
Work till you
Japanese Prime
die,
Minister
essentially.
Campaign event, one hurt. I don't know anything about the current Japanese PM. What are they mad at him about? Japanese PM Fumio Kishida was evacuated unharmed after somebody threw an explosive device. Huh. cult shit probably. Is this guy like a political ally of Shinzo Abe? He's a homophobic piece of shit. He was his labor minister. Okay. TV footage shows Kishida standing with his back to the crowd. His security detail suddenly points to the ground near him, and the prime minister whips around looking alarmed. The camera quickly turns the crowd just as several people, including uniformed and plainclothes police officers, converge in a young man wearing a white surgical mask, holding what appears to be another device, a long silver tube. It claps on top of the man, working to remove the tube from his hands. A large explosion is heard near where Kishida had been standing. The crowd scatters in panic as police roughly drag the man away. Huh. One police officer was slightly injured. Alright. Here's the video, pretty wild. Bro, we gotta get you with the device. Doesn't seem like a very effectively made explosion. It seemed like a pretty wimpy thump, but you know. They said it's a smoke bomb, but I think it's a bomb that failed to pressurize, right? I don't know. I mean, whatever. There's a video showing everything. Well, I mean, I don't even know the context. I know about Shinzo Abe, you know. Why do people keep trying to kill Japanese PMs? My guess is incels. You know the incel thing over here, Andrew Tate, whatever? As I understand it, something like 80% of all Japanese men are incels. So it's probably got something to do with that. I don't really know. Yeah, it's all the anime. I mean,
it's the weeb culture, man.
Legitimately repressed by their economics. Oh, it's terrible over there. The work culture over there. What are the? It's not just the average hours. It doesn't even tell the full story because it's culturally normalized that you dedicate like off hours time to your work as well. Getting drinks with the boss after work and everything. Average work week.
That's actually true too.
Japan. Although the legal recommendation for working hours in Japan is 40 hours per week, historically many Japanese employers have required their employees to work as much as 80 hours of overtime per month. So that would be 20 hours of overtime per week or 60 hours a week. And then you have like the, like going out to drinks after work and all that crap. A study by Expedia found that Japanese workers on average did not use 10 of their paid vacation days, and 63% of Japanese respondents felt guilty for taking paid leave. The biggest irony is that despite all of this, they actually have one of the lowest levels of worker productivity, the lowest among G7 nations, because as we all know, if
isn't
you're a
that
sane
crazy?
human being, you realize that.
Isn't that crazy? Like they work like insane amount of hours, but they have like the lowest amount of like productivity. Maybe because they don't want to be working like that long for like little to no benefit, right? Especially when that work is meaningless. Jesus, people complain over here.
This having strung out overworked workers actually makes them really unproductive. Same reason why the 4-day work week actually led to increases in productivity. It's literally, yeah, they literally have a term for death by overwork. The term karoshi translates to death by overwork in Japanese and is a legal term recognized as a cause of death. Dentsu CEO resigned over the controversy. The company was fined for violating labor standards as she is repeatedly forced to work 100 hours of overtime a month. Last year, the government launched an initiative called Premium Fridays, in which it encouraged companies to allow their employees to leave at 3 p.m. on the last Friday of the month.
What?
Of which not even 4% of employees actually left at 3 p.m. on the first. Dude! Oh my god! This puts our like small loan payment if you have a Pell Grant in an underprivileged area bullshit. Like this puts it to shame, man. This makes American means testing look like UBI. Jesus Christ. Vosh had a Japanese boss who tried to use that karoshi BS here in the States to get our team to work unpaid overtime and threatened to fire us if we didn't. It took 5 years to get him fired. Yeah, like, they're tyrants. Japanese bosses are tyrants. There's no comparison between this and, like, American bosses. Over here in America, like, the work culture over there is you can't find work unless you're willing to cuck yourself out like this. So, I don't know if this is what's leading to the attacks on the prime ministers, but you know, maybe. Yeah, the Japanese school system as well is also insane, where they like Japanese students will take cram schools after their regular schools, and then they'll take like courses during the summer as well, so they never actually like get to be a kid or whatever. I worked in a Japanese workplace once. Legit, they want your entire fucking life to be your job. It's exhausting. Yeah. Yeah, I could never.
Jesus.
Imagine. You guys would turn into the most obnoxious American chauvinists after like 5 days at a Japanese workplace. You would be like Duke Nukem. You would be like smoking a gigantic cigar, and you would be like standing there at the clock out desk at like 4:59, and if the boss came up to you and like spoke a single word, you would like flick the lit cigar directly onto their face with an audible thwack. There's no, like, it's not, it's inhuman. Japan is an ethno-state, right? Yeah. A big part of the reason why Japanese work culture is so is because they had a big economic boom in the 1980s because of their prominence in tech, and the boom didn't keep, and because their work culture was so demanding, people didn't really have kids, which led to a decrease in the available labor supply, and because Japanese people are extremely racist, they didn't want any dirty immigrants coming in. The funny thing is, whenever Westerners think of dirty immigrants coming in, they think of like African people or whatever, but over in Japan, they didn't want like wealthy Koreans coming in. They didn't want like high profile, like well accomplished, educated Chinese people coming in. Like, they're so racist, dude. And because of that, like, they wouldn't let immigrants in, they wouldn't let people into work, they wouldn't, like, nobody's because nobody has time to. So like, everything is bad over there. It's like their GDP has been flagging for ages, and that's not just a corporate thing, trust me. It's just their economy is kind of sunk. They're not getting any. What's Japanese birth rate? Ooh, 1.34 births per woman as of 2020. Ooh, god damn. They're actually right around where Germany is too, though Germany's has gone up in the past couple of years. America is decreasing as well. We're at 1.64. We were at 2.2 about a decade and a half ago.
Yep.
But Japan's is continuing to decline. All Western countries are. The difference is we allow immigrants in, you know? Germany has immigrants. We have immigrants. Japan doesn't really have immigrants. Japanese rate of immigration. They've tried to open things up lately, but the current net migration rate for Japan is 0.56 per 1,000
lean
population
beef patty
compared to America.
She is basically a fucking
American rate
a muscle mommy.
0.5 per 1,000. As opposed to America, where in 2021 immigrants comprised 13.6% of our total population. Okay, right. And that's I don't even know if that counts illegal immigrants. Let me see. How many immigrants? Yeah, 2.3% of Japan's total legal resident population are foreign citizens. Yeah, 2.3%. Yeah. It used to be lower. I think so, Dual 525. Yeah. Immigration's good. 26% of married couples sleep in different bedrooms. In Japan or everywhere. I actually, from what I've heard actually, having separate bedrooms, even for married couples, can be a good thing. Not because of like love or whatever, but because a lot of people snore. Some people just have trouble falling asleep if you're like right next to somebody. So sometimes having a separate bed to sleep in can be good. I think that's fine, you know? Or yeah, if you like different mattress types, yeah. 20% of Germany's population has immigrant background. Based. I fucking love immigration.
It is actually good for the economy, immigration, believe it or not.
The idea that if you're married to someone, that means you have to share their bed, that's like really arbitrary, right? Sometimes people just like sleeping in their own bed. Like this is like a very deeply built up, but also completely made up thing. I like sleeping next to people when I like the person, like obviously, right? But like, man, have you never been in a relationship and just wanted to be like you're laying next to someone, it's like a really warm day?
Oh yeah, like the last person I was like with, she would like take my fucking, like, I had like this huge ass blanket or quilt comforter or whatever you call it, and she would like fucking take the whole thing for her. And like when it was like a little chilly, and I was like, go for it. And then, but like she would wrap herself with it. I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm like there in bed, like fucking freezing. I just want like shit like that like bothers me like to no end. Like that wasn't the reason why like we broke up, but like let's just say that contributed to it.
And you're like, oh my god. And you just wish you had like a separate bed, even like a twin bed, like a small bed that you could just like plop onto and spread your legs out and go like, you know? I think everybody is like that. I think that everybody likes sleeping
Yes.
next to their partner sometimes and likes sleeping on their own other times, and people just vary in how much they're on that spectrum, you know? Which seems fine. Yeah, plus that means that if you ever do lay next to them, it's like by choice. You're never doing it because you have to, because there's only one bed. Yeah. Nah, that's your bias, Furman. Couple sharing beds was a result of the Great Depression when no one could afford separate bedrooms. Listen, okay, I just don't want to be next to a woman, all right? That's why I have a separate housing facility. There are these double twin beds that can share like the same comforter or something. Yeah, like you push them together or what. Yeah, I've heard about that. I want to be next to a woman though. You can be.
Me. Yes.
That's the point of the choice. Vosh, people slept together for warmth. It's not rocket science. You know, a lot of people live in areas where sleeping together for warmth is not a necessary thing to do
anymore. Yeah, right.
Artem moved. He rolled. Ooh, what a cute little baby.
Okay. We got a bunch of new videos, but I'm wondering if I want to just end stream now, because yes, car stuff. Because I don't want to do long hours, 5, 6 hours is good enough. This is the conversation is exactly what you think it is. It's Alex Jones was drinking before he went in there. Destiny was trying to have a good faith argument with Alex Jones, but Alex was just being a dick to him the entire time. That's the only thing. I didn't see Curry Clash, but I heard good things. Heard good things from it too. I still don't know about the Froggy Fresh thing. That's the thing too. When he got kicked off the card, it didn't make any sense, because it couldn't have been the shit talking. It had to be something else behind the scenes. Because if it was that, then oof, you're not gonna get any you know, controversial figures on Creator Clash again. You know what I mean? This probably could put this here too. So we'll probably watch this. Yeah, I'm gonna end stream. So we'll go ahead and put this in watch later. I knew they were gonna respond to this shit. Watch later. So boom, boom.
Let's get this.
I think I actually watched this on my own too. All right, folks. I'm done. I appreciate everybody taking the time on joining me on stream. And as always, I'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna be doing more morning streams from now on, because this is great. Because this is a perfect time to chill out and relax and do other things I can do, like edit videos after stream too. So as always, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate everybody's time and attention, and make sure you stay frosty, touch some grass, and Godspeed. See you tomorrow, bright and early.